Bon dia. Good morning. Buenos días. Bonjour. Bon dia, guten Morgen, and I'm sorry for not being a global speaker. Yes, we have translation into Catalan, English, Spanish, and French. On a la traducción en français, español, catalán y anglais. Tenemos traducción, como hemos dicho, a los 4 idiomas, al español, al catalán, al inglés y al francés. Es importante que lo sepan, porque es una facilidad pues, que hemos conseguido al final. On behalf of the City Museum of Barcelona, I will begin with some words in our common and usual language, which is Catalan. Molt benvinguts a Barcelona, capital nacional de Catalunya, en un congrés global en el qual ara en la taula de presentació tenim aquí, per ordre de taula, a la presidenta d'CAMOC, Joana Sousa Monteiro, directora del Museu de Lisboa. Tenim a Teresa Reyes, que és la presidenta d'ICOM Espanya, i tenim Antoni Gelong, que és el president del Cercle del Museu d'Història. Joana Sousa Monteiro, President of CAMOC, Teresa Reyes, President of ICOM Spain, and the Board of Trustees of our museum with Antoni Gelong is also represented here. I dit aquesta presentació en català és fàcil i amb Google Translate ara ja va bé i tot. O sigui que no us perdeu res pel fet, doncs, de no conèixer l'idioma. Tant de bo el català sigui aviat reconegut com una de les llengües europees perquè no és pas de les menys parlades. N'hi ha moltes que tenen ple reconeixement i tenen moltes menys persones que les parlen pel fet que tenen un estat que les protegeix. Tant de bo el català també aviat sigui tan protegit com d'altres idiomes. I dic això perquè voldria començar amb unes paraules d'un text que m'acaba de donar Ian Jones, que tenim allà darrere, un dels grans fundadors del CAMOC. Teniu Ian Jones, hi ha Chet Orloff també que està allà, entre els pares fundadors, diguem-ne, que es diu convocats, que diu Understanding Cities. Entenent ciutats. Well, let's go to English. States and communities always have a narrative that justifies them, but this is not the case in many cities. Cities without a narrative, a story, a common public history, lose their capacity for social and cultural inclusion and for being active agents in the world of the 21st century. Without a narrative, without a city history, a city story known by its inhabitants and its visitors, it becomes difficult to exercise the right to the city. Hello, good morning, our friends in Krakow. We discussed a lot about the right to the city in the previous CAMOC conference. City museums must be able to explain and show the city to its inhabitants and visitors. City museums must be able to explain and show the city to its inhabitants and visitors. I repeat it, because in doing so, they become essential institutions for our time, for our present historical time, an incredible tool for democracy. In this way, city museums contribute to a deep-rooted and flexible recovery of the Enlightenment, the rationality of modern times, after a necessary deconstruction of the rigidities of modern thought. Now, we are in a time in which we need reconstruction. We need to reconstruct our thoughts facing a changing world. And cities have a main role, and city museums can be an incredible tool to do that. Thanks to CAMOC for organizing that in Barcelona with our museums. Thanks to the Barcelona City Council, which they have trust in us to organize that. And thanks to all of you who come from very different parts of the world in times of Corona and in a rather cold winter. Welcome to Barcelona. And now, Teresa Reyes, ICOM Spain.
Bon dia a tothom. Buenos días a todos. Good morning, everyone. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer al Museo de Historia de Barcelona y al Comité Internacional del CAMOC que nos hayan invitado a nuestro comité a participar hoy en la inauguración de esta conferencia. Igualmente, quiero expresar la satisfacción que supone acoger una conferencia de un comité internacional en nuestro país, ya que ello ofrece la oportunidad que se conozcan nuestros museos de primera mano, el legado que conservan, cómo trabajamos a nivel interno y a nivel con los ciudadanos, y también compartir experiencias entre todos los participantes, aunque en los momentos que nos encontramos, algunas de estas experiencias las deberemos compartir de manera virtual. Dado que estoy en la ciudad en la que vivo y ante compañeros y amigos, y teniendo en cuenta que se ha puesto a disposición de los asistentes un servicio de traducción simultánea, como ha dicho Joan, os ruego me permitáis seguir mi intervención en catalán, ya que es la lengua en la que nos comunicamos habitualmente en esta ciudad. No vull deixar passar l'oportunitat per fer un petit apunt sobre com funciona ICOM, encara que sé que molts de vosaltres ho sabeu. ICOM és una organització que va néixer fa tot just 75 anys, el 16 de novembre de 1946, fa pocs dies que vam celebrar aquesta efemèride. Durant aquests anys ha anat creixent, tant pel que fa al nombre de països representats, en aquests moments n'hi ha 142, com pel número de membres, gairebé 50.000, dels quals 1.400 pertanyen al Comitè Nacional Espanyol, que fan d'aquest l'11è més gran del món. De tota la complexa estructura, dos són els tipus de comitès que la vertebren. Per una banda, els 118 comitès nacionals, que representen els interessos més transversals dels seus associats i ofereixen recolzament a les accions que aquestes fan, com per exemple el congrés que comencem avui, així com també els 32 comitès internacionals que des d'una òptica més específica reuneixen experts en funció de diferents disciplines i àrees temàtiques concretes. I és precisament un d'aquests, el CAMOC, que enguany ha decidit que Barcelona i el seu Museu d'Història de la ciutat acullin la seva conferència anual, brindant-nos una plataforma privilegiada per a la reflexió i estudi de les col·leccions dels museus de ciutat, així com de les activitats que aquests duen a terme. El Museu d'Història de Barcelona, un membre molt actiu d'aquest comitè internacional, és un equipament que ha anat evolucionant des del seu naixement l'any 1943. És un museu que, lluny d'haver restat tancat portes endins de la seva magnífica seu principal, s'ha anat obrint a la ciutat, gestionant cada cop més espais patrimonials escampats pels diferents barris de Barcelona i construint amb ells un discurs tan ampli i divers de la seva història com ho és de la ciutat mateixa. Des de la barquino-romana a la ciutat medieval i des d'aquesta a la ciutat industrial, per acabar arribant ja als nostres dies a la ciutat tecnològica i de serveis que ha esdevingut. Tot aquest conjunt d'elements i espais ha permès interpretar el seu ric patrimoni apropant-lo tant als barcelonins com a tot aquell que s'apropa a la ciutat. Em fa especial il·lusió estar avui aquí, perquè jo mateixa vaig començar la meva trajectòria professional en aquest museu. Un pis per sobre en aquesta sala o per aquí al mig, perquè em sembla que està una mica remodelat. En aquells moments era una arqueòloga de camp que vaig treballar tota l'etapa de la Barcelona Olímpica, de la construcció de la Barcelona Olímpica de 1992. A part deixant a banda les llicències personals, volia recordar que en l'actualitat ICOM es troba en un procés de revisió del concepte mateix de museu, per tal de dotar-nos d'una definició capaç d'adequar-se a les noves funcions que aquests estan assumint i preparant-nos per les que aniran assumint al llarg del segle XXI. El camí, com sabeu, està sent llarg i difícil, ja que les nostres institucions estan immerses en un procés de transformació en el que la clàssica triada funcional, investigació, conservació i educació s'han anat sumant noves competències que han vingut a enriquir-la, fent els museus nous espais de reflexió, diàleg i coneixement, espais accessibles, espais sostenibles, espais, en definitiva, per a la sociabilitat. Aquest procés, com sabeu, culminarà a la conferència de Praga que tindrà lloc a l'estiu de l'any vinent. També voldria fer esment a la crisi sanitària, en la que portem immersos des de gairebé fa 2 anys. Aquesta ha canviat les dinàmiques de la nostra societat i també dels nostres museus. Quan al març de 2020 es van tancar les portes de tots els museus del món, la gent que treballava amb els museus vam decidir obrir finestres per no restar tancats a la societat i aquestes finestres les vam obrir de forma virtual. Aquesta havia sigut una tasca que portàvem treballant des de feia anys, però no havíem acabat d'assolir-la. I arrel de la crisi sanitària hem arribat a aconseguir consolidar-la. Avui mateix fem un congrés que es pot escoltar a tot el món, és un congrés híbrid a nivell presencial i tota la gent que ens esteu escoltant online. I això ens ha permès arribar a més gent, però també hem de tenir en compte, i crec que expressar el sentit de molts, que un cop haver lloat l'oportunitat que ens permet la virtualitat, em reafirmo que crec que la presencialitat i la materialitat són elements connaturals i irreemplaçables del patrimoni que custodiem i de l'experiència que ofereixen els nostres museus. Pel que els continguts digitals han d'enriquir, reforçar i amplificar els coneixements d'aquest patrimoni sense pretendre esdevenir alternatives i substituts d'aquests. Reprenent el lema de la conferència que ara comença, connectar ciutats, connectar ciutadans cap a una sostenibilitat compartida, crec que ara i aquí se'ns ofereix una oportunitat excepcional per tal de pensar sobre com transcendir el concepte de museu de ciutat i de quina forma emprendre la via que ens ha de dur cap a un museu dels ciutadans. Estic convençuda que després de la traumàtica experiència que hem viscut al llarg d'aquests gairebé 2 anys de pandèmia, afrontarem els debats i reflexions que han d'ocupar-nos aquests dies des d'una perspectiva força diferent al que hauríem fet sense haver estat donat les actuals circumstàncies. Hem de fer ús d'aquests coneixements adquirits durant la crisi per tal de millorar la interacció entre el museu i el seu entorn. La dimensió del museu, social del museu, de la que tant ens hem omplert la boca en aquests darrers anys, haurà de guanyar rellevància i a través d'un millor coneixement del nostre passat fer de les nostres institucions espais de reflexió, oci i benestar. I ho hem de fer dotant-nos de mecanismes que facin dels museus espais per a la participació dels ciutadans. Els 3 eixos d'aquesta conferència, i amb això acabo, ens ofereixen l'oportunitat de pensar sobre el futur dels museus de ciutat i d'intentar traçar els itineraris que haurien de seguir per tal d'assolir els seus objectius. Organitzant el museu per erigir-se en un actiu de desenvolupament local, relatant la ciutat des d'una narrativa que ens permeti arribar a tots els seus barris i construint ciutadania per tal que els museus impliquin els ciutadans i els seus visitants. En definitiva, aquesta conferència és una oportunitat per girar la vista enrere i per, des del coneixement del nostre passat, afrontar les circumstàncies en què vivim i planificar els objectius de futur. Dit això, no em resta res més que desitjar-vos que tingueu un profitós congrés i una feliç estancia a Barcelona, que tengáis un provechoso congreso y una feliz estancia en Barcelona. I wish you a fruitful congress and a happy stay in Barcelona.
The President of the Board of Trustees of MUBA, Antoni Jalong.
No sé si funciona. Sí, gràcies. Bon dia, senyora presidenta del CAMOC, senyora presidenta del Comitè Espanyol, director del museu, autoritats, personal del museu, senyores i senyors. Estic molt content que el lema d'aquest congrés sigui Connecting Cities, Connected Citizens, perquè l'objectiu del Cercle del Museu, que ja té 15 anys d'existència, és connectar els ciutadans en el museu, amb el museu. El cercle està integrat per 15 companyies comercials que es dediquen a activitats diverses i per un conjunt d'entitats que representen els ciutadans en aquesta ciutat, començant, per exemple, per la Federació d'Associacions de Veïns de Barcelona i per altres entitats com l'Ateneu Barcelonès. Per tant, la nostra feina és aquesta, connectar els ciutadans amb el museu, perquè la nostra obsessió és que els museus no siguin illes d'autosatisfacció, sinó que responguin a l'interès dels ciutadans. I en aquest sentit he de dir que la col·laboració durant tots aquests 15 anys amb la direcció del museu ha estat extraordinària. Hi ha un altre tema que personalment m'interessa, que és la sustainability. Jo vaig treballar en una companyia farmacèutica on, curiosament, era el responsable de sustainability a nivell mundial. Només se'ls demanaria una cosa. Quan parlin de sustainability, i hi ha un punt on s'hi parla, m'hauria agradat que haguessin convidat a companyies també, perquè és entre la interacció entre els museus i les organitzacions empresarials que avançarem. Si no, tinc la impressió que farem vies paral·leles i les vies paral·leles no es troben mai i hauríem de tendir a trobar línies perpendiculars on hi hagi cruïlles on ens hi puguem trobar. Però estic segur que vostès arribaran a unes conclusions i veurem com això es pot articular en el cas del Museu d'Història de Barcelona. Aquest és un museu que està fent un trànsit de museu de ciutat a museu de la ciutadania. És un museu dispers en el conjunt de la ciutat, però que vol explicar la globalitat de la ciutat des de l'època romana fins a l'època industrial. I això té avantatges i té també alguns inconvenients, perquè la dispersió a vegades complica les coses. Però també és veritat que es dona una visió más global de Barcelona. Estoy muy contento para los asistentes de lengua española que hayan venido a Barcelona. Espero que el tiempo sea favorable, pero el tiempo favorable en Barcelona puede perjudicar su asistencia. Por tanto, disfruten del tiempo favorable fuera del horario del Congreso y disfruten también de esta ciudad, que es una ciudad acogedora, llena de historia y que mira al futuro con esperanza y con desasosiego, como toda nuestra civilización occidental. Je suis très heureux de vous accueillir aux représentants de langue française que vous êtes déplacés à Barcelone à l'occasion de cette manifestation. Je vous souhaite un bon congrès et profitez de la ville qui a pas mal d'atouts pour que vous vous sentez bien et que vous avez besoin de revenir sans congrès même. Mais profitez du congrès en tout cas. I'm very happy and honored to welcome the people of English language. For us, it's very important the celebration of this Congress here in Barcelona, because the issue of this Congress, Connecting Cities, Connecting Citizens, is specifically the issue, the objective of our Board of Trustees is to share the experience between the museum staff and the corporations and citizens associations. Thank you very much and happy stay in Barcelona.
And now our president, Joana Sousa Montego.
Bon dia a tots. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Barcelona. Benvinguts a Barcelona. Welcome also to all our colleagues, speakers, and conference delegates that are participating online. And let me start by welcoming some of those that I already spotted on the chat, like, for instance, the Deputy Director of the New York City Museum, Sarah Henry, the Chair of ICOM India, the Director of the Ghent Museum in Belgium, and many, many others that are with us. Hello, Sarah. Estimado Señor Antoni Gelort, President of MUBA Trustees. Estimado Joan Roca, Director del extraordinario Museo de Historia de Barcelona. Estimada Teresa Reyes, presidenta del ICOM España, empiezo por Teresa. Es un honor muy grande para CAMOC tener aquí la más importante, máxima persona del ICOM España en la sesión de apertura de nuestra conferencia anual. Nos encantará poder estrechar lazos con otros museos de ciudad en España, al de los de Barcelona y de Madrid. Muchísimas gracias por su presencia. Now I will try to speak only just for a brief moment in a tentative Catalan towards the MUBA team. Primer, vull demostrar com estic agraït a l'equip del MUBA, en particular a Joan Roca y a Elena Pérez. Por favor, levántate. Pero també a Teresa Macià, que està por ahí. Hola, Teresa. I a tots els altres, tot l'equip. Sé el difícil que és organitzar una conferència com aquesta, i encara més en el context de la pandèmia. Estic molt agraït per la vostra professionalitat i compromís. Moltes gràcies per teu excel·lent treball des del fons del meu cor. Connecting cities, connecting citizens towards a shared sustainability, this conference follows a consistent evolution of city museums in the world and the increased need for urban networks at all levels in the aftermath, or we thought it would be the aftermath already, of the unparalleled global pandemic over the last 2 years. Across all continents, the number and relevance of city museums are increasing. Models and ways of engaging with citizens are changing in accordance with the rapid growth of cities themselves. A more sustainable and humanized urban life can be encouraged from the micro scale of the neighborhood to the larger level of the city, with direct effects on people's life and on the life of the planet Earth. CAMOC and the conference host MUBA will now start 3 days, actually 4 days, with the post-conference tours of shared work to reflect on some of the most relevant issues for city museums of the 21st century in the present times and hopefully the near future. We set the goal of moving, or rather of increasing the movement from the idea of city museum to a citizens museum, grounded always on research-based work in urban history, heritage management, and citizen participation. The conference sections are past, present, and future of city museums, organizing the museum, dealing with urban sustainability, reporting the city, the hidden potential of city museums, and building citizenship, which give us a very wide range of important topics. Last but not least, for those who are participating in person, there will be tours to some of the MUBA's exhibitions and locations, and urban tracking about the industrial city and the peripheral areas, and no less than 5 optional and free post-conference tours. We are proud to count on more than 40 speakers coming from 37 countries located across the 5 continents. Local history, urban planning, community engagement, sustainability, innovation, and creativity are some of the main topics of the presentations, roundtables, Ignite sessions, and hopefully many discussions to unfold over the next 4 days. I'd like to thank all speakers, all contributors, all partners that made this conference possible, for your efforts, your dedication, and your generosity. I would like now to thank to 2 people that I will be speaking about during the rest of the morning. I'm sorry, I will speak too much today. that came on purpose to Barcelona for this conference, Chet Orloff and Linda, and Ian Jones. Thank you ever so much for your presence here. On behalf of the CAMOC board, I wish you all a fruitful, creative, and also enjoyable time, either in person or online. This conference will hopefully be unforgettable. So enjoy your time, share your knowledge, please. Make questions, ask, provoke discussions. We would like to learn from all of you and help us to go on working better and better. Thank you.
Well, now just to say that while we were talking from the mayor office of Barcelona, Ada Colau sent a short SMS, I have no WhatsApp, saying they're Joan, they're colleagues of the MUBA team, they're colleagues of CAMOC. Thank you for organizing this conference, and please tell to all the participants that we are very happy that that takes place in Barcelona. Please get important conclusions and be happy in the city. Thank you, Ada. I will tell you that we are very happy to have this short message.
Shall I begin? Good. Okay, so good morning again. And good morning, Swayak Soy. I know you're on the screen. As you have the program, you know that now we're going to start a session about CAMOC. And I have a presentation called CAMOC, a short story. Actually, it will be a very short story. Right after that, there will be a very, very important roundtable with Chet Orloff and Ian Jones on the stage and Swayak Soy on the screen. So I will start without further delays. Joan Roca asked us, to make a presentation about CAMOC's history, which I was not counting on making, before handing over the floor to the real important people, those three, Ian Jones, Chet Orloff, and Swayak Soy. I will try to present a very quick, brief overview of the infinite richness of what's CAMOC been doing in the last 15 to, well, actually it's now 16 years. Maybe it can be more useful for those of you who are not yet as familiar with CAMOC as we are. And I'm sorry for those who already know this story by heart. I would like to tell you that Ian Jones wrote a digital book that's on the CAMOC website called CAMOC How and Why, his very personal story, perspective about the history of this committee. And he has just given me a very nice present this morning. It was a printed edition of this very book. Some of the images I will be showing and some of the texts I'll be reading are from that book. This subject goes back to the awareness of the increasing importance of cities and urban life in the world. There was a total reverse, or we are watching a movement of a total, complete reverse of the world population in 1 century only, from rural areas to urban areas. Growing both size and number, cities are hubs of government, of commerce, of transportation. And now the world's 20 largest cities are home to 500 million people. In 2050, the United Nations say that we will observe roughly 6 billion people living in the messy, escalating atmosphere of urbanized areas. Culture, heritage, museums had to reflect on this revolutionary situation because it's changing the very face of Earth, among lots of other consequences. So there has been stated that there was the era of the empires, the era of nations, and now the era of cities. There are 2 international networks of city museums, for those of you who might not know. CAMOC, created in 2005, one of the 32 international committees of ICOM, which is the International Council of Museums, an affiliated organization of UNESCO. It's about the city and its people, their history, their present, their future. A forum for those who work in museums about cities, but also for many others who are involved and interested in urban life. But there is also it's important just to say that CAMOC now has about 700 members between individual members and institutional members, counting on curators, museum directors, managers, researchers, architects, urban planners, anthropologists, and many others. The city HIST, as they usually say this, and the name here in Barcelona, is the other international network. European Informal Network of Museums about the History of Cities was created in 2010 at the initiative of this very museum, MOBA, with the collaboration of the Amsterdam Museum, representing the most vibrant city museums in Europe, which complements and does not overlap with CAMOC's work. Actually, we work together and we learn a lot from each other. And I do hope that Joan Roca and his team, along with the Amsterdam Museum team, will be able to restore the European network's dynamic back again soon in the aftermath of the pandemic. And we are trying to do the same in CAMOC, of course. Now, I think you recognize this man on the photo. Chertoloff, director of the very important project Museum of the City, a digital city museum, a digital website about city museums based in Portland. CAMOC reflects the growing focus worldwide on cities. The cultural and social diversity, economic development, spectacular growth of the cities, and the challenges and pitfalls caused by all types of challenges of sustainability issues, aging population versus overpopulation, etc. The committee wants to, and I underline what is most important for me as a city museum worker, support and encourage museums of cities in their work of collecting and presenting original material of the city's past. And this way of working together has been helping some of city museums to strengthen the city's identity in itself and contribute to its development in many ways. There you have the cover of Ian Jones' book that I have just mentioned before. CAMOC is thus about the past, the present, and the future of city museums. It started in Moscow, 2005. The very first meeting to set up CAMOC was held in Moscow with Galina Vedernikova, director of the back then director of the Museum of Moscow, and of course Ian Jones. They set up the first group that created CAMOC. Then they moved to Boston, and they held a conference about the theme Museum of the City as Gateways to the Understanding of Urban Life, organized by Bob MacDonald, Ian Jones again, and Irina Smagina, a very important person for CAMOC's development and affirmation, also coming from the Moscow Museum. Vienna, it was a very important conference, and it gave the tone for the publishing of this very important book, one of the first books about this topic, City Museums and City Development, edited by Ian Jones with Robert MacDonald and Daryl McIntyre. Seoul, organized with ICOM Korea, the Korean Museum Association, and the Seoul Museum of History. The proceedings were published in a print form, City Museums and the Future of the City by the Museum. We are talking about this future since the beginning. Istanbul, well, who's standing? Swayak Soy. Ian wrote this sentence, once Byzantium, then Nova Roma, then Constantinople, and now Istanbul. How can a museum make sense of this mass of contradictions? This is a typical challenge for CAMOC's work on a daily basis. And then you have the proceedings that have been gathered together in an online book. That's our kind of one of our Bibles for anyone who wants to learn about city museums and trying to work as well as possible in this field. Edited again by Ian Jones, and now also with two very important people for our history, Eric Sandweiss and Marlene Mouliou, which is our greatest artifact, the city. Shanghai, better city, better life. What is exactly a better city? We don't know very well. It can be lots of things. An environmental, sustainable city, one which has preserved its finest buildings, or another one with less socially divisions, or a low crime rate, or good public transportation, or good economic opportunities for city immigrants, well, or everything and lots of other things at the same time. It's another important topic. On this conference, which related to an ICOM general conference, Suai became CAMOC chair. Berlin, 2011, it was my first CAMOC conference. It was organized with COMCOL, a new, the newest actually international committee of ICOM about collecting, contemporary collecting and collections in general, and was also organized with ICOM Europe about participative strategies, co-organized with Museum Dahlen and the Kreuzberg Museum. Vancouver, about collisions, connections, the role of city museums in civic life, about engaging with communities, about urban regeneration, economic crisis, social issues, demographic issues, shifts, diasporas, increasing immigrant and urban aboriginal populations. So as you can see, in every conference and every book, there are more layers adding up, more topics adding up one to another, after another, and enlarging the topics and the in-depth reflection about all these very important themes to our lives. Rio de Janeiro, it was another general ICOM conference, and CAMOC worked about the role of urban revitalization, in generating social capital. We related to a slum museum, the Museu da Maré, a community museum, very important one. And we had a wonderful session in the Rio's Botanic Garden, along with the Literature International Committee Museum, International Committee of Museums about literature and poetry. We had a session of readings from authors across the world about cities and their people, including the grandson of Tolstoy, reading a piece of Anna Katerina about her city. Gothenburg. We went to Sweden also on 2014. Now about industrial heritage, sustainable development, and of course, city museums. On the left-hand photo, you can see Mats Scholin, the director of the Gothenburg Museum, and Erik Sandweiss. And on the other photo, you can see 3 members of our CAMOC board now, very important people. To begin with, Jenny Xu. Jenny Xu is from Taiwan and Japan. Christian Nana from the Cameroon. And of course, Jelena Savic. Also, Polina from the Moscow Museum and Patricia Schettino, an academic that has been following our work since a long time now. Moscow again, to celebrate the 10th anniversary of CAMOC. We had for keynote speakers, among many other important speakers, Maurice Vogel, the president of the Tenement Museum in New York, Dmitry Polatayev from the Migration Center of Moscow, and Taratovsky from the Tel Aviv University School of Social Work. It was about immigration, migrations, social issues, memory, and this was an important, a very important conference, not only because we were celebrating our 10th anniversary, but also because we had the first workshop coordinated by Marlene Mouliou back then, with the participation of Inês Mantovani from Brazil. She was president of ICOM Brazil, of Afshin Aitali, who was a very important person on CAMOC board for a long time also, and also with Nicole van Dijk, Christine de Veld, who is participating in this conference, and Lars from the Ghent Museum, and also Diana Pardue, a very important person in ICOM in general, who was then and still is director of the Ellis Island Museum in New York. So this conference launched 2 very important lines of work for CAMOC. The line of work regarding the reflection in depth about concepts and ideas of the definition, or as we prefer to say, definitions in plural, of city museums, and the topic of migration in cities. Milan, it was about cultural landscapes. We worked together with ICOFOM, which is the Museology International Committee of ICOM, of course, the Regional Museums Committee, MINOM, the Movement for the New Museology, and ICANT, the International Committee for Architecture and Museography in Museums. We worked about a lot of topics from Amsterdam's red light district. I think it was by Anne-Marie de Wild, exactly, that is back there with us, and up to the repairing Sofia's cultural fabric, among lots of other important issues. Then we went to Mexico, and it was about contested urban histories, and we held the second Migration Cities workshop. The first was in Athens, the second, which was on the very same year of the 2017, about this project that I will address very soon. We organized this conference with ICOM Disaster Risk Management Committee, ICOM Mexico City Museum, the National School for Conservation, and the National Institute of Anthropology. Then Frankfurt, where we had 2 workshops, the last Migration City workshop, the number 3, and a very important, another very important workshop for us about the future of museums of cities, when we started to work more consistently with Francesca Lanz, and afterwards her team. Francesca Lanz is a very important academic researcher. Now she's based in Manchester, but she belonged to the Politecnico di Milano University. And she's a specialist in urban issues and in city museums, theoretically speaking. And we were working very much with her now. You can see there Jan Gerschau will join us later today, Dr. Song, the director of the Seoul Museum of History, Katrin Heke from ICOM Germany, Paul Spies that was then managing the new Museum of Berlin, Joan Roca, of course, and lots of others. How can we define city museums? What purpose do they serve? What should be their future? This session meant to share knowledge and debate the state of museums of cities worldwide, including present and future models. Then we went to Lisbon for a workshop only about these very topics, towards the City Museum Watch. There you have Ian Jones on the first photo, and then a photo with 3 people, Avshin, me, and the most important is Katarina Travkina. She is an OECD member, and she's coordinating a very, very important project for us, which is the OECD guide for local governments and museums about their potential of unleashing social, economic, and cultural development. The group photo, Anne-Marie de Wild, Catherine Cole, who is only joining us online, a very important member in our team. She's Canadian. Andrea Laplace, that is sitting there. Of course, Chetorlov, Jan Gerschau, Joan Roca, Cristina Miedico, who is here. René Kismaker from the Amsterdam Museum and the European Network of City Museums, Afshin, Elif, etc. Kyoto, the last in-person conference, large conference of ICOM. City museums as cultural hubs, past, present, and future. We organized that with the Regional Alliance of ICOM of Asia Pacific region, and DEMHIST, the International Committee for Historical Houses. And we worked together with the Museum of Kyoto and also the Edo Tokyo Museum. The new generation of city museums and their future were again hot topics. Krakow, a very important and ambitious conference. We cannot have Michal Miazabitowski in person with us today because he had an urgent matter to deal with, but we have Christoph over there that will be representing Michal in a couple of 1 hour, I think, something like that. So we planned this conference to happen in 2020, but of course we had to delay it. And in the end, we had to go digital, completely digital, and it was last June. So this year we have 2 CAMOC conferences, one online and this hybrid one. It was about a very important topic and a very interesting concept regarding the right to the city. We performed 2 webinars, one CAMOC webinar with, well, lots of people that I already mentioned more than twice, and one webinar with the ICOM working group on sustainability chaired by Maureen Rees. CAMOC speakers were Catherine Cole, Andrea de Laplace, and the moderation, the wonderful moderation by Glenn Perkins, an USA recent member of CAMOC who is here with us. Thank you, Glenn. Publications, lots of publications. We had a quarterly newsletter, the ICOM News, that was born as a journal. Then it grew into a big newsletter. We published 23 editions, and then it went on, and we had to create a new type of quarterly publication, the CAMOC Museums of Cities Review, published since 2017. You have on your bags, in your conference bags, the latest issue. 4 digital issues per year and 1 annual paper edition. All this amazing work, because these are really good publications, is done because of Yelena Savic's wonderful editing job. I'll be clapping to you. We will have to rise in a minute. We can start now. So up to now, we have published 15 reviews. Books of proceedings. We had some books of proceedings published by our former colleagues. Well, I already spoke about this important book. And since 2017, since the Mexico conference, we started publishing always the proceedings of each conference. So we edited 3 up to now. We are working on the Krakow conference book of proceedings. And of course, next year, I don't know when, you all will get the proceedings of this Barcelona conference. Being able to provide free access to the main results through the texts presented and discussed in our conferences is very important to us, thus expanding the basis of our readers and reaching out to a wider audience. You may find all these publications for free in our website. The Migration Cities, Immigration and Arrival Cities project was actually really important. We have still online the web platform with many results in videos, in texts, in photos of the workshops and of the contributions from across the world, from different types of not only museums, but other organizations that relate to urban immigration. 3 workshops, Athens, Mexico, and Frankfurt. Our colleague Gigi Lem from South Africa and Brazil, and other people like Linda Norris and other CAMOC colleagues are still working on this topic through the Sites of Conscience Alliance, through UNESCO and other organizations that we will try to keep on working together with. This is new. The special project, as I calls this type of project, started in 2020 with the delay of the pandemic. It didn't go as planned on that year, but now it's getting a lot more efficient. It is a project that was set up with ASPAC, COMCOL, and the National Taipei University of Education as our main technological partner. What are we trying to do? And we will launch this project on Friday in 3 days, is to make the first ever done survey about city museums to as many city museums in the world as we will be able to. We have been working on this but that's the case. On this working definition, we will not have it as a fixed definition of city museum. After 2 years of working with Francesca Lanz, Cristina Colombo, and many of our colleagues in city museums, in universities, and in associations. And we got this next. A city museum is a museum that stands in the city, talks about the city and thinks through the city, however diverse they may be in their strategies, approaches, or models. City museums have the city at the core of their interests and activities. Their main aim is to contribute to the urban, social, and cultural development by engaging with different communities, connecting people and places, and fostering knowledge and awareness about their cities' past, present, and futures. It's too long, we know, but we wanted to make it as diverse and inclusive as possible, at least in this stage. We got a bunch of wonderful volunteers to work with us, and it's already translated into 10 languages. And the number 11 will soon come in 2 weeks' time, which will be the Korean. So a lot more languages than just the 3 official languages of ICOM. Just a quick overview, 17 conferences, the Migration Cities project, the project about concepts and definitions, 2 webinars, this global mapping project, starting now, 23 newsletters, 15 CAMOC reviews, 1 digital book, 4 books of proceedings. This is only possible with wonderful people, those who have been showing you since the beginning of this morning, and lots of others that are on this photo. These are not only CAMOC members, but also CAMOC friends. It was taken in in Tokyo, actually, in the last day of the Kyoto conference, but in Tokyo, just before a hurricane came and messed with our travels back home. So Jenny Shu, Catherine Nicole, Patricia Brignoli, that I didn't mention yet, and she's our treasurer now, a very, very wonderful colleague. Elena Savitz, of course, Michal Niezebitowski, Hiromi, Andrea, Marlene, and etc. Let me finish this brief presentation on a personal note. Thanking to all CAMOC people with whom I have learned so much over the past years, and I will name again some of them: Catherine Cole, Jenny Shu, Chet Orloff, Sarah Henry, Michal Niezabitowski, Nicole van Dijk, Jan Gerschau, Marlene Mouliou, Andrea de la Place, Eric Sanvais, Lila Betty, Joan Roca, Elena Perish, and so many others, colleagues and friends that are all in their own way intelligent, brave, and knowledge people. In these three photos, I stress these three important people: Ian Jones, Suayak Soy, and my star colleague, Elena Savitz. They all know why I'm taking this opportunity to thanking them. So I'm finished as I started. Oh, just my last slide, please. Swai is smiling. Good. I finish as I started, putting CAMOC comprising past, present, and future of museums in cities, about cities, and for cities. And now, please, Chet, Ian, you can go back to the stage, please. And Swai, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Bon dia, Catalunya. Esbo Esther Acqui. I hope I got that right. Okay. My name is Ian Jones. I have to keep this short because a few months ago, I was knocked off my bike. It's a Pinarello, Tour de France winner. And I was found in a coma, and I've had to learn to speak English again. It's been a challenge at my stage in life. So I have to keep it short. I have to look for the words. Okay, right. Let's start with a quote from the UN. COVID-19 will not reverse urbanization. The drive to congregate in cities and towns in pursuit of aspirations and a better life will continue. Okay. That's the starting point. I'm one of the many founders of CAMOC. I have to say many, way back about 20, 23 years ago. I've never worked in a museum. I don't know how on earth got me to be a member, but my colleagues and I had a company doing building projects. And we had an invitation to create a museum about Cardiff, which is the Welsh capital. I'm Welsh, we're all Welsh, and English is not my native language, actually. Yeah. My job was to see if this could work, a museum about Cardiff. So I went around various museums, city museums, and they seemed to be about history, very fine, but there did seem something missing. And then I discovered the literature, UNESCO's Museum Journal, and I came across a very extraordinary article written by one Max Hebditch. He used to be the director of the Museum of London. And he talked about a city museum, about the city's past, how it developed, how it is now, and how it could be in the future.
I said, hey, that's a great idea. So I discovered an organization called ICOM, and I managed to join this organization. And I told them that, look, why not have an organization, an international organization about museums, about cities? And ICOM with a lot of international committees, the various aspects of museology, museums. And I was told that somebody in Moscow had already thought of this. Galina Vedernikova, she's been mentioned by Joanna, and Irina Smagina. We had our first meeting in Moscow in 2005. Two people from ICOM came along, John Zverev, the Secretary General, as he was called then, and Luisa Zell from the Philippines, who gave us the acronym CAMOC. Anyway, we were given 3 years provisional agreement. Okay, we had to prove ourselves. Afterwards, I was walking on the banks of the Moscow River with John Zverev, the then Secretary General, and he told me he couldn't see the point of CAMOC. Absolutely pointless. What on earth do you want this committee for? It's not going to see, it's not going to work. In the beginning, we were just a tiny group of people, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, Russians, Tatars. I thought that was wonderful because I'm a bad Russian speaker. Oh, terrific. Anyway, we just about 20 people and then we're 700. That's terrific. Okay, right. Now, to me, the only purpose of a museum about a city is to help to make life better for those who live in cities. We are very good on change. Change is inevitable. So much we've done on migration, for example. Now, this is my private obsession. The United Nations and UNESCO. There's UN Habitat. UN Habitat is all about cities and city living. In Africa, in Asia, Latin America, the whole world. They publish so much which is worth reading. The New Urban Agenda, World Cities Report on the value of sustainable urbanization, the right to the city. Okay, and UNESCO has the Creative Cities Network. And then also there's the World Cities Culture Forum. Okay, what contribution can CAMOC make to the UN and UNESCO? After all, we are unique. In my view, we ought to take the lead for ICOM. Sorry. Yeah, we ought to take the lead for ICOM. I'm not saying ICOM is too small for us, but I do think quite passionately that we should be working with UNESCO and the UN Habitat in particular. There's so much we can contribute. We are unique. I believe that very, very strongly. Now, finally, we have to be realistic. And I only can speak for the city where I live in London. How many people go to the Museum of London? How many people go to the Science Museum? I live near South Kensington, if you know it. And people stream in, especially children, to see the Science Museum, Natural History Museum. Far fewer go to the Museum of London, which is very sad. I could add, is a city museum necessary in Kabul at the moment? It's a challenge for us, I think, and we should never give up. Now, I'm sorry this is short, I can't do more, I'm afraid. Let me finish with a quote from someone I got to know because I hadn't a clue about city museums in the beginning. And I had to go and learn from others, people like Chet, Joanna, and Joan Roca. Okay, the best city museums act as a starting point for the discovery of a city, to imagine beyond it to past and possible future histories. Now, I read that in about 2000, I thought, wow, this is how a museum about a city could be like. Anyway, there we are, thank you.
Thank you, Ian, very much. I will, if I may now, briefly introduce Chet, Olof, and Zwei, for those who are not familiar with them. By now it's probably difficult because we've been mentioned so many times, but very briefly, you are now the next, Chet? Yeah. Chet Olof taught urban studies and planning, history and museology at Portland State University and University of Oregon, and has served as a director of the Pamplin Institute, the Museum of the City, the Oregon Historical Society, and other organizations. He has served numerous local, state, and national arts historical planning and museology commissions. He was a board member of CAMOC and ICOM from 2007 to 2010. But like Ian Jones and Zwei in different ways, Chet is still an informal board member, if I may say so, helping us all the time. That's what I meant. Zwei is a cultural heritage and museum expert and former chair of CAMOC, as you know. She used to be a chair of ICOM's advisory council, and she was, as everybody knows, president of ICOM. In Turkey, she was a founding chair of the Association of Museum Professionals. She taught museum management, and she led a number of major museum projects. She was director of cultural heritage and museums at the Istanbul 2010 European Capital of Culture Agency. So let's hear Chet Olof's comments, and then Zwei, and then we will have a discussion among the three of you and all with the audience and the online audience too. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. And what I would like to do before I begin my formal remarks is thank not you, but all of your staff, because without your staff and the colleagues who work with you, we know you couldn't get your work done. And so it's people like you and others. I know you could point to many dozens of people here in Barcelona. Secondly, I would like to say that a lot of people we know have jobs. They work, as accountants or lawyers or doctors. But by and large, their audience or their client base is relatively small, and their interest is even smaller themselves. We as museum people, however, have a much larger and a much broader audience. In other words, we work for what I'd call a larger cause. And I think we need to continually remind ourselves of this because it's very important. Juan Roca works for the city of Barcelona. That's what, 1.6 million people plus all of the visitors. That's a much larger group of people who are, in a sense, his boss and his colleagues. So I think it's important for us to remember that very important point. So let me begin. I'm always interested in hearing what individual museums are doing, but today I've been asked to talk about CAMOC and its mission, past, present, and future. Our committee is not a museum, so I'm not going to talk about city museums. Rather, I'm going to talk about what is a gathering of city museums, which we call CAMOC. It'd be presumptuous of me to tell you, professionals who work in museums and live in other cities than Portland, Oregon, where I live, what I think you should do. You and your fellow citizens, I think, know much better than I do. So I'm going to suggest what I think CAMOC can and should do. CAMOC's primary mission is to be a forum for museums of cities. This is what was written into our original documents. Their citizens, and for anyone interested in cities. This is a big job, and I say big, not because the work is substantial, which it is, but because it's about the future of our museums of cities, our visitors and our staffs. And that future is our most important concern. It's not an exclusive one. It's not our only concern. It's just our most important one, the future. What I want to do is propose some functions, each of which might involve its own museums, programs, and working groups and publications to help guide CAMOC in the immediate future. Together, they point toward one important word: collaboration. After nearly 5 decades of working as a historian and urban planner in several museums and cities, I want to suggest 5 areas to act and to continue to act as an organization, as a forum of museums of cities. First, I believe it is essential for CAMOC to appreciate how the practice of city museum work has changed over the past generation. We have evolved from primarily historically, archaeologically, curatorially based professionals to urbanists, city planners, city organizers. The museums of Lisbon, Barcelona, London, Paris, Copenhagen, New York, and so many other cities have all demonstrated realistic approaches in this regard. Until quite recently, most city museums focused on the history of their city, with little discussion of the future and even less discussion about the many issues, the problems, and opportunities their own city commonly shares with other cities. Here is a very important point: other cities. City museum work differs from the work of other types of museums in many ways, and it behooves CAMOC and its member museums staffs to continue to further develop the skills and knowledge to take on such issues as planning, community development, organizing, and urban repair. Many of us are already working in the fields of planning to helping recreate our own communities. Look at the work of this museum, Barcelona's in particular. But bringing us together here this week, or by bringing us together this week, this museum of Barcelona and CAMOC are doing exactly what hosting a conference is about. Second, CAMOC and member museums have begun collaborating with many local, national, and international organizations of cities and museums to host conferences, exhibits, seminars, and workshops, as Joanna discussed. Already, we have seen programs on immigration, vegetable gardens, food, art, parks, neighborhoods, just to list a few of the topics. As we all know, it takes incredible work and effort just to work with so many partners, hence the value of sharing that workload, again, of collaborating. This is where CAMOC, with its combined strength and numbers, now 700 members, can continue to assist its member museums in conceiving, planning, and organizing future creative collaborations. A great example of the potential for collaborations is what can happen at conferences like this. Not in this kind of session, but when we break, get together and talk amongst ourselves. When our committee of city museums pulls together dozens of us informally to talk, to create, to plan. Third, building on the work of such museums as this one, Barcelona's, as well as others, many city residents and visitors are working with city museums and staff to develop programs to design and plan their own neighborhoods and cities. This is an extremely important application of knowledge and expertise. This effort and this expertise are rewarding. If we take the urban planning and design expertise and experience already existing among our fellow members and multiply and focus them, as such a meeting as this can do, imagine how much more we can contribute to our member museums, but most importantly, to our cities and their citizens. Fourth, how do individual city museums ask and begin to answer the larger than one city questions? Love that sound of the siren. For we Americans, it's always a different kind of siren, but you're used to it, I know. That larger than one city question. For example, what have cities meant to the creation of civilization? What does civilization mean? How have cities been governed and managed in the past and the future? What is the role of a bureaucracy or even a centralized administration? What roles do cities and their citizens play in addressing the urban world's shared problems? Why do people even live in cities? These are big questions, and there are many more like them. It can be through meetings convened by CAMOC and through its member alliances that such questions can be more broadly and deeply answered. The answers apply to more cities and cultures than are represented by only one city museum, even a museum as great as this one we're meeting in. Strength in numbers can mean stronger answers. Fifth, as we've seen recently in Glasgow at the climate conference, cities will play critical roles in addressing climate change. That meeting of nations illuminated the existential threat that climate change clearly poses. It will require unprecedented and cooperative efforts to solve those problems, if it's even possible. Here is where CAMOC and its organizing and collaborative potentials can help bring several city museums together to share the solutions being tried in cities worldwide. Excuse me. We hear a lot about the infrastructure of cities nowadays. City museums are key elements in the social and cultural infrastructure of their cities. CAMOC can be the matchmaker, the liaison, the intermediary that brings these cities and their museums together. CAMOC has already begun to establish itself as that matchmaker, that intermediary, in facilitating and helping develop even more ways of collaborating. CAMOC will continue to further its purpose as a forum for museums of cities. CAMOC is perhaps ICOM's most energetic committee. As Ian said, perhaps it's most important. We should continue to be its most creative and most collaborative. This will happen as our board continues to encourage collaboration with us, the members, and we continue to cooperate amongst ourselves and our museums. Finally, let me give you a very quick report, 30 seconds, on the Museum of the City. This is the online virtual museum that I created in 2002, almost 20 years ago. The word city in that title suggests the same topic as does the word cities in CAMOC's title, citizens and their places in more than one city. After directing the Museum of the City for nearly 20 years, I handed its programs over to Dr. Jamila Moore-Piwu of California State University, professor of digital history. With major funding from the Mellon Foundation, Dr. Moore, her students and consultants are redesigning the museum's digital platform and user interface to work alongside community partners, urban residents, and institutional affiliates. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with all of you. And by the way, I used the word collaborate 10 times in the last 10 minutes. That has always been my theme when I've talked about CAMOC. Thank you.
Please, you may start. Thank you. Thanks, Chet. That was wonderful.
If I heard you correctly, Joanna, I can start, right? Yeah.
Right, we can
Yeah,
hear you.
all right. Thank you. So good morning to everyone. I would like to thank to the organizers of this conference, especially to our host, Juan Roca and his MUBA team, to CAMOC Chair, Joanna Souza, and CAMOC Secretary, Jelena Savic. I am honored by this invitation. I'm not going to speak about CAMOC history. Ian Jones has expressed his version in various CAMOC publications, and it's a good one. I would rather like to voice a few thoughts with the hope to contribute to the discussion on a strategy for CAMOC's future and where I wish CAMOC to be. So you might as well regard it as my thinking aloud to help trigger ideas from the audience and learn from them on the way to building such a strategy. Although I will be focusing on CAMOC and not the City Museum per se, they are not totally separable in the final analysis. It is not easy to develop strategies today because change has never been as fast and as drastic as it is in our day. It is not only the climate change, it is the social change, the technological change, and others that might bear immediate impact. We are yet to see how phenomena like metaverse or NFTs will impact our museums. But these are not the topics I will tackle at this point. I will rather aim to add some new elements to the strategic vision, not yet a strategy, that we have been discussing around our Krakow conference, where I, for my part, try to underline the case for museums changing their stance from being for visitors to being for citizens. Then Joan Roca and Elena Perez-Rubiales took it further to another level in their article in the latest CAMOC review, and there have been other insights as well before and after. Just to name a few recent examples, you must have followed in the media and social media the COP26, in other words, the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference. And perhaps before that, in September, the UCGL, United Cities and Local Governments Culture Conference, entitled Culture Shaping the Future, and where ICOMOS signed a memorandum of understanding with them. I wished CAMOC was there. Then I wondered why we do not ever refer to the 2020 Rome Charter by UCGL, which says a city working towards a cultural democracy fulfills its duty to support its inhabitants to discover, create, share, enjoy, and protect. Who can do this better than our museums? Most of the time, ICOM attends such meetings as a matter of formality, but it is becoming more and more essential for CAMOC to genuinely participate in these international summits. As the issues being discussed concern cities directly, they are about culture and they are global in nature. I greet Ian Jones here, who has been referring to the UN and UNESCO in this context for so long. As an organization of city museums, CAMOC cannot stay out of the cultural mobilizations that are dictated by the current state of the world or of the earth, if we want to use culture for the benefit and well-being of our cities and citizens, and also if we want to inform and empower our citizens about current issues and developments. This being said, the city museums have long been aware of this process and have been transforming themselves more often than not accordingly. We know that issues are global today, that they concern our city as a whole and all other cities at once. That is why the City Museum has to embrace the city in its totality, physically and socially, with its concurrent themes and complexities, encourage participation, and work its magic as a distinctive cultural actor to help secure the city's sustainability. In this context, it might be wise to formally designate the city as the site of the City Museum, the city as the site of the city museum. Thus, the museum becomes the custodian of this vast and vibrant site. In fact, this is what city museums are in reality. Site museums of a living kind, unlike those of Pompeii or Ephesus or Petra. But the threats we face today, natural or man-made, are no less severe than those that extinguished these antique cities. City museums have been acting as site museums anyway, especially while dealing with global phenomena like migration and more recently, the pandemic. This has been a solid basis for networking, to learn from each other, to solidarize and to advocate. This is also what CAMOC and MUBA kind of conceptualized in the program of the Barcelona conference when they said, connecting cities and citizens in a multi-scale network, taking into account the neighborhood, the city, and global perspectives at the same time can also contribute to a more diversified and sustainable urban economy, tying it to the economy in the context of their discourse. It could be tied to any other urbanities. Today, as much as the museum carries out its traditional competences, especially city museums are geared towards choosing themes based not on a collection, but on research about what is important to their communities. Research about what is important to their communities. This is where we can be innovative and creative, where we can be a laboratory and memory center for city living, where history is taking place and which we can participate in and record in real time, physically and digitally. This is in fact about how we want to live together. And therefore, it is also a social institution that we are talking about, what museums have become in the 21st century with an underlying mission to induce democracy, social justice, social cohesion, and install a sense of well-being in the communities. This concerns the whole of the site, whole of the city as well, since all strings are attached. When approached in this way, the museum has a right to the city. That is an entitlement, an authority to speak and act on its behalf, primarily in the cultural sphere. This is something that will benefit CAMOC immensely by making CAMOC the cultural interlocutor of cities in the face of any regional, national, or global authority or organization, and enabling CAMOC to be an agent of cultural policy, to connect with national or global entrepreneurs, to deliver and acquire knowledge, and to generate intercultural dialogues and collaboration, all of which means to be part of the debate that shape the future of our societies, and ultimately leading to a more peaceful world, of course. Some of us might wonder if there aren't any other cultural actor that could assume this role. I think not, and probably not. There is no other social institution as accomplished and fit for the job. Museums in general and city museums for our purpose have all the necessary equipment. We have the accumulated knowledge and documentation. We conduct research, and this is paramount to all other functions in this new era. And with digitization, we expanded access to our museum's artifacts and information immensely. We can create, co-create with our citizens. What I mean is that we have the advantage of having access to people and places and stories on our site, physical and virtual. Moreover, surveys keep showing that we, the museums, are more trusted than any other organization. According to these surveys, museums are highly credible sources of information, and people believe that museums should recommend action and behavior to support their causes and missions. I'm quoting from AAM references. And for a fact, museums are demonstrating reliable expertise. For example, or unlike, for example, many failing governments and media during the pandemic. we do have the expertise, reliable expertise. So in the coming period, CAMOC, as the international organization of the city museums, is more than licensed and must aim to bring the voice of cities and its museums into the cultural networks and before the pertinent authorities at national and international levels. I hope with this, I could provide some food for thought. I have a lot of questions myself, but for a start, I would like to think that our museums, like our citizens, have a right to the city, and we must let everyone know about it. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much, the three of you. Now, we will open the floor for questions, comments, ideas, opinions, wherever it's in your minds and your hearts. I can, if it helps to start the dialogue, I can just remind you of some keywords that have been said during these three presentations, like a form of collaboration, multi-scale perspectives, be an interlocutor for city museums, work it with partners always, acting in a permeable way, be influenced, and not be afraid of influence also. Multiplying the range of action, being a matchmaker, chat, okay, why not? We must stay open to and active in regards to global issues that are also relevant to city museums as to anyone in the planet. Create solid basis for network, grounded in research, not in objects. The floor is all yours. Go ahead. You can ask them. Thank you. Ian, yeah.
I don't hear.
Ask one question. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
One question. Why wasn't CAMOC in Glasgow? There we are.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Ian.
The first question I would.
Next conference will be in Glasgow.
There we go. I would say that Ian started off by saying he's never worked in a museum. And so why should have ICOM asked him to organize CAMOC?
Yeah,
I would say he's wrong. Now, he's a good friend, and I hate to disagree with him.
Yeah.
But I would say, on the contrary, Ian is very much a part of a city museum because he's a very active citizen in London. And he writes a lot about his city as well as other cities. So that, to me, makes him, in some sense, a curator of city museums.
One. I'm sure you have questions. You don't? That never happens. Okay. You impressed the audience too much, the three of you. Go ahead, John. Gracias.
Well, I think that all what you said, talking about the United Nations and UNESCO, talking about different modalities of being in the city, from the academy to the virtual through different physical structures like the museum, talking about CAMOC and its role in different moments. I think that what is, after all, what Ian said, we were not in Glasgow. We can say it in another way. City museums as an institution which can explain and show the city, if they really adapt to the present time, are one of the most valuable facility in a city. City museums, if we really define them more and more accurately, I think that they can be in the 21st century as important as other institutions were in the past. Chet, you wrote years ago that in 19th century, that was the time of science museums, 20th century of arts museums, and 21st century of city museums. So I think that the capacity to really create a kind of institution which does research, no new ideas. Because city museums can bring together the university, the community, the intellectuals, everybody. But then you must provide strictly controlled knowledge, not everything, strictly controlled knowledge. And with that knowledge, and with the objects which represent the community from the past to the present, you have the capacity, and that will be my speech tomorrow, to create a very flexible institution, which has thousands of cities to be present in which the city museums are not. So I think that what the change is, we are continually working to make the work of city museums more precise, more organized, in that way of putting at stake the means to exercise the right to the city, explaining the city through heritage for citizens, but explaining the cities. We are not anymore prisoners of the objects, but we need the objects to root our ideas in a physical world as the witness of reality. So that's our difference. But that does not mean that we are expensive or difficult or strange institutions. We are perhaps the most normal way of being in a museum in the city.
Any comments on that? Swai?
I agree. I agree totally. And I think we are, it is as if we are, the city museums are made for the 21st century, much more than the other museums. And I think we should see this, realize this advantage because it is the era of the city, and we have now quite an experience that we have accumulated, all the city museums, and CAMOC could really capitalize on this and convey this to other or to new members, to new city museums. And it is a work in progress. It is continuing. Many museums are really contributing with new approaches, new ways of looking at things. And yes, as much as I see big horizon for city museums, I see it for CAMOC also.
Also, to some extent, to what Sway said, as well as Juan, I think city museums have to be careful, because I don't want to see a city museum become like a politician or like the media or like government, because as Sway said, museums are trusted, and it's that trust that is key. And so I think basing to some extent that trust that is in the citizenry through research, as you've said, which I think is quite wise, is one way, just one way of applying that experience and expertise that we as city museums have.
Anne-Marie, please. And Teresa también, no? Okay.
No, I would like to comment on what Juan said about strictly controlled knowledge. I think that's a very important point if we talk about who is giving this input to the city and the Citizens Museum. In my museum, Amsterdam Museum, we try to sort of move away, in a sense, from this strictly controlled knowledge, but broadening and inviting input from the citizens. So I think this is really, yeah, an issue that's very important for city museums. Who is controlling the knowledge? Who provides the knowledge? Whose knowledge is important? And how do you connect to all the citizens?
Thanks, Anne-Marie. We have now a question. Oh, you wanted to speak, Juan? Okay, then I have a question from Vietnam.
Just two small things. First, most city museums are municipal. We are municipal. That's why we got some words from the mayor of Barcelona, de Colau. We are municipal. So that means that for local democracy, which is a key point for the 21st century, city museums must be very clear in their role. And second, what now said Anne-Marie, I think that we should always say about us who we are, who is talking, to avoid the uncontrolled, so to say, thoughts, that to avoid hidden ideologies to be there. You must always be publicly saying, oh, that's that study, that's the community saying. We try to, as you, Anna-Marie, said many times, well, museums are not neutral. We have to acknowledge who is speaking and why for we are saying that. And in that sense, it's very important to have research in urban history, well controlled, so that we have key points to enlarge the points of view about the city.
Okay, so thank you, Juan. Our yes, you can raise your question on the chat for someone who is asking. From Vietnam, we have a colleague. Oops, I don't have my. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's enough now. He is thanking us. The wonderful speech is not us, you, the three of you. I have a question or also a discussion comment. One of the things that I am interested about future for city museums is how city museums can increase the participation of community in the museum activities, especially empowering community in the museum public programs.
I got the idea for CAMOC, it wasn't my idea, by going to the Arsenal in Paris, quite by accident. It's a remarkable place. The Arsenal is where the mayor places plans and proposals for the city of Paris, split up into the 20 arrondissements of Paris. So citizens, Parisians, can go there and see what is proposed for their part of Paris, get involved. The mayor says, I want your ideas about your area. What do you think about this proposal? Is it worth doing? What do you think about this? And I thought that was remarkable. And at the time, the Arsenal had a remarkable exhibition about traffic in Paris, getting from A to B. In central Paris, if you want to go from a kilometer from A to B, it is far better to walk than take the metro. That sort of thing I thought was great, getting people involved and showing what is possible and what is not possible in cities. It's your city, you get involved. I thought that was absolutely wonderful. What an idea for CAMOC. Okay.
Maybe I could also add something.
Yeah, of course. Add your comments.
Actually, I can immediately think of two very concrete examples to answer this question. But when it is Duong, yeah? Duong can go to the migration cities proceedings, and there are so many, wonderful examples. But the two that come to my mind, because I have, they really interested me a lot, and they were very applicable in a way. One is, which is an old one, which is still continuing, a project by the History Museum of Frankfurt, the Stadtlabor, which is, going to different districts of the city and, conversing with the migrants and the neighborhood inhabitants and so on. The other one was a wonderful project by the former director of the Museum of Copenhagen, Jette Sandal, the digital wall, which he took also to different districts of the city. And it was an interactive digital wall where people could upload their comments or whatever they wanted to. And it was the museum would react, and these all would be uploaded in the museum's archives as well. So there are many ways, and we just need to be to look around, and then we can even be more innovative than the examples that we will find.
Thank you, Swai. How long was this answered? I hope so. If not, just write on the chat. And we have a last question coming from Maureen Rees, the chair of the working group from ICOM Working Group on Sustainability. He asks an important question. Is the main challenge for ICOM and as also for CAMOC in addressing, implementing Agenda 2030, including climate breakdown, the aim of the Kyoto Resolution on Sustainability, as we know, that the organization has placed the means of activating its members, institutional and individual, in a working group with all the organizational limitations that implies? Well, I can answer that from the CAMOC board perspective. Do you want to answer this, Elena? No? Okay. Yes, we are working with you and with others, and we have a lot to do, a lot of work to do on that regard. But I would like to hear from one of our panelists, maybe Chet, about this.
There are some critical ways of responding to the issue of world climate change that city museums can do. And that is, again, through collaboration, through many cities with their museums, because yes, I think of there are many organizations of cities, the political and the governmental elements, but we have a very good structure of over 700 now museums, city museums in the world. If we are collaborating on a particular topic, we are addressing an issue that is universal. And the question is, how do we do that? Through exhibits, through programs, through publications? Well, I think getting back to that question from Vietnam is a key point. That is, how do we interest our audience of 700 museums, which accounts for several million people, if not several hundred millions of people? And I think the issue gets back to what Sway said and Ian said, and that is what's happening at the neighborhood level, what's happening at the local, even the block level, as far as climate change goes. We know that. The Museum of Barcelona knows that. And it can translate that and help other museums in Copenhagen and Portland and New York and Buenos Aires address that same question. And that, again, I think can only happen through really good collaboration.
Great. So, yeah.
Could I add very shortly? Hello, Maureen, by the way. It's good to hear your question. And you know already my stance towards the SDGs and your committee. I think one good thing CAMOC board and CAMOC conference at this point can do is to really put the SDGs as a top priority and start workshops as to how our museums can really adhere to these social development goals as much as they are in our domain. Not all of them may apply to museums or city museums, but a lot of them do. And it is a matter of awareness, raising awareness. It's a matter of empowering the people. And I think the city museums are not science museums, and they are not going to tell what happens when there is the climate crisis, but they can very easily tell what the results can be. And I think this is the best thing we can do, alerting people. And, from lack of education to discrimination, to the different ways, different sections of society will be affected by these. I think we can draw attention to all these and how otherwise social cohesion in our societies could be affected as well. So this is what comes to my mind, that it is really important to prioritize the realization and implementation of these goals. And 2030 is not too far away. And I think it's high time that we get mobilized.
Thank you, Swai. Now, coffee is waiting downstairs. We have another question about the intergenerational work in city museums, but I am sure that many of the presentations of this very conference will be about intergenerational work. So I would ask you, before going down for coffee, and don't forget to wear your badge at all times, please, for security reasons also, I would ask you a loud round of applause to our three speakers of this session.
Hello. Bon dia. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from coffee. My name is Glenn Perkins. I am from Greensboro in the state of North Carolina in the United States, where I work as the community history curator at the Greensboro History Museum. It is my first CAMOC conference, and I want to thank very deeply the organizers and our hosts, our wonderful hosts here in Barcelona, for being so welcoming and so encouraging. Our panel today, there's one scheduling note, which is we are going to be 15 minutes shorter than we had anticipated. So that may shrink our debate at the end, but we want to give plenty of time for all our presenters to give their full presentations. We have people both online and right here in person. And we're going to be talking about, actually, I think this is a good panel. It'll be responding to some of our speakers' challenges from this morning. Those challenges to look beyond the status quo, to think about what the work we do, how cities reimagine themselves, and how we respond to those reimaginings in new ways. So I feel like this is a very appropriate first panel to talk about those bold approaches, innovative thinking, and ways to break the status quo for the work, the kinds of work that museums do. So I don't want to hog the floor anymore. And what I will do is introduce each of our speakers. Each will have about 15 minutes, and then we will
move to as much debate as we possibly have time for. So to start off, let me welcome Krzysztof Hachewski. I said your name wrong. Hachewski, who is here today from the Museum of Krakow on behalf of Michał Niezbytowski, and who will be talking about disorganization. We'll be talking about organizations today, but he's going to start by talking a little bit about dissonance, disorganization, and some of the challenges facing us in a polarized culture. So, Michał. Oh, thanks.
Hello, everyone. Well, first of all, I would like to send warmest greetings from Michał Niezapitowski, who is very sorry that he couldn't be here today. But at this very time, he is speaking at the City Council in Krakow. So he couldn't be in both places, unfortunately. Dear esteemed colleagues, first of all, let me thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Well, I'm glad that the citizen of Krakow can be a part of this townspeople community, invited here by Barcelona City Museum. Dear Joan, thank you and your extraordinary team for the invitation. Before I start my lecture, I would like to recall our last conference, which took place in June in Krakow. Unfortunately, because of the hybrid format of that event, I did not have a chance to meet with many of you face to face. Nevertheless, our invitation to Krakow is still open. What's more, you promised to visit my city, so I hope you will keep your word. In Krakow, we discussed how a city museum should be able to help citizens to take responsibility for their city, how to encourage them to build our cities to be more democratic and inclusive. I'm glad that today we can take another step in the same direction. The city is a common good. That's why it's necessary to bring people together, to connect citizens around their city. If I had to say which problem could serve as the trigger for the contemporary world, I would recall two images. The first one would be the scene when in November 2020, thousands of Americans went out to the streets to celebrate the election victory of Joe Biden. The second image are thousands of Donald Trump supporters who on the 6th January 2021 stormed the Capitol, a global symbol of democracy. Can we draw any conclusion from those two images? Certainly one. In front of our very eyes, we have dramatically divided and polarized society. At the end of the Second World War, Sir Winston Churchill said that the world became divided by an iron curtain. It ran between different countries and nations. Today, it runs through the middle of countries and societies. The city museums, seeing the walls coming up in our cities, cannot remain indifferent. I strongly agree with Freeman Tilden that our role is to interpret and explain the world. We are witnessing quick and rapid changes which are inevitable. A human, which in my belief does not belong to Homo sapiens species anymore, but to a new one, which is being shaped just now, is becoming increasingly lost in the new reality. During our conference in Kyoto, 2019, I attempted to present his new face and give him a new name, Homo rationalabilis, a rational human. That is my wish. Rationality shows us that the road of progress which we walked since the Neolithic Revolution is impossible to be continued. What should become the drive behind our existence instead of progress is skillful usage of inherited resources. Hence, I believe that the civilization of progress should be replaced by civilization of heritage. Better yet, inheriting. I find that many people share my opinions on that matter. At the same time, I also find that many people have opinions contrary to mine and believe that humans against all odds should remain on the road of progress. I do not understand it, but I have to accept it. It's a clear demarcation line. slogan, "Make America Great Again," which Donald Trump popularized all over the world, quickly became a banner for millions and billions because its meaning goes beyond only the American perspective. Contemporary world became an arena for conflict between the Homo sapiens species, which is already moving into the past, but still wishes to be the only master of creation and the new human who is looking for another way. This is the conflict in which no prisoners are taken, because the stakes are contrary concepts of humanity and of the future of the world. This is deep anthropological dispute and a clash of two visions of our future. This conflict has many battlefields. Ecology, because there can be no agreement between those who want to continue to exploit Earth and those who want to stop doing it. Politics, because there can be no agreement because those who at all costs want to defend strong national states and those who want their countries to consist of diverse local communities. Social relations, because there can be no agreement between those who want to conserve a hierarchical, patriarchal, and exclusive model a nation's life, and those who wish for an inclusive and multicultural society. Religion, because there can be no agreement between those who need a God they believe to justify their actions and those who want to decide on the moral rules themselves. Gender identity, because there can be no agreement between those who condemn any concept other than heteronormativity and those who want to accept diversity. There are more fields of this kind of conflicts. In less than a year, we will meet in Prague at the General ICOM conference. We will meet after a break, not only because of the passing of time, but also because we have to finish what we, as museum community, have started. We are not done with the discussion about a new definition of museum. Why? Because Kyoto conference showed that we are as divided as the rest of the world. The definition emphasizing the role of museum as an institution reinforcing democracy, inclusive, and engaged in solving contemporary world conflicts did not find the majority. A critic of that definition, suggesting that museum should be understood more traditionally as an institution in which center is located, the collection and the neutral attitude towards the world, also did not find the majority. To make my lecture more resounding, I want to point out a few places where those gaps are visible. The UK, divided by the Brexit combat. The USA, split in the result of the presidential elections. Post-communist young democracies, Poland and Hungary, on a collision course with the European Union. Turkey, divided between conservative and progressive fractions, and many more. Those who believe that their mature and stable democracies and societies are safe should not sleep peacefully either. Those problems are waiting just around the corner. I do not want to play Cassandra, but I keep realizing that this brave Trojan woman is more often seen in culture as an emotionally disturbed person than as a person who had been right. Her prophecy did come true. What attitude should museums, especially city museums, take towards the prophecy of Cassandra? Before I come to that, I have to ask whether in history there have been social conflicts as strong as permanently dividing people and nations. It's an important question because historia magistra vitae est. Let's move beyond distant past. It is very probable that the first big division of humanity was the brutal conflict between Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapiens. The last representatives of Homo neanderthalis species hid in Gibraltar caves. Who from? Probably from us. The new order won with the old one. Let's jump several thousand years ahead. Edward Gibson, one of the most esteemed scholars of ancient Rome, put forward an unequivocal thesis showing the main reason of the fall of the empire. It was the decline of ancient Roman virtues, caused by the growth of Christianity. What is hidden in between the lines? A huge social conflict which divided the population of Rome into those who were raised on the basis of slave system and polytheistic customs, and those who recognized the potential of hierarchical society which rules are legitimized by God. Christians were accused of being the destroyers of old order. Again, the new order won with the old one. The ancient world had to be built anew. Who built it then? Monastic communities coming from desert eremites, which, when they were formed, were not part of church hierarchy. On the contrary, usually they were established against it. Let's move several hundred years ahead. The world again became extremely and permanently divided as the result of Reformation. Most popular reasons given to explain the schism of the church are the depravity of the clergymen and noticeable riches of the church hierarchs. Of course, it's true, but only on the surface. Reformation grew out of a new concept of the human, which emerged during the Renaissance as contrary to the medieval and Thomist philosophy. A human became a subject allowed to make a decision about his life based on a right to happiness. To highlight it, he figured he has a right to interpret the Bible. That is how a new European system of values was established, one that was based on seeing a human being as source of normative decisions. It was not created without any losses. Polarization of the world of the 16th century had another dark side. So-called religious wars showed a cruel truth that a man motivated by religion is able to do unspeakable acts. Undoubtedly, what was lacking was a mediating component, such as in eremite communities during the fall of Rome. That is why the division caused by those wars is still this day not eliminated, and the distance between Catholic and Protestant societies is still wide. The last example from the past is the Industrial Revolution, beginning in the 17th century. This revolution is a very important process for the city museums. It resulted in a massive migration of people from the rural areas to the cities, which began to dominate global demography. This process ended the existence of feudal society. In place of hierarchical order, a new one was established, simultaneous with the emergence of national states. Creating nations required making a division into us and them. It had its price. An excellent picture of polarization during the closing of nations is France during the time of the Dreyfus Affair and the final result of that conflict were the trenches of the First World War. On the other hand, that is also when public education was introduced. Schools that were available to all, including working class and people from rural areas, became a factor which finally overcame divisions. Can we draw any shared conclusions from the historical examples which I choose to present? I suppose so. Firstly, every several hundred years, humanity succumbs to deep polarization. It is characterized by conflict, replacing difference of views. Social polarization enables the emergence of closed-off groups, which are characterized by negative social capital. Secondly, unfortunately, after a while, those tensions changed into open conflict. People on both sides very quickly radicalize and become fanatical followers. Religious wars are the worst experience of humanity. Thirdly, also unfortunately, both sides of the divided society are convinced that the only way to solve this crisis is to defeat the opponents. This way, aggression grows, and the language radicalizes, becoming a source of hatred. However, a conviction that one side can defeat the other is fundamentally false. The forces are balanced, so a victory is impossible. Ultimately, this is also a rule of history. Those who defend older pass away, and new voices gain strength. Last but not least, only when a few force emerges, a human and organization of community and a community and takes on the role of mediator, conflict can be shortened and milder. Only when a person emerges who has the courage to understand both sides and to communicate with them with the tenderness, there is a chance for peace. Painful losses are inevitable, but there are lesser. Most of all, hope appears on the horizon. During the last conference, I have already introduced the concept of a tender museum professional, focused also on listening to the city and taking others into consideration, calmly whispering instead of shouting. An idea inspired by Olga Tokarczuk's novel, Tender Narrator. As I have already talked about it before, I won't get into details now, but I would like to take this chance to again highlight the importance of this concept. The standard narration is exactly what we need today, especially in the context of polarization. You probably guessed the point of my speech. For years now, I have had a deep conviction of the strength of museums. The time of museums, starting with Aristotle, is measured by the god of Kronos time, by the god of Kronos time. In his divine calendar, it is only 2,500 years. In our human calendar, it seems like an ocean. During those 2,500 years, museums played different roles, becoming institutions of social trust and places where knowledge and social capital can grow. What is happening today shows that another god is looking at us now. It's Kairos. As you certainly know, it is this god who shows that the time we have now is the right time and the only time to act. Kairos, this is the museum time. Time to build the tender narrative directed to the divided world. Because, as I emphasized at the beginning of my lecture, the polarization of the world is most strongly visible in the cities. Kairos is looking at us carefully. We repeat more often after Amsterdam Museum that the city museum cannot be neutral. For sure cannot. It cannot stay indifferent in the face of the tragedy that is the division of the contemporary world. However, a museum should not succumb to the temptation of taking one of the sides of conflict based on our personal views. The city museum must develop a clear catalog of values and follow it. The greatest value, in my opinion, should be openness. It would be a disaster if the museum chose the path of polarization. Unfortunately, that path was chosen by the Catholic Church in my country. During the Soviet regime, when I was growing up, it was an institution of great authority, which wisely unified Polish society divided by the communist indoctrination. Today, when the Polish Church openly supported the ruling right-wing party, it started to represent only one part of society. Many people stopped coming to the church because it's not their church anymore. It cannot be that the only one tribe of the polarized world will visit the museum and the other will have no trust in it. In our cities, museums should be trusted by everybody. Who knows, perhaps soon enough, both sides of the broken world will only be able to meet in museums. Should we be ready for that? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christoph, for embodying Michal's presence for us, sharing his broad contemplation of these themes of polarization in history. I think this is an interesting challenge as we move to contemplating different kinds of approaches for reorganization. So next, we'll be turning things over to one of our hosts from Barcelona MUBA, Elena Perez Rubiales, to talk about some reorganization that is happening right here in Barcelona.
Thanks. Thank you, Glenn. Good morning, everyone. And let me say very quickly, as a member of MUBA, that it's a great honor for us to be hosts and co-organizers of this conference in a hybrid format with the great challenge that comes with it. Thank you, CAMOC, Joanna, Yelena, and Itzbor. Okay, let's start. Organizing the museum is the name of the session today. And it's exactly what the lockdown time allowed us to do. From home, the MUBA organized itself to be adapted to the new situation, facing new challenges. Rethinking working methods, changing forms of interaction, of meetings, reformulating museum formats with virtual seminars and dialogues, or virtual visits to the museum spaces, as well as permanent or temporary exhibitions, even altering the method, reversing the order and doing the virtual presentations before the face-to-face ones as a laboratory of ideas, or expanding our online collections, facilitating access to the general public or researchers. A time, in short, to restructure the museum, both physically and virtually, but also conceptually. The first of them, I want to present you two projects of the museum, and the first of them is the remodeling of the museum's website here. It was not just an aesthetic change of the website, but a conceptual one. The website as a great hub of knowledge, an exhaustive cognitive systematization, a website with 7 access doors to knowledge, a large repository of all the museum's knowledge throughout its life. So an exhibitor of knowledge to the public. And the project that I want to present to you is the consolidation, both theoretical and practical, of what we have been calling for some years now, the Network Museum. A net is a knotted fabric, threads that spread, that intertwine, and are knotted to get consistency. And these knots are the nodes, our heritage spaces, and the threads are the multiple relationships we can establish between the nodes. To speak of the Network Museum means, on the one hand, to speak of a mesh of objects and spaces that make up multiple narratives, independent ones, and on the other hand, means to speak of a unitary narrative of the history of the city. A network woven in the city, rooted in the territory, an urban network museum. And the project carried out is precisely the systematization of this urban network museum. Each heritage space here with its names, Plaza del Rey, Olivartés, Vila Joana, and so on, has its own meaning and needs. It's not a matter of having scattered spaces, but of having those that are necessary to offer a holistic vision of the historical trajectory of Barcelona. And for that, you need a well-woven network. What was needed then was to reconnect the spaces a little more, to order them and to strengthen the relationships and the unitary sense of these spaces in order to show a coherent narrative to the citizens. What is important is that the management model of this network museum would be sustainable, optimizing the efficiency in the management of its resources with spaces of different sizes that open more or less days, more or less hours as appropriate, and with a very transversal team. They are not micro museums, but a set of interconnected and conceptually complementary spaces with a multi-scale vision of the city and with a backbone node, with a multi-scale vision of the city and with a backbone node at the museum's founding headquarters here in Casa Padallàs, which acts as a meeting point, is the synthesis and at the same time, the backbone of the overall narrative. It's a central space that acts as the first knot of the network. The other spaces offer us multiple views of the city, a narrative in various historical planes. To give just an example, we can talk about places of power and elites with the Temple of Augustus, the major royal palace, or Park Güell. Also witnesses of ancient, medieval, and contemporary life, respectively. Or the representation of the city stretched to the limit by the Civil War and the post-war period with the Refuge 307 and Turó de la Rovira, an anti-aircraft battery occupied by shanties after the war. Or a less example, the contemporary metropolis seen from the periphery, Libertés, where we explain the formation of the metropolis, its urbanization, the cheap houses of Bon Pastor, that represents the idea of inhabiting the city, the Fabric Quartz factory, the city and work, and the water house to explain the importance of water supply in the city. A relationship of spaces that, in this case, in addition to being thematic or conceptual, is also territorial. They are located in the eastern part of the city near the Besós River, on the outskirts, where the MUBA has intensified its work in the last years. And the idea is to bring together in a single axis the Besós Heritage and Museums Trail. It's 4 heritage spaces to address 4 strategic approaches to the metropolis. It's a project co-managed with other municipal departments and citizens associations involved in the museum's activity. Therefore, we establish different times and spaces to refer to the history of the city. So when we were working on this systematization of the museum, one of the first criteria was that of territoriality. The second criterion was chronological. We wanted our structure allowed a chronological account of the city, from the founding of the city in Roman times, actually even before, to the contemporaneity of our days, explaining its past as a Roman colony, the power and splendor of the medieval period as the Mediterranean capital, the industrial engine that turned it into a metropolis until the global city it's today. A historical chronological review, which allows us to understand the evolutionary process of the city. And the third criterion, the thematic one, it was necessary to take into account the significant categories from which we can explain the history of the city. Following the same example, okay, we have the heritage, the witnesses of history, that's a factory, a house, a tunnel, or well, it's part of the city's water supply building. These are part of our museum spaces, but city history is people in action. Our narratives do not speak of names, but of verbs. Working, inhabiting, and feeding the city, that's a market. Among so many other verbs of daily life, like caring, fighting, enjoying, learning, and so on. We are actions. The museum as a verbal museum. History is made of people, of their actions, their memories. All these narratives together make up the narrative in capital letters of the city. Cities need narratives. And MUBA works with a rigorous research program with a historical perspective on these human actions as significant conceptual categories to fill museologically and museographically the gap between urban history and citizenship. Therefore, heritage, spaces and objects, but also actions, processes, one more step towards the citizens' museum. And how to integrate these criteria, chronological, thematic, and territorial, to physically and conceptually systematize the museum. So here is the result of our project. And the answer is looking at the rooms. This is not just a list of MUBA spaces, but a structuring in a single set of all the rooms with which we can explain the trajectory of Barcelona from MUBA. We define a total, I think I just one thing here. Look at, yes, okay. We define a total of 55 rooms, a list of rooms ordered and numbered from 1 to 55, from before the founding of Barkino to the metropolitan city of the 21st century. Articulating the museum in correlatively numbered rooms emphasizes, on the one hand, the unitary character of this multinodal network, with all the spaces acting as links in a chain where all of them are necessary to explain the whole, and on the other hand, the singular nature of each space. So you can see that each space has its own color. For example, Ulibartes here, the blue one, and then you can see here the blue one, Ulibartes here. And each space has an internal order of the rooms. So the space has its own entity. Regarding the territorial criterion, we try to make it feasible to follow the visit of these rooms in the proposed order, although it's not necessary to start with room number 1 or do obviously all the rooms in one day, but we try to facilitate a logical itinerary for the visitor. The thematic criterion, each space is accompanied by a motto, a general theme, and also each room yes, here focuses on a theme also. And finally, the spaces and the numbering of rooms had to follow a chronological sequence as accurate as possible. And well, very briefly, if we look at the figure, the route would begin at Casa Pedallàs, the future house of the history of Barcelona here, define it as room 1 for the presentation and the synthesis of the history of Barcelona. The idea is that this space can offer an overview to the citizens to understand and question themselves about the city. Actually, I think tomorrow, yes, it's tomorrow, you will visit the Barcelona Flashback exhibition. It's an exhibition conceived as an experimental exhibition for the future permanent one here in Casa Pedallàs. And from here, the route would begin in the subsoil of the Plaza del Rei with rooms from 2 to 7 dedicated to the prehistory, the Iberian city, the Roman Barquino, the Visigothic city, and would continue through rooms 8 to 13 located in Palau Major to go through the history of the medieval city from the time when it was a borderland between Muslims and Carolingians until the time when it was a royal city and Mediterranean capital. And we also find, for example, the rooms of Alcall to explain the history and cultural legacy of the Jewish quarter of Barcelona. And then 2 more rooms under construction dedicated to the modern Barcelona. And then the tour continues in rooms from 30 to 33, for example, is located in Ulibartes, which introduces us to contemporary Barcelona. And then the rooms located in the heritage spaces of the Besòs axis that we have already seen from rooms 34 to 42. So then the rooms located in Vila Joana, that is here, dedicated to the literary narratives, the rooms in Parc Güell to explain the city of the early 20th century with the Catalan Art Nouveau, Modernisme, and the rooms dedicated to the Civil War, the post-war period, and the informal city located in the refuge and Turó de la Rovira. And finally, the last 2 rooms in the MUBA Collection Center, an active center for research and innovation in technology, in archaeology, in restoration, conservation, and documentation of pieces, which contributes to the cohesive and transversal explanation of the history of Barcelona, to the collections of objects and what they represent. And I take the opportunity to officially present the very new guide to the 55 rooms of the museum, where you can calmly see all the details. I think all of you found it on your chairs. For those online, you can just check or you can scan this QR code. And I think you can also find the link in the chat right now. Okay, thank you. And you can also see it on the website. So I'm so happy to share with you this short guide to the MUBA that is also an experimental edition to test if it really works, this project of the numbering rooms. And now the next step of the project, so it's not ready yet, it's to physically put up the sign for each room with its number and with its name. And also, that's my last slide, reflected in the digital wall. So the aim is to consolidate the on-site, the face-to-face network museum, and at the same time, building the digital and virtual museum. The coexistence of both models is essential. actually, as we are doing here today with the conference. So it's necessary to move forward in a digital museum, but never to the detriment of the on-site museum, but on the contrary, as a complement and amplifier of the physical museum, because the physical museum is the legitimation of the digital one. Even in the digital age, we cannot do without objects, without documents, without buildings, in short, without heritage, because they are the witnesses of the history of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, so much. While Antonella is setting up her presentation, just want to reflect on the amazing potentialities that Elena kind of pointed out in dizzying capacity that are happening here in Barcelona, the possibility of how links can really begin to tell stories. You know, we think of them as these connections and strengthening a net, but each of them has narrative possibilities. And I think you've been very inspiring in showing us those here. Next up, we are excited to welcome Antonella Andreotti, who is representing Marco Eduardo Minoja from the municipality of Milan, to talk more about these ideas of linkage within Milan. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Before speech, I want to thank CAMOC board for the invitation and MUBA Museum for hosting. I'm very proud to be here with you. Unfortunately, today, Dr. Marco Minoja, Culture Director of the Municipality of Milan, couldn't come here with us. And instead of him, I show you the presentation. My name is Antonella Andreotti. I've been working at Culture Direction of the Municipality of Milan for 3 years. And in these 3 past years, I worked on a project relating to cultural heritage promotion and management. I show you the presentation about our new idea of museum system and some cultural action in the city of Milan. Milan is a great cultural city. Cultural offers are rich and diverse. 1.3 million inhabitants have access to around 100 public and private museums and exhibition spaces, more than 70 theaters and performing art venues, and nearly 250 cinema screens. As a cultural city, Milan has grown enormously over the last 15 years, radically transforming its own image and identity. Milan is known as the city of La Scala Theatre, the Last Supper, Giuseppe Verdi or Cesare Beccaria, but over the last 15 years, the growth of culture offer has been impressive. The municipality of Milan has been working on the study and application of innovative model of cultural offer based on aggregating museum operators and local authorities. Cultural heritage and museums are a cognitive and cultural heritage to be valued in the social context and with a view to participation. The new relationship of cultural and museum heritage with the areas of social engagement and local cultural production with creative culture industries and tourism, both from a global and local point of view, can be developed with the planning of evolved cultural district based on an integrated management model. Milan has an articulate system of a civic museum made up of over 20 institutes, including permanent collection and temporary exhibition spaces. The current organization is based on typically technical scientific criteria of the 19th century tradition, which divide them into 4 thematic areas: historical and archaeological museums, scientific museum, modern and contemporary art museum, artist house, and studio museum. This organizational model has no direct connection with the territorial distribution of the institute. Following models offered by numerous international examples, the administration chose to reorganize its museum offer according to management concepts and on a territorial basis, identifying in the city some districts characterized by the concentration of various institutes around well-recognizable places. Interpreting civil museum through the district approach, the culture sector of the city of Milan aims to create a new model for improving the culture offer. Approaching museums, organizing, considering their geographical location will help a better management of economic resources and of specialized professional skills, which are now being identified in Italy as for some years in Europe, including cultural designers, museum mediators, web communicators for cultural institutions, scientific animators, territorial marketing experts. Museums are an essential part of a city cultural network. Like the data on the web, they must be or become linked, open, permeable, interconnected, and interoperable with each other and with all the structure of the cultural heritage of the territory to which they belong. The relationship between museums and the city is at the center of the strategic plan. We should activate connection processes between institution and cultural identification and exchange chains and ignite participatory strategies by the city communities. Museums become the infrastructural base of a network that connects the 4 city poles and the other actors of the cultural offer, multiplying the impact of the 20 civic museums. The implementation of the strategic plan was and is a complex process that involved a large and qualified work group. Pandemic's experience leads to an important reflection and revision of the potential and expectation of an effective and sustainable development. Work on the planning with the administration, Fondazione Scuola dei Beni e delle Attività Culturali of the Ministry of Culture, the Luigi Bocconi Commercial University through the Ask Bocconi Cultural Management Research Group, and the PTS Class Company, which collected all the information of the preliminary research for the actual writing of the plan. The first part of the research described the operating mode of the system, investigating museums' current relations with the territory and with the communities. The survey wants to understand essentially what city museums do, with whom they do it, and how they activate exchange relationship with the city area. This led to understanding how the activity of museums, in line with an organizational model based on their technical scientific peculiarities, is mainly dedicated to projects on collection and related research and conservation, while action regarding relationship with the territory and the communities are far less developed. It is no coincidence then that the subjects with one relationship are activated belong mainly to the scientific field, university, other museum, cultural institution. The second part of the project involved the study of the confirmation of the territory and research on the identity of the new museum districts. In particular, each district was analyzed in socioeconomic terms, the cultural infrastructure at district level was mapped, analyzed the various active supply chains, in addition to the exhibition one, such as those related to entertainment, reading policies, cultural and creative industries. Proximity audiences were identified through the analysis of the characteristics of the neighborhoods and communities of residents and users. The relationship between museums at the city level from the point of view of loyal museum goers was also described. The research was presented to professionals working within the museums and shared with the city. The cultural infrastructure was mapped by first investigating the physical presence of public and private cultural institutions, such as museums, exhibition centers, libraries, archives, theaters, art galleries, project spaces. The activity carried out in the area by cultural industries was investigated in terms of production and distribution of cultural products and services. The activation capacity of museums was also analyzed concerning the offer of temporary events organized in the city, such as the Design and Fashion Week, or events such as Art Week, a week of contemporary art, or Book City, a festival dedicated to the world of books and reading, which are typical features of Milan's cultural life. On the other hand, an attempt was made to identify which is the characteristic of local communities, investigating the education system, the economic and professional one, the one linked to tourism, and the mobility system. Finally, a survey was conducted on the strategic choice of the strongest consumers in terms of cultural habits, which were traced through the survey offered by the data on ticketing and subscription system for cultural consumption. It was possible to collect all the information present in the preliminary research for the development of a real strategic plan. The plan defines strategic and operational guidelines for rethinking the cultural offer of the city museums. And more precisely, the plan provides for a series of management, communication, and policy tools in favor of famous management offices and new ways of cultural participation and accessibility within the urban context. Museums' activities were planned by working on offer and demand. Offer was understood as the urban, architectural, cultural, and professional infrastructure put in place by the administration. Demand meant the participation of the public as a constitutive element of the very identity of the museum proposal. The strategic axis focused on projects that can improve the perception of the territory, the increase of the public participation, the creation of partnerships at territorial level, and the definition of useful organizational processes. These four elements are the pillars of the strategic plan. For each of them, the strategic plan has focused on the goals to be achieved and the useful action to achieve them. The first strategic axis, that of the perception by the public of the variety of territorial offers, revolves around the creation of a specific identity and specific goals through the identification of a specific vocation and cultural proposal of each district, giving rise to a real product identity. The second strategic axis, that of participation, in addition to requiring specific communication and cultural planning policies, implies incentive tools in the relationship with the public, ranging from targeted discounts to the offer of complementary service packages. The third pillar is that of the creation of partnerships at territorial level, which can be activated to optimize the integrated offer of the area. The third pillar, that of organizational processes, has a very complex scale of action, ranging from the simple increase of communication and marketing strategy to the activation of innovative management system models that integrate the existing structure and organizational base, up to the study and proposal of innovation at the governance level. At the beginning of the 2021, the strategic plan was approved by the administration. Its contents will form the basis of the new cultural policy of Milan's museums and the new model of cultural participation for the city of tomorrow. In 2021, the administration launched two other important projects that were intertwined with the development of the strategic plan for the city museums. On one hand, an interactive map was created that georeferenced the entire system of cultural space of the city. A database of over 400 places was created, starting with the topographical location of the offices open to the public, able to offer access to cultural content throughout the city. When this content will be definitely validated, it will be published on an information portal of the city services, available for online consultation by all users, and it will be constantly implemented and corrected with the collaboration of the sector operators. The location of cultural offers will be immediately perceivable divided by categories of offer and consumption between libraries and bookstores, archives, cinemas, theaters, music and concert halls, museum and exhibition spaces, cultural centers, multidisciplinary spaces. On the other hand, Banca Intesa Study Center elaborated an important research. It analyzed data on over 300 cultural operators, from the smallest association to the largest city theater, which had applied for funding during 2020. This research offered an extraordinary cross-section views as it analyzed in detail the structure of the single actors, considering the scope of their activity, their size, the organizational type, their budget, and the territorial distribution. All of these studies provide a map of the culture present in the city. It shows how museums are at the center of a fabric of relationships among cultural operators capable of participating in the construction of an integrated, interdisciplinary, and extremely articulated offer, where they do not have a network of contacts that can be activated on specific projects aiming at increasing their capacity for dialogue with city communities and other actors. The knowledge of these components has moreover facilitated the carryout of participation activities in the context of the Distretto X project, a palimpsest of territorially based project in which the municipality of Milan involved the various reality of the city community by building occasion for interaction between the city communities and the various museum districts. This is the case of the project carried out in the district of the museums around the public gardens, which involved a large portion of the LGBTQI+ community of Porta Venezia. More than 20 local LGBTQI+ associations have joined the project, and all contributions have been collected in a catalog. The action was an occasion for reflection on gender identity by means of an artistic narration mediated through emotional cards. In 2021, the second edition took place through the action Distretto X, Domani ti scrivo, which envisaged a territorial awareness action with the involvement of two different generations, joined together in a path of sharing and personal narration. This initiative for the Museum of the Parco Sempione area proposed a project based on a written correspondence between under 18 and over 65 citizens of the surrounding neighborhoods. This project investigates the creative and narrative aspect of letters. Through the letters, we want to establish a relationship between two people of different generations. Thanks to the reflection on a work of art from the collection of the neighborhood museums. Museum and collection are the inspiring engine of the international knowledge. In recent years, the Ansaldo district has developed a specific role in the construction of networks and forms of cooperation between the various cultural communities in the city, thanks to the Museo delle Culture Milano Cittamondo and the international vocation of the district. Currently, the third edition, Distretto X, Time for a Coffee, is underway. This is an action of involvement and territorial animation of the cultural district of Piazza Duomo. A group of professionals will be involved in workshops that, through mindfulness-derived techniques, will understand how the cultural assets in the district can be the subject of a short break from work, connecting and enhancing the tangible and intangible, cultural and human. Public and private heritage of the city will bring change and investment for a cultural and social growth of the reality. We are just at the beginning of a path that will surely be long and complex, and we hope to tell you soon the next development. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonella, for sharing that very bold and comprehensive plan from Milan. We were going to stay with the idea of districts as we move to one of our online panelists, Anna Trapkova, who is coming into us from the Museum of Moscow.
Hello, everyone.
Momentarily, and
yeah. Thank you for introduction.
Okay. And there she is. All right, I'll turn it over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for introduction. It's a big honor to participate in the conference. Unfortunately, I cannot be here with you personally due to COVID-19 restrictions. And actually, I cannot share my screen. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, they're going to work on that momentarily.
Yeah. I just want to share my presentation.
One second. They're making the adjustment, and I think you can try it again.
Yeah, here it is. So actually, first, I want to share with you good news. So Museum of Moscow today has a birthday. We are 125 years young now. And it's a big responsibility, but also a big joy to develop such an old museum. So almost half a year ago in Krakow, I presented to you our upcoming project, Moscow Without Outskirts, and actually received a very warm and professional feedback from many of you. Probably because the micro-scale history is the topic that's very important for cities museum all over the world. And so a few words about the project. As you know, Moscow is quickly developing, globalized, very diverse and vibrant city. But as a city museum, we need not only to show the big picture, the official narrative of city's history, but also to build a personal view of the city. And after a lot of discussions inside museum team, we decided that our approach to a personal view of the city can be through the city of every district in Moscow. So this is quite a challenging task, as you see, because Moscow has 125 districts and 21 urban settlements, so-called. And we decided that we will organize a series of exhibitions. One exhibition is have to present one district. This approach, as I said, help us to make like a smaller narrative of the city, to build local identities and local histories. As a pilot district in 2021, we choose two, Taganka and Kapotnya, and as you see, they are very different from each other. So one district situated in the very center of Moscow, and another is far enough away from it. So reminding the structure of the project, first step is research. And we not only send a museum team to the district, but we try to involve as many local residents as possible, including opinion leaders. Second step is museum exhibition, and third step is return. It's kind of post-colonial logic for us that working with the district and bring the image of the district to the very center of Moscow, we need to pay back somehow. Narrative structure, we try to be as flexible as we can. So we try to involve a lot of materials from official historical knowledge, museum collection, to the memories of locals. And in the process of study, you will see that this structure changed a bit from district to district. So for the moment, we already opened 2 exhibitions and we can see how it works in practice. Taganka district, as I said, it was a border of Moscow for long centuries, but now it's a city center. The population of the district is 128 inhabitants, so quite a lot. And we opened this exhibition in the beginning of July. It's important to tell that the area in the museum that we decided to dedicate to this project is the foyer of our main building. And the hall quite small, it's just 100 square meters, and we decided to make this exhibition free of charge to involve as many people as we can. The idea of the design of the space is idea of a tourist bureau, so we want to present the district inside the museum and invite people to visit the district. So we organize a series of events, guided tours in the district during the exhibition. And working on Taganka narrative, we included to the exhibition the vast range of sources from archaeological artifacts that we had in the museum, and also the materials that we received from organized focus groups and interviews. Also important that through its history, Taganka attracted writers, poets, film directors. So we had a rich artistic narrative about the district. But the new movement during preparation of the exhibition was the collaboration with the Moscow Modern Art Museum. They have a school, free workshops for young artists, and the students of free workshop conducted an artistic research in Taganka district. So let me show you some pictures. You see here in the showcases archaeological material of the museum. It was very important that we attracted local residents of Taganka to come and to participate in the exhibition. You see how the old lady from Taganka is reading the stories of the houses of Taganka that was written by her neighbors, actually. So we made this archive of houses stories. But more than this, people wanted to bring their artifacts, memorabilia to the museum. And in 1 month after the opening of the exhibition, you see also the results of interview here, but after the month of opening the exhibition, we made the first red display. And these items were brought from locals of Taganka. For instance, this is the showcase of Maria Zubova. She's granddaughter of very famous Moscow merchant, and which is what is the really interesting, she lives in the same house, in her family house. It's very unusual for Moscow because after revolution, all of these houses were nationalized, and by luck, she stayed there at her family home. So then in 2 months, with the help of young artists, we made Red Display 2. And you see that how changed the exhibition. So it's become very vibrant. You see that we tried to bring a new look to this exhibition that also help us to attract people. But at the same time, when exhibition work for the public, we started to prepare the second exhibition about Kapotnia district. So the district is opposite to the central Taganka. Only 33,000 inhabitants there. And it was included to Moscow only in 1960. So quite late. It's situated on the southeast border of Moscow. And what is important, this is, we call it city, town in the city, because from its structure, it's like corporate town with a big oil refinery factory in the middle of this district. For the long time, Kapotnia had very bad reputation. And so for us as a museum, it was important to work on the reputation of the district as well, showing that during last years, there were big renovation also in the factory and in the district. So as you see, we have lack of historical sources. But what we can do with this, we can attract more artistic narrative, provide the room of for artistic reflection on the history and current state of the district. The entrance and from the foyer of the museum, and you can see that exhibition quite the same but different. The display starts with the documentary about Kapotnia of 60s and 70s, and it provides very warm feeling of this district. But also it's important to say that it's probably like the rare archive materials that we found. In the center of the exhibition, the map of Kapotnia and explanation for general public about the district and its history. Actually, our idea was to emphasize that this district is a part of Moscow and it has very unique situation and bring public attention to the district. But also, as you can see, the map of Kapotnia supported by artistic works. And actually, in this exhibition, we have more modern art, contemporary art than in previous project, combining, for instance, with this football, because Kapotnia has a great football school. And also there is only one church in Kapotnia, and that was closed in Soviet times, but the priest of the church gave us the former cupola of the church for this exhibition. Following of idea of Guy Debord, we decided with artists to make Kapotnia dive. Actually, from the city center, it's more than 1 hour to go to Kapotnia. That's why for everyone, it was quite a unique experience. And so after artistic research of Kapotnia, young artists provide their works. For instance, these cups that you see, this actually cups built from the sculptures that Kapotny locals brought to artists. But at the same time, in the showcases, you see also memorabilia of Kapotny locals. So for instance, on the right-hand side, there is the reader's diary. So one woman, she went to the library for several decades and had this diary, a very old-style habit. And also here on the right hand side, you can see the magazine zine that was made by teenagers of Kapotny. We made the special laboratory, the image of Kapotny. And what is important, our idea wasn't to provide bright image of the district, and actually teenagers, the most critical audience in the world, I can say. So they deconstruct the image of Kapotny, and this zine names the dark side of Kapotny. But then please have a look how these guys look when they come to the opening of the exhibition. So this is special schools, quite popular now in Russia, in Moscow. And this is actually, this critical artists, as I can say, they actually the pupils from military patriotic schools. So I think it's very important to involve them into creation of the project. Another big problem for Kapotny due to this oil refinery factory is ecology, and actually situation improving during last few years with the big renovation, modernization of the factory. And so with photographer from National Geographic, we made a special photo series about inhabitants of Kapotny, like non-human inhabitants of Kapotny. And still the exhibition just opened a few weeks ago, so we still have a room to develop it, and really want the exhibition be vibrant the same way as it was in Taganka. We put all results of our research on the website. It's not perfect, I'm sorry. You see it only on in Cyrillic, but actually people who know Russian can read the history of Taganka's houses or personal memories of local residents, and actually you can add your own story to the website. But I can say that we're facing some problems with the scale up of the project. On the one hand, during these years, we have achievements. So we understood the methodology of the project. We understood how to combine different kind of sources, materials in such a tiny room of the exhibition. We have very good contacts with locals. We know how to organize artistic research inside the project, but we still don't know how to scale up this approach, how to actually work with several districts at the same time, and how to make it the same way, let's say online and offline, how to make an online representation bigger than the project or offline. And the biggest problem I can say for the moment is how to pay back to the district, because we have a success on organizing exhibition within museum walls, but still have no practice how to move the exhibition to the district when it's finished. So thank you very much for your attention. It will be very important to have your feedback, critiques, or any kind of support.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna, so much for sharing that from Moscow. We're going to be swiftly moving to the Western Hemisphere now. Also continuing to talk about sort of these ideas of peripheries and territories. Michael Gonzalez Sanchez from Havana, Cuba.
College. First of all, I would like to thanks to CAMOC aboard from the invitation to be here. Also to MUBA Museums and his wise director, Jean Roch. And finally, my good friend Pilar from the City Council, from her support to this possibility. I don't know if I am the first Cuban speaker in those annual conference. I hope don't be the first one, because then I will rise great expectation. It's very hard build. So I'm called. I came from a country in summer to a country in winter. So my English will sound so weird, also my Hispanic. So I prefer to speak both English and Spanish. Then we start. Okay. Bueno, esta es un plano de La Habana, una ciudad que como Barcelona está ligada al mar, muy ligada al mar, y todo relato de ciudad, toda historia de ciudad va a tener el mar como un elemento importante. El mar de las llegadas, el mar de las salidas, el mar donde venía la cultura, los idiomas, la religión, venía el pensamiento, la ciencia, la literatura, venían todas esas elementos que conforman lo que sería después la identidad de la ciudad. Aquí estamos mostrando algunos elementos, chronological milestone del desarrollo de la ciudad, que forman parte de qué debe contar un discurso de ciudad, qué debe tenerse en cuenta para un discurso de ciudad en el caso de nuestro museo. Hay que decir que oímos la frase museos de ciudad. Se ha manejado ese concepto a lo largo de toda esta magnífica conferencia. Nosotros tenemos museos de la ciudad, digamos, tenemos varios museos de ciudad, pero tenemos uno que es el Museo de la Ciudad, que es el que estamos presentando en este momento. Aunque haremos referencia a algún otro museo también de ciudad que tenemos en nuestro centro histórico, que como ustedes saben fue declarado Patrimonio de la Humanidad en 1982, precisamente el año que viene. Tienen una buena oportunidad de ir a La Habana. Estamos celebrando 40 años de la declaratoria de Patrimonio de la Humanidad. Por supuesto, creo que los análisis, las narrativas de ciudad deben considerar todos los aspectos cronológicos, deben considerar esta evolución. Ahora, pienso que no puede ser una evolución lineal, y esto es importante. A veces lo cronológico nos da una idea de crecimiento cuando lo cronológico sencillamente está marcando el tiempo, pero no está marcando el tempo, no está marcando los movimientos internos de ciudad o de construcción de ciudadanía. Cuba, como una isla en el Caribe, que es una isla formada por numerosas migraciones, continuamente está rehaciendo su identidad, me atrevo a decir, y esto evidentemente no juega tanto con lo cronológico en un sentido lineal de desarrollo, sino más bien en un sentido distinto que nuestros museos tienen el reto de demostrar. Bueno, este es nuestro museo de la ciudad. Es the former Palace of the General Captains, Spanish General Captains in Havana, fundado en 2 años. Fundado en 1942 por el primer historiador de la ciudad, el doctor Emilio Roy. Es un museo histórico, tiene importantísimas colecciones. Estamos hablando de más de 7.000 números de inventario, pero estamos hablando de muchas más piezas en el museo. Aproximadamente 300.000 visitantes al año como museo de la ciudad, pero fue abandonada su sede en este palacio y el segundo historiador de la ciudad, el doctor Eusebio Leares Pengler, desgraciadamente fallecido el año pasado, en julio del año pasado, uno de los intelectuales más importantes que ha tenido Cuba, lo refunda en el edificio de nuevo en el año 67. Entonces, por eso, quizás seamos de los pocos museos que celebramos más que una fecha de fundación, una jornada de fundación del museo, que comienza casualmente, las 2 fundaciones fueron en octubre, y entonces hacemos una jornada de fundación del museo de la ciudad, y eso nos da entonces oportunidad de traer y hacer muchísimas actividades, muchísimas celebraciones con respecto a este museo. Miren qué belleza. Este es a picture of the patio, the beautiful patio inside the museum. You can see the center, the Christopher Columbus Alzardo, y pueden ver toda la distribución de las galerías, todas las salas, son más de 40 salas que conforman este museo, donde la pieza, el museo en sí, es parte de la pauta constructiva arquitectónica de la ciudad. Es uno de los palacios más bellos que tenemos en nuestra arquitectura local y mantiene muchísimo de su originalidad en los tiempos de su uso inicial. Les voy a mostrar ahora un par de salas. Esta sala es la sala Eulalia de Borbón. Se llama así porque en el año 1893 la princesa entonces Eulalia de Borbón visitó La Habana y se hospedó en esa sala. Y entonces se quedó la sala ambientada como fue la visita. Esto es un ejemplo de cómo predominan en el Museo de la Ciudad las salas que recuerdan la presencia, voy a decir española, dentro de la isla, la presencia española y cómo se le ha dado un peso importante, una dimensión importante a esa presencia española que evidentemente necesita recrearse en cuanto a contenidos. Por ejemplo, si hablamos de lo femenino o el género, la mujer en el museo, no puede ser las pertenencias de la infanta en ese lugar. Si tenemos en cuenta que quizás la infanta Eulalia de Borbón fue una de las mujeres más preclaras que tuvo la monarquía española de su tiempo. En su visita a los Estados Unidos, precisamente demostró cuán atinados eran sus juicios políticos con respecto a la difícil situación internacional de finales del siglo XIX. Evidentemente esto muestra cómo las salas ambientadas que forman parte de una escenografía, que forman parte de una explicación de museo, necesitan también ser reinterpretadas en cuanto a contenido. Es decir, los museos no cambian o tratan de no cambiar sus colecciones más importantes, pero sí cambian la museografía, sí cambian los guiones museológicos y sí cambian los contenidos que pueden dar espacio a sectores, espacios a otras visiones de la ciudad que son muy importantes. Este es el segundo salón, les decía que son 3 salones que quería presentarles, el salón del comedor, donde pueden ver todo lo ostentoso de las familias habaneras, sobre todo las familias tituladas por servicios a la corona con títulos de nobleza, y pueden ver toda la vajilla que está en las paredes que es parte de toda una ceremonia del poder o la ostentación en porcelana, con sus monogramas, con sus sellos, y evidentemente cuántos temas un comedor puede traer a colación ligados a la alimentación, pero ligados también a la cultura popular de la gastronomía o de las comidas. Es decir, como museo, evidentemente pudiera tener un mayor impacto cultural en las cosas que está contando, desde la vida cotidiana, sobre todo, que es una tendencia. Y por último, es la sala cuberoica, es la sala dedicada a las guerras de independencia en el siglo XIX. Curiosamente, las guerras de independencia donde menos impacto tuvieron fue en la ciudad. Las guerras de independencia tuvieron mucho más impacto en el resto de las provincias del país, porque en la ciudad, La Habana, era el centro político administrativo de España. Y entonces, evidentemente, era mucho más difícil que la guerra llegara a La Habana. La guerra llegó primero al resto del país y ya llegar a La Habana fue el último periodo. Evidentemente, también creo que sería importante que se cuente, ¿no?, el papel de la ciudad en el tema de la guerra. No desde una visión escatológica, sino una visión más bien simbólica y más bien de contar testimonial, que creo que es uno de los objetivos que nuestros museos tienen como referencia. Y así, de esta manera, estamos hablando de cómo le ponemos el nombre a lo anónimo. En las guerras muchas veces se muestran los objetos, por supuesto, los que se atesoran son los objetos de las grandes figuras que están en la guerra, donde participan también los soldados y la población civil involucrada, y esto también necesita un acompañamiento importante. El Museo de la Ciudad tiene exteriores, extensiones de otras salas, parecido al concepto de MUBA, de otras salas que tributan, pero son salas, si se fijan, que tienen un sentido de orígenes, de fundación. Son salas que tienen un sentido del primer lugar donde se hizo, la primera vez que se hizo esto. Yo creo que ese simbolismo hay que marcarlo, pero también en estas extensiones estamos buscando ahora enriquecer el diálogo de que las cosas no se hacen por primera vez y ya. O sea, el mérito no está en haber sido el primer lugar, el mérito está en cómo continuó, pero también está en cómo se percibió de por qué fue el primer lugar. No tomar los hechos como hechos fijos. ¿Cuántas veces descubrimos con las investigaciones arqueológicas que todo lo que fue primero nunca lo fue? Sino que sencillamente es la sucesión de muchas cosas. La misma Habana la estamos presentando aquí como la fundación de la ciudad, cuando sabemos que La Habana tuvo 3 fundaciones antes de llegar a su emplazamiento definitivo. Creo que esto es algo de una manera simbólica que debemos mencionar. Y entonces llegamos a los almacenes del puerto, donde estamos manejando, este es el espacio real de lo que se llamaría Habanía 500. Habanía, etimológicamente, es como una apropiación del lenguaje de la ciudad Habana. Y 500 porque surge como premisa en el aniversario 500 de nuestra ciudad. Para nosotros, para La Habana, 500 años es un periodo de tiempo grandísimo. Para Europa, evidentemente, es sencillamente un minuto. Y para Asia es un segundo. Pero es nuestro tiempo. Es nuestro tiempo y dentro del contexto del Caribe tenemos ya los 500 años, los 5 siglos de existencia, donde evidentemente pasamos también por los periodos históricos, ¿no?, ligados a los modelos económicos, a los modelos productivos y también a toda la infraestructura que se genera de todos estos modos de producción. Este proyecto, esta de Avenida 500 que les decía, surge desde una visión conjunta con el plan maestro que ha empezado. El plan maestro de nuestra organización dentro de la Oficina del Historiador, que es la institución que gestiona administrativamente La Habana, es la institución que traza las políticas urbanas del uso del suelo, uso de los espacios. Tiene un equipo de trabajo increíble dirigido por la arquitecta Patricia Rodríguez y entonces hemos estado trabajando de conjunto con Avenida 500 en la conceptualización y después le tocaría a nuestra dirección de museos, a nuestra dirección de patrimonio, elaborar los contenidos que van a estar en Avenida 500, que sería este complemento o este debate que estamos trayendo hoy entre fusión o enfrentamiento al concepto de museo de ciudad y el concepto Habanía. Miren, hay simbolismo muy grande del concepto Habanía. Primero, esa calle que ven en rojo, marcada en rojo, se llama precisamente calle Habana. Entonces, la entrada a Habanía sería por la calle Habana. Yo creo que eso tiene un valor muy grande. Segundo, está ubicada en un barrio, el barrio San Isidro, que es uno de los barrios, digamos que con un desarrollo económico menor que con el resto de la ciudad, que es un barrio que ha estado mucho en la mira de la oficina del historiador, trabajando por el mejoramiento material y cultural de ese barrio, y hemos hecho varios proyectos allí, y creo que Habanía sería también un gran componente para explicar y para aterrizar, digamos, los contenidos a un barrio genuinamente formado en esa zona donde estaban las murallas. Sabemos que siempre en las ciudades españolas, la zona de las murallas son las zonas más deprimidas, porque están pegadas ya a la muralla, y que las zonas después va a haber un brinco, ¿no? Cuando las murallas empiezan ya a ser demasiado obstáculo para la ciudad, las familias adineradas tienden a irse de la ciudad en las murallas y van buscando los ensanches y todos los asentamientos futuros, que en el caso de La Habana pasaría por el Vedado, pasaría por el Cerro, por Mariana, otros lugares donde se fueron asentando estas familias más importantes. Y tercero, mantiene este concepto de almacenes industriales. Evidentemente, en una visita que hacía con nuestra querida amiga Pilar al mercado del Born, por supuesto, sin ánimo de establecer criterios de comparación. Born es una maravilla desde el punto de vista industrial y de concepto, pero tiene mucho en común de lo que nosotros queremos establecer en el proyecto Habanía, de un espacio industrial redimensionado para usos culturales en este caso. Creo que esto puede ser una cosa importante. ¿Qué cosa es Habanía entonces? La mezcla, es la fusión de todos estos círculos que están tributando a un círculo común, que es la interpretación de la ciudad, desde una visión mucho más sensorial, una visión mucho más importante, donde hay más instituciones que la misma oficina del historiador. Compromete a profesionales más allá de la gestión de patrimonio, como son los arquitectos, los inversionistas, o los constructores, o los historiadores, o los museógrafos, los museólogos, etcétera, los diseñadores, sino que es mucho más allá en su concepción. Tiene mucho más de elementos tecnológicos del uso de la información para mostrar los contenidos de una manera mucho más didáctica, mucho más lúcida, de narrativas de ciudad que tengan en cuenta el uso, el que las personas no sean un público cautivo, como muchas veces pasa en nuestros museos, que parte de nuestros visitantes son escuelas o algún tipo de institución que van al museo. Habanía se quiere que tenga el libre albedrío, que sea la libre voluntad de las personas a ir a visitarla. Pienso también que va a tener una tecnología de la información importante, con todos estos grandes recursos que se utilizan ahora en pantallas, en proyecciones, en una serie de elementos, el Wi-Fi y todo lo que significa esto como un elemento importante. Como mismo cuando hicimos con el Museo de Barcelona, la historia común con La Habana y Barcelona, que está en el Palacio del Segundo Cabo, que quiero aprovechar para agradecer nuevamente ese gran trabajo conjunto que se hizo ahí. Y que va a mostrar la ciudad de los empleos, desde los oficios, de la vida cotidiana. Estamos buscando aquí entonces la música, la danza, la gastronomía, la sanidad, toda una serie de temas que los mismos espacios a veces entre murallas simbólicas de los museos van a buscarse en un espacio mucho más amplio, mucho más en perspectiva, etcétera. Esto es un simple ejemplo de bueno, algunos de los conceptos que estamos manejando con el urbanismo. Esta es la visión original, en este caso el urbanismo y todo lo que va a verse desde la cartografía sería como una extensión de lo que estamos haciendo. Aquí tiene que ver con los estilos, con la arquitectura y los estilos arquitectónicos, primero urbanismo, después arquitectura, que también son elementos importantes en ese paso de la ciudad por todos los estadios, formas, mancha urbana, configuración, etcétera, y los mapas. Y aquí, este es un tema importante que quería sencillamente hacer un hincapié rápido. Lo que nosotros le decimos el DNA de La Habana, o sea, el ADN de La Habana. Y esto creo que tiene el valor de que muchas veces las ciudades del Caribe se dice, bueno, Cartagena de India, San Juan, el viejo San Juan, La Habana, son centros históricos ubicados en el Caribe continental o insular, pero ¿qué tiene ADN La Habana que no tiene otras ciudades? O sea, vamos a buscar ese tipo de explicación si es que existe. Si es que existe, fíjense, ese ADN que podemos afirmar como un ADN. Bueno, muy rápido el render de lo que deben ser los espacios que ya se han trabajado. Aquí, sencillamente, es explicar que se respetarán las condiciones del edificio, sus valores industriales, como mismo se ha hecho en otros levantamientos. Aquí un hand drawing de lo que puede ser el concepto de Habanía, desde una visión del puerto, el mar, la vegetación, etcétera. Yo creo que esto es también con un valor importantísimo. Y llegamos a este punto de debate de si son espacios divergentes o no. Yo creo que hay que tener en cuenta, en este momento sí serían divergentes, fíjense. Sí rompería una narrativa de ciudad que el Museo de la Ciudad ha fomentado durante mucho tiempo. Yo creo entonces que tenemos que seguir basándonos, considero que la colección es muy importante y que tenemos que seguir basándonos en la cultura material. Quizás el Museo de la Ciudad se tiene que repensar primero. Ahora estamos incorporando las murallas de mar que han sido excavadas por primera vez. Se está estableciendo un parque temático en la muralla de mar y esto es parte de las murallas. Ya casi termino. Estamos pensando en otras construcciones navales. La historia de la ciudad está muy ligada al mar, como les dije. Es decir, si nosotros incorporamos al concepto de museo esa visión de un museo descentralizado que pueda tener más cultura material, digamos, expresada en sus colecciones, en los artefactos, vamos a decir así, yo creo que sí se puede buscar un complemento de una explicación de ciudad con lo que puede ser Habanía. Sí considero que llega a una fusión y llega a una explicación que no tiene que ser divergente. Y explico esto, la ciudadanía tiene autonomías y tiene decisiones, pero la ciudadanía se canaliza también por las instituciones oficiales y estatales. Es posible hacerlo, créanme, con un trabajo conjunto de debate, de análisis, de oír, de escuchar, se puede llegar a este concepto de a veces la ciudadanía se va a un sentido individual. Y bueno, realmente pido perdón por haber tenido la voz tan así tomada. Esto es invierno. Nosotros en Cuba tenemos dos estaciones, como siempre se dice, ¿no? La de calor y la de mucho calor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Michael. Our rich presentations have pushed us over our time limit some, but we're going to move swiftly to some colleagues in Sao Paulo to do their presentation. Paula Talib Assad and her team. Are they ready?
Yes, good morning.
And as soon as they've completed, I'm afraid our questions and dialogue are going to have to take the shape of those of us who are here in Barcelona, having very interesting conversations on our walk over to lunch. But those of you online, we appreciate you tuning in, and maybe you guys can have some conversations in that space on your own. Are there any other information that people need to know about after the session wraps up? Okay, well, let me turn it over to Sao Paulo then.
So you can see my presentation here.
We can hear you, and that's a good start. And there's the presentation.
Okay. So now you can see it properly?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's start. So good afternoon, you all. My name is Paula Talib Assad. I speak from City Museum of São Paulo, Brazil, where I'm coordinator of the Museology and Collection Department. Today, I'm representing the staff that you see in this slide and many other colleagues that are working in this moment with us. We would like to thank the conference staff and the CAMOC committee for having us here today. It's a great opportunity to share this conference with museum colleagues from all parts of the world. So in this presentation that integrates the session 1, Organizing the Museum, we brought the experience based on our strategic planning, which is more commonly known in Brazil as museological planning. And the path that we designed for our speech is based on a quick presentation of São Paulo and the City Museum, passing through our structure and collections. And then we present the aspects that arrange the process of building this planning in a collective way and the results that have been harvested. With it, we hope contribute with the debate of the conceptual and practical importance of this management methodology for museums, which is appropriate worldwide in different ways in the museological field. But especially in Brazil, more than a sustainability tool for the institutions, has been seen as an object manner of reaching out to more democratic and socially relevant museums. So let's start with São Paulo. I don't know if you have ever been there, but you will be really welcome. And the city during the 20th century has passed by a fast track of expansion, driven by the capital accumulation and economic growth by the coffee farming and establishment of a strong industrial park. Its formation, it's marked by colonization process in Brazil history and the social questions it might reverberate. During the process, from a small village bordered by small farms, as you see in the map, the city expanded itself to an urban center with various suburbs. Architectural and cultural layers overlap each other, and São Paulo became the biggest metropolis of Brazil, and it's still an important cultural and economic center. So here in this new map, you can see the city nowadays, and currently it has around 12,000 million inhabitants distributed into 4 main zones and many districts that surround it. The city is marked by historical and social inequalities that pushes the vulnerable population out of the big center, contributing to the accentuation of gaps in the full exercise of citizenship. So in this scenario, São Paulo City has around 110 museums. One of them is the City Museum of São Paulo, which is linked to the Municipal Culture Department. And the museum creation dates back to the year of 1993. So we are a young institution under construction yet, in comparison to the Musical Museum, as Anna presented to us. But we consider that its formation is a result of memory and collection preservation actions since 1930. Nowadays, City Museum is composed by 13 historic buildings dated between the 17th and 20th century, distributed by the territory and shaped as a network. Here you can see more some drawings of our houses and its respective locations at the São Paulo city. Therefore, we understand the museum as a cultural complex of sociological, anthropological, geographical, and historical nature. And from these approaches, the museum aims to become a space of reflection that has as object of interest the permanent study of São Paulo city, comprehending present-day urban aspects by the cultural and environmental perspectives. So our institution mission is to produce, organize, and socialize knowledge about the city, encouraging reflections and awareness of its inhabitants on behalf of development and full exercise of citizenship. As a museological institution identified with city museums, there's the understanding that we are responsible for the safeguard, research, and communication of 2 main groups of collections, an institutional one and another that we call operational collection. The first one is of these collections are our architectural ones. And here you can see a quick video with some views of these houses. So therefore, these 13 historical buildings that were mentioned at the beginning shelter administrative and exhibitions activities of the City Museum of São Paulo, but they also are considered part of our collections and receive the attention of preservation, research, and education that are developed for the other objects that are at the museum's storage, for example. The houses are itself shelter and objects of debate of the past forms of city occupation. They also provide the possibility of spreading the City Museum of São Paulo actuation in the territory as the Museum of Barcelona history, no? Ensuring our proximity with different districts and visitors. And this is a really important aspect for us since the locals have serious problems with urban mobility and cultural access. Also, we have a collection of movables that was formed by the middle of the 20th century when São Paulo celebrated its 400 years of foundation. We also have a very demanded photographic collection, which has more than 8,000 items dated since the 19th century. The thematic emphasis is centered at São Paulo's landscape through the years. Since the beginning, its objective of this collection was to produce documentary images for the state, so it would provide the preservation of city changes. Well, we also keep a documentation center with our archive and library items, and this space is a result of the museum's institutional memory. So there we can find catalogs, exhibitions, programs, relatories about archaeological excavations, among other types of documents. At last, we maintain an oral history collection that is represented by 570 cassette tapes with individual and collective interviews with social movements from the 80s until the early 2000s. So here you have a quick view of some thematic access that this oral history brings to us. And it's a really important collection for our institution, such as it works with individual memory and different approaches and viewpoints of the city. So this is a quick look at the City Museum of São Paulo. And now that you know it better, we would like to discuss with you our process of building our strategic planning integrated by almost all the museum staff. The strategic planning is known in companies as a basic management tool, and in the latest years has been adopted by cultural institutions. And here in Brazil, this planning is ruled by a federal law, which is the museum statute. So here, all the museums should have a museological planning with some mandatory programs in which there must be goals that want to be reached in 5 or 10 years. The mandatory programs are related to the management strategies, curatorial activities, educational programs, preservation actions, security, finances, people management, architecture, accessibility, and communication. There are many possibilities for the formulation of this document, and in the case of City Museum of São Paulo, the staff opted for a collaborative methodology. So each department was represented by one or more employees in discussion groups that defined common goals for the institution. From these discussions, they wrote the museological planning of City Museum of São Paulo, which is officialized by an administrative rule by the chief of the cultural department. So it has a kind of legal value at the municipal administration. One really important part of this process is the first step, which is the diagnosis. It's the moment where we identify the weakness and potentialities of the institution. In the case of City Museum of São Paulo, in general lines, the staff identified that the museum was not aligned with your vocation as a city museum. We note as well that our strategies of communication with civil society, and especially with the communities from the outlines, were extremely weak. And one of our most powerful aspects, which is being a museum of multiple centers spread through their territory, was not being explored, and the visitors didn't recognize our network as well. They might know 1 or 2 of our houses, but they didn't associate it as a group. So the City Museum of São Paulo strategic plan proposed an institutional review of its position. So in some years, we hope to be recognized as city museum that reflects and communicates the complexity of São Paulo City, working with its materials and immaterials heritage. And most important of all, being a museum that's capable of dealing with the city itself as one of the most important collections of yours. In behalf of it, we adopted a concept wrote by the professor Piano Bezerra de Menezes, which thinks it's possible to approach this investigation in city museums by 3 standards, as you can see in this slide. So, the city as an artifact, which represents what we do see, the urban mesh, the buildings, the streets, the landscapes. The city as a force camp, which means the investigation and preservation of the conflicts, social tensions, and negotiations that are needed in the building of city through time. And at last, the city as an image, such as social representations of each of us, inhabitants make of it, our own perceptions and memories of the territory. This is the strategy that we adopted to lead the process of institutional reviewing, having in mind that thinking about cities as an operational collection open an infinite range of possibilities of documentation and communication at the museum. As well, the MUBA brings us the idea that city history is people action. We are seeking forms to work with the idea that our greatest challenge and mission is to preserve and critically debate the ways of living, working, having fun, fighting, and resisting in São Paulo. With it, our outline desire is to be appropriate, our ultimate desire is to be appropriated by citizens as an instrument of social challenge and development. Now, towards the end of the presentation, we would like to bring some examples and results that we saw and we have been collected in the past years since the process of institutional reinforcing by strategic planning. The systemic exhibitions are part, so the first action are the systemic exhibitions, which are part of the City Museum of São Paulo curatorial program, designed from our own collection and other institutions' archives. It pretends to empower the idea of the City Museum as a network that can be crossed through the territory. The systematic exhibitions are already reaching its second edition and presents a pathway through a variety of debates and historical periods from a common subject. So here you can see an edition that brought different visitors' visions about childhood in the city in the 5 different houses of the museum. The second one treats the memories of resistance of social groups that have been historically discriminated, such as women, indigenous, and other with the same and other similar groups. Here, there's another experience, which is the Street Museum. Is a series of exhibitions that are installed at the streets of São Paulo, discussing the city with our iconographic collection. It provides a comparative between the place itself and images, so the pedestrian can visualize, understand, and reflect about the architecture, sociology, history, and urbanism of the place that he's inserted. This project was originally idealized at the 70s, and still nowadays we understand that it's a possibility for us, City Museum São Paulo, to communicate with our visitors by the city without the need of them being properly inside our houses. It has become one of our exhibitions with the big audience in 2019. Now we're going to bring an example of a program that was thought as a museum's emergent action during the pandemic scenario. This was a contest, which we called Revealing Territories, and was structured during the pandemic, the beginning of the pandemic period, where it was urgent the strengthening of the museum and its citizens' actions, reinforcing it as a space of mediation, opening itself to multiple voices according to the demands of society, and welcoming citizens that produce culture and register the impacts of the pandemic through the territory. It aimed to select photographic and audiovisual projects that register the confrontation of the pandemic scenario caused by the pandemic in São Paulo between March 2020 until September 2021. We designed the contest so that we could prioritize artists and collectives in social vulnerability association. And here you can see one of the results of our institutional reflection about our strategic planning. And these are some photos that were selected by this contest. Let's Talk, it's another initiative which wants to establish reflections about our iconographic collection. And the program consists in revealing social, economic, architectural issues from our photographic material. Bringing the questioning of the permanence of some city challenges during the latest centuries, such as you can see in these images. This is an initiative of education of department, so it thinks this research looking for all possible publics. Here you see some photos about floods in São Paulo, and there are still a problem nowadays. Last, we have the periodical Memoricidade, which is based on a interdisciplinarity methodology to register and increase debates about the modern city. We invite writers, researchers, and social movements to bring your perspectives of some common themes. This is another result of the reflection of the need of museums being a center of knowledge about the city. The first volume brought the theme Urban Invisibilities, Seeking Memories and Histories that are often erased. As we identified in the diagnosis that between the communication, safeguard, and research activities, which are the three main activities that museums should develop, this last one is the least explored by us until now. It has been a great way of establishing boundaries with collective social movements. As you can see, we present a series of actions that have been planned from our strategic planning, and we understand as an objective way of moving forward in direction of the concept of the museum that we hope to achieve. We conduct our speak emphasizing the importance of the strategic planning as a guiding document for organizing museums. In our case, the construction of this management tool collectively, adding and offering space for all our staff, has demonstrated that this methodology ensures the creation of an institutional commitment. Our staff is with eyes wide open for the goals that are established into this document, so we are all seeking the same objective with programs aligned between our departments. In this common path that we adopted is to become a relevant museum for our city and citizens. For it now, we enter a new stage of the strategic planning, that is the re-implementation of the program proposed and tracking its workability. We hope in the new phase that we will be able to open even more our management instruments to the participation of the citizens through constructive boards composed by the staff, researchers, and other social actors that have been already implemented in our collection and exhibition programs. We hope that in the next 5 years, we will be able to fortify the identity of the network that our buildings draw at São Paulo and expand it beyond its materiality, working with communities and with as-lived members of São Paulo City, working for a more collaborative institution, social justice in the city. Thank you all, and we are open to questions and dialogues in the debate.
Thank you, Paula. And I wish we did have time for questions, but I'm afraid that we have moved past our time and are going to have to take our debate on the road. But let me once again thank Paula and her team in Sao Paulo, all of these wonderful presenters up here on the stage, and the museum workers that they represent, and all the endeavors that have gone into these just fascinating and inspiring projects. And thanks again to our technical team for keeping things moving smoothly. We appreciate your time and looking forward to more at the conference.
Now we are going to the City Council and we have the reception there, and then we will come back here to have lunch. So not here, but in the gallery in Padela's house. So I think we have to move a little bit quickly, and then we will have enough time for the debate.
You can leave your things here. Thank you.
Melbourne, Australia, Da Nang City, Vietnam, sent a question earlier this morning, Tokyo, and Xi'an City, China. So all over the world, this is quite classic and typical of CAMOC. So we'll begin with Senka, and hopefully she's ready. And you're already the technical crew. Okay.
I'm here, so I hope you hear me.
We'll start when the technicians are ready.
Hello?
We can hear you. Senka, go ahead.
Great. I just want to share my presentation.
Please begin.
Good afternoon to everybody from Sarajevo. I will introduce you today with the City of Contemporary Museum, Sarajevo, as a knowledge-generating institution. The case study is the Future Museum Quarter and the Future Museum of Contemporary Art in Sarajevo. Sarajevo is based in ex-Yugoslavia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and it's its capital city. So after the demolishment of the ex-Yugoslavia, the only one city contemporary art museum stayed in Belgrade. So later the new countries got their own city contemporary art museums. And Sarajevo as a capital is facing the phenomena by going through the process of transition, which is very specific and difficult. The diversity of the urban image of the city was created as a result of complex historical period, but also geographical location, where the very quickly changing social political organizations had the cultural influences and the impact of that change. This process resulted into the current situation, which is constant race between the retrograde intent to return to the nationally oriented architecture and the establishment of the homogeneous cultural identity and architecture that wants to create the new identity relying on a non-selective dictation market. So these attempts clearly threaten the continuity of development of the cultural and spatial identity of the city, and these threaten valuable examples of the modern cultural heritage are very impacted. It's heterogeneous areas caused by the complex and changing social political influences require an analytical approach to creative renewal of the old paths that we have. This is the way the proper evaluation of regeneration of the city's facilities has begun. And again, it has to be creative. One of the most valuable among these historical and architectural symbols is this Historical Museum of Sarajevo, which is formerly Museum of Revolution. It is the one example of the modern architecture in Sarajevo, which is a very beautiful building. We also have very close there the National Museum, which was closed 2012, and it's now really open again because of this complex political situation. Next to this building of Historical Museum, the new Contemporary Art Museum should be built, which is the international collective will of the artists to stop the war during the siege of Sarajevo. So the collection was formed by the international artists, which is the Dejan Jokanović Taumin, the most well-known like Josef Košut. We have the Anish Kapoor, Marina Abramović, Daniel Burain, who dedicated these flags to the outdoor art collection, which will be on the future site of the new museum, which was designed by Renzo Piano, one of the contemporary architects from Italy. And he was at that time the ambassador of goodwill of UNESCO. He dedicated that museum in the future museum quarter, which is next to the historical museum. His very nice project was firstly done in 2000, and already in 2001 he presented the footbridge, pedestrian bridge, which would connect the residential area of Sarajevo with the future museum complex, which is here. So in the beginning, he wanted to convince the political administration to build this museum, despite all the problems that we have. So he donated the pedestrian bridge and constructed it together with the Institute of Construction of Canton Sarajevo in 2001. The bridge was introduced at that time in Sarajevo, and until now, we only have this bridge constructed and we don't have still the museum. So we are struggling that in the last 20 years, we are trying to convince our changing political structure that we need this museum because we have the great collection of 150 international artists already in Sarajevo, and we need this museum to be built in the future. So we are just to say that we on 5th November signed the contract with the political supporters to do the urban permit based on the project of Renzo Piano, and that soon we will have our museum started. So, and that I hope that in the future it will be the museum of generating the knowledge and also knowledge of contemporary art and culture. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So our next speaker, Menards from Cairo.
Hello, today I'm honored and glad to introduce and give insight about the first city museum project in Egypt. The City Museum of Medieval Cairo, also known as Downtown Area, a project that aims to preserve the values of cultural heritage of the city, seeking a participatory museum that serves the wide range of communities inside the mega city of Cairo, taking into consideration the huge and spectacular narrative board of Cairo that grabs not only the attention and interest of international visitors, but also people of Cairo, the natural storytellers. And the purpose of storytelling in Cairo is to connect us together as everyone in the city could be the storyteller for the historical events of the city. General aims for the project is building a huge narrative for Cairo by introducing the importance of city museums for people of the city to preserve their cultural heritage values while positioning them as co-creators in the museum. And eventually, this newly introduced type of museums in Cairo and in Egypt enhances the mission of reviving the city, the old capital. When defining people of Cairo, they are everyone connected to the city, the resident, the visitor, the commuter, the tourist, and literally everyone who has a story to tell us about the city has among us on the museum's platform. Apparently, when choosing the suitable museum topics and themes, people had to be involved in this selection. The City Museum of Cairo will be a vibrant and cultural hub in the city that engages people in the whole story and fabric of tangible and intangible of the city. People of Cairo are about to meet a unique experience introduced through edutainment ways of museum display. The permanent exhibition plan was set to regulate the topics integrated from people's thoughts about the city. Starting with the showcase, the first memory structure to meet the visitor, a simple and conceptual display with remarkable objects from the city to be familiar with, such as the two dresses, iconic singer who performed on most of the city's theaters. Urban development display, especially designed showcase with drawers to serve the idea of the repurposing in the city's buildings and their development, in addition to the maps to show how the city expanded and upgraded. Cinema and theaters is a display to shed the lights on the cultural scene of the city between its peak in the last century and now. This short clip from a famous Egyptian movie that was filmed in the city is, in this conversation, history of the place is documented. Places of the city that still exist and others not.
من الرفيق اوريك وريني عندك يا سيدي من اول العماره اللي فيها حلاوه لغايه جنينه الاسبانيه والجنينه طبعا من الاملاك طبعا بما فيها العماره اللي فيها قهوه متاتيا والعماره اللي وراها كمان اللي فيها دار الاوبرا ومصلحه البريد.
Cafes and literature is the special topic for the important Egyptian place and its free function. Place of debates, literature, a place for people's gathering now. Streets and memories. Cities without streets would never exist as the cities we know. In Cairo, streets are the memory of people. They are the living witness for all what the city went, going, and will be going through. The cashier machine that we see here has a bookstore in the city that the owner is keeping it in memory. You can see it in a movie. The history of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo is a part of the history of the city, which is a top reason why city museums do exist. Setting up a new and different in-type museum in the heart of Cairo crucially demands to rethink the display concept of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo to fit the newly proposed challenges. Among those challenges, adding the Egyptian Museum to the tentative list of the World Heritage Sites for UNESCO, which gives the building itself the cultural heritage value for its architecture and the fact that it was built to house the museums and antiquities at the first place. This is the conclusion. We are focusing more on people. And yes, here are the recommendation for the museum, that we have. And yes, thank you for listening.
Thank you. So our next speaker, Patricia, is from Cordoba, Argentina. There you are. Are you with us, Patricia?
Sí, estoy aquí. Estoy aquí. Buenas tardes. Preparando la presentación.
There you are. Okay, good. And I apologize. I wrote to Patricia, the night before last, saying that I'm going to be going down to Cordova, but the wrong Cordoba. So I'm not going to be visiting you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So are you ready?
Estamos un poco lejos.
Okay.
Trato,
go ahead.
Gracias.
You may begin.
Bueno, muy amable. Bueno, buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Muchas gracias, estimado Chef Orlov, por la presentación. Placer de compartir este espacio en CAMOC Barcelona 2021. Un gran saludo a los anfitriones de este encuentro y un abrazo fraternal justamente desde 10.562 kilómetros de distancia. Bueno, mi nombre es Patricia Brignole. Por un lado, como docente e investigadora, mi foco está puesto en el campo de los museos y de las comunidades que se encuentran y en su vínculo con el contexto. Museo y ciudad, la ciudad y sus museos, me han llevado en los últimos años a ajustar mi lente para acercarme más detenidamente. Desde pequeña, a partir de mis viajes familiares y más tarde como viajera curiosa, comencé a desarrollar un interés particular que perfeccioné junto con el registro fotográfico, la práctica y la teoría museológica. ¿Por qué hablar de museología urbana? Dentro de nuestro territorio y región latinoamericana existen un conjunto de museos que nacieron a la luz del progreso, con el objetivo de ofrecer un espacio a las identidades que se combinaron en esas ciudades, como resultado de las corrientes migratorias y de la industrialización. Lo es en el caso particular de la provincia en donde resido, Córdoba. Estos se constituyeron como un reflejo de la memoria de los pueblos y las ciudades, forjándose como espacios para preservar las historias locales sobre la migración tradicional, el desarrollo, el valor de la producción para cada una de sus comunidades. Actualmente podría anticipar la idea de que existen tantos museos de la ciudad como ciudades hay en la región. Más allá de su denominación y tipología que enuncian, en su mayoría, son museos históricos municipales, en definitiva nacen con el objetivo de poner a resguardo las identidades comunales. Si pensamos en la provincia de Córdoba, en ella existen 26 departamentos y 427 municipios. Otro tanto sucede si hacemos extensiva la mirada a nuestro país, Argentina, que a lo largo de su superficie cuenta con 24 provincias y más de 20.563 localidades. Desde la perspectiva de los estudios culturales críticos, la investigación de campo en estos espacios exige visibilizar el papel profundo y significativo que tienen como instituciones estratégicas, que deben identidad local y se presentan como núcleos de cohesión social capaces de tejer vínculos que dibujan ciertos regionalismos de una manera de red. En principio esta red estuvo dibujada en nuestros mapas por extensos caminos que luego fueron transformándose en rutas de asfalto y por último en autopistas. Grandes señales de progreso. Vuelvo al inicio y reflexiono. Los museos fueron los primeros espacios en cerrar en pandemia y hoy son más que nunca espacios de libertad y solidaridad. Lugares que se desean recorrer y disfrutar, que convocan más que nunca la escucha del encuentro físico y virtual, mediado por el aforo, pero encuentro al fin. La vida cotidiana, como el mundo natural que nos rodea, se convierte en una extensión de la vida en las ciudades, revelada por la pandemia, donde las costumbres ancestrales reaparecen como medio para demostrar ese significado que tenía el fino equilibrio entre el pasado y el futuro, que se pone de relieve en el contexto actual. Los museos de la ciudad conforman un mapa de poblaciones e historias resilientes. La vida social ha sido transformada. ¿Cuáles serían las nuevas capas de sentido de la que tanto reflexionamos por estos días? Aparece el problema socioambiental. Las nuevas prácticas promovidas en el mapa mundial sobre el desarrollo sostenible de las regiones, como compromiso local y global con el cambio climático, están influyendo en la adopción de medidas innovadoras que contribuyan a las economías urbanas y a su rápida recuperación. Volvemos a ese mapa inicial y a los datos que les acabo de compartir. Desde lo local y regional, contribuyen a esas nuevas memorias, se reconfiguran las comunidades, se piensa y acciona en relación a la salud y a la vida del planeta. Las prácticas locales e identidades afloran. ¿Podríamos imaginar recorrer los caminos de la región latinoamericana y el Caribe como visitantes y fotógrafos curiosos? Ampliar nuestro mapa de museos urbanos en cada localidad es necesario. Y como conclusión, los museos se encuentran más vivos que nunca. Cada uno de ellos tiene la posibilidad de generar acciones sostenibles y el desarrollo de su entorno. Visibilizarlos en sus contextos ayudará a fortalecer el apoyo que necesitan de los gobiernos locales y esa fuerza institucional necesaria. Muchas gracias y saludos a todos. Abrazos desde Córdoba.
So before we begin our next presentation, does that window, the sawing noise bother anyone? You okay? I know, no. I just want to make sure that everyone can hear because it's difficult. Okay, so our next speaker is going to be speaking to us way across the Pacific Ocean from Argentina, from Melbourne, Australia. So Eddie, are you ready? My video? Okay. Here we go.
In Melbourne, Australia's second largest city. The City of Melbourne is a local government overseeing the city's central commercial hub. It dates to 1842, just a few years after the European invasion of the lands of the First Nations people of this area, the Kulin. It is the collection of the City of Melbourne and the challenge of its relevance that we are focusing on today. Melbourne, among the capital cities, Melbourne has the largest and hardest working collection, 13,000 items, many of them on permanent display or outdoors. It is eclectic, but historically and numerically, it is overwhelmingly a colonial collection. Lord mayoral portraits and outdoor figurative sculptures of great men are in many ways the cornerstone of the collection. There is little representation of First Nations people, and artworks by First Nations people are close to non-existent before the turn of the century. That's the 21st century. To a large extent, the same applies to people of a non-Anglo background. This 1858, during the peak of the gold rush, is a rare example of inclusion, insofar as the artist has made an attempt to identify the various classes and different racial groups. As the century progressed, the trend to exclusion and worse still, the denial of existence of the other became more extreme. This 1883 monument of one of Melbourne's European founders tells a barefaced lie, saying the land was unoccupied. So what you have is a collection built on a lie, or at the very best, a half-truth. If the collection is reporting the city, it is doing so entirely to reinforce the power of those in power. Yes, in addition to the Lord mayoral portraits and statues, there's a great deal of collection material relating to the operation of a city. And it's good material, but in no way does it challenge. At best, it offers a secondary voice, and usually via the medium of photography, where it is the subject, not the photographer, who introduces that voice. Only now are the first and third of First Nations leader Noel Pearson's epic strands, the Aboriginal and the non-Anglo, finding a place at the heart of our collection. Since 2005, an independent contemporary art acquisitions panel has particularly focused on First Nations artists from Southeastern Australia. So no dots, which emanate from Central Australia. Work by people of non-Anglo heritage has simultaneously been deliberately acquired and yet unavoidably so. Due to immigration since the 1950s, Australia is now so diverse that half the population has a parent born overseas. The result has been gradual but profound, with acquisitions and commissions tilting the axis of the collection, not so much numerically, rather through the status given these new works within Melbourne Town Hall and in terms of the outdoor public collection. We can see this in the Town Hall Commons space, a new space for the Melbourne City Council to convene that moves beyond the leather and dark wood of the old chamber to adopt a very different feel. Two elements are critical to that feel. One is the use of multiple works by Kulin artists that have come into the collection in recent years. Two is that the curation itself was the work of the city's own Aboriginal Melbourne branch. This two-handed approach of developing the collection with the advice of an external broad-based acquisitions panel and through the introduction of alternative curatorial perspectives has been critical to shifting perceptions of the collection. The latter has been particularly evident in the program for the Town Hall's own gallery, the City Gallery. Its program of 3 exhibitions per year has allowed for a rotation in expertise and genuine diversity in terms of cultural background, gender, and perceptions of social power. Indeed, and this is where all this is headed and very much the thought I want to leave you with, In many ways, the curator, the house curator, is dead. Sure, in-house knowledge of a collection will always be critical to its management, but opening it up to artists and curators so that its community develops it, shapes it, and presents it in a way that successfully reports on the city is the only way for the city collection to survive and thrive, I believe. And as much as I can speak for Melbourne City Collection, I'd say we're on the right path, but have only just started on the journey.
Not bad for someone who's asleep, right? It looks as if our next three speakers, like Eddie, are also far away, and probably it's quite late or quite early in the morning. So, and Ha Dong, our next speaker, presenter, actually was the one who gave us the question this morning, I think, right? Huh? Was Ha? And that was a question about, whoop, just a minute, about how to raise questions and interact with communities. So in some respects, Ha's presentation is about the topic that the question was asked. So let's begin.
My name is Hadu. I'm from Da Nang City, Vietnam. First of all, I would like to express my special thanks to the Organizing Committee of CAMOC 2021 for giving me the opportunity to attend the conference. Today, I'm going to present the research I have done on the role of City Museum in strengthening cultural heritage of minority communities, examining a case study of Da Nang City Museum and the Katu culture in Da Nang City, Vietnam. So let me start by giving you some background information about the context of my research. Strengthening the relationship between museums and communities is a prominent trend of modern museums in the 21st century. This had had a notable impact on the activities of museum system in Vietnam, including Da Nang City Museum. Since 2013, Da Nang City Museum has started organizing many educational programs to build a stronger connection to its local communities, including minority groups. So, why Da Nang City Museums and why the Katu? I'm here in Da Nang City Museum, which is located in the center of Da Nang City. This is the largest museum among 6 museums in Da Nang City with valuable collections related to the nature and social history of the land and people in Da Nang. Especially the museums is famous for the collection of the minority ethnic culture. This is the exhibition space for the ethnic culture of Da Nang museums, including the Katu culture. In Da Nang City, the Katu live in Hoa Vang district, a mountainous district of the city. These indigenous communities account for only 1% of the city's population, but has the unique and rich cultural value. However, in the urbanization context, the Katu is also facing many challenges in preserving traditional culture, mainly due to cultural assimilation and difficulties in maintaining traditional cultural values among the young Katu generation. As you can see here are the most precious collections of the Katu culture at the Da Nang museums. Collections of costume and traditional weaving, collections of ornaments, collection of musical instruments, collection of culture and spiritual life. With such unique and valuable collections, this is always an attractive space for the visitor at the Da Nang museums. The next point I would like to present is about key findings of my research project. In 2017 and 2018, I conducted field trips in Katu village, met and interviewed stakeholders, including Katu members, cultural researchers, visitors, and museum staff. Basically, all stakeholders acknowledge the important role of Da Nang Museum in preserving the culture of Katu ethnic community. As I list here, are main contribution of the Da Nang Museum in strengthening the Katu culture. With this, the museum had created a close, friendly, and reliable space for preserving and introducing the culture to the wider public. This leads me to the final point, which reveals great expectation of the community for the role of City Museum. Stakeholders expected that in the future, Da Nang Museum would play a stronger role to sustainably develop the cultural community in Da Nang. As you can see here are three expectations of the community for the museum. Preserving the traditional culture of minority groups in context of modern cities is such a challenge for city museums. It requires a long way of research with continuous efforts. These studies show the step-by-step change in the perception of museum staff and the public about the social role of the museum. Local museums in Vietnam, including Da Nang City Museums, are taking valuable steps to realize its function as a contact zone. I would like to end this presentation with the word of a stakeholder in my research. Museums have brought people closer together. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So both Ha and Eddie from Melbourne are still awake. So if you have questions for them, along with other questions, please ask them at the end of our panel. So our next speaker, Akiko, is from Tokyo, a big city, one of the biggest. And our last speaker is going to be speaking about the role of rural and urban integration. So it's kind of an interesting connection when we think of city museums. So Akiko's presentation, I believe it's a video. Okay, so we can begin.
Today, I'd like to tell you about Tokyo and the museum under the concept of changing Tokyo. This is the Edo Tokyo Museum. Since opening in 1993, the Edo Tokyo Museum has collected, preserved, and exhibited a wide array of resources to provide visitors with a journey into the rich history and culture of Edo Tokyo. Greeting visitors as soon as they enter the permanent exhibition area is a replica of the northern half of the Nihonbashi Bridge. Here is a top-down view of the museum's Nihonbashi Bridge replica. Believed to date back to 1603, the original Nihonbashi Bridge was made entirely of wood. This slide offers a view from the edge of the bridge. Drawing on historical records, the museum will produce the bridge as faithfully as possible. The Nihonbashi Bridge was essentially the center of Japan, the starting point for Edo's principal road, which forms the nexus of the country's transportation network. Just as it was during the Edo period, the Nihonbashi Bridge is still the starting point for Japan's national route. Edo was home to an extensive network of rivers and waterways for transporting a variety of cargo. Although you'd never know it today, Tokyo was once a canal city. This is an ukiyo hangar of the Nihonbashi Bridge, pictured in the center of the image, with several vessels passing underneath. The entire Nihonbashi Bridge area was a commercial hub, where vessels unloaded cargo for distribution. In 1911, the wooden Nihonbashi Bridge was rebuilt with a Renaissance-style stone structure, and the new bridge became an enduring symbol of Tokyo. However, the Tokyo Olympics held in 1964 changed the landscape of Tokyo drastically. Prior to hosting the Olympic Games, Tokyo had an underdeveloped infrastructure of roads, rail lines, and other transportation elements. The years leading up to the Games saw the creation of the Metropolitan Expressway, which served to alleviate the congestion problems. that had been escalating in central Tokyo due to the growing numbers of cars on the road. Due to the quick declines facing the construction of the expressway, planners opted for a route that would go over the existing canals and rivers to help circumvent the need to expropriate land. The image in this slide shows the expressway under construction. The choice came with a cost. The new expressway went directly over the Nihonbashi Bridge, a long treasured symbol of Tokyo. This is how the Nihonbashi Bridge currently looks, with the expressway overhead. The seascape went from an intricate arrangement of waterways to a tangled web of expressway routes cleaning and cross-crossing in the air. Tokyo hosted its second Olympic celebration with the 2020 Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics, which ran from July to September 2021. Organizers dismantled the National Olympic Stadium, which has served as the primary venue for the 1964 Games, and built a new Japan National Stadium on the same site. This is an aerial view of the original stadium that was torn down. In its place stands the new stadium shown here. As development places on in central Tokyo, the cityscape continues to evolve into new forms, but efforts to restore the old vestige of Edo and Tokyo also continuing to gain momentum. The span of expressway governing the Nihonbashi Bridge, for example, will soon be a thing of the past. Construction to move the stretch of expressway underground began in May 2021. The plan is to open the new tunnel in 2035 and complete the removal of the elevated road structure by 2040. The canal city is coming back to life. How does the Nihonbashi look? Something like this rendering. Tokyo will continue to change, and the more it changes, the more people will become nostalgic for the history and culture of Edo Tokyo. The Edo Tokyo Museum will continue to showcase Edo Tokyo's captivating urban environment and give audience of all kinds valuable opportunities to learn about what makes the city such a special place. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Cheng Yani from Xi'an City, China, will also be giving a video, I believe. So please begin.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm in Xi'an, China. This is Hanyangling Archaeological Site Park, or Hanyangling Museum, which was built on the tomb-yard complex of an ancient Chinese emperor, dating back to more than 2,000 years old. The museum is composed of a huge park, 3 in-situ museums, and an exhibition hall. The 3 in-situ museums are the Southgate Tower of the Emperor's Graveyard, the secondary parapets of Emperor's Graveyard, and the site of retro construction. The exhibition hall showcases more than 2,000 pieces of artifacts unearthed from the graveyard. Since the museum was situated in the conjunction part between Xi'an and Xianyang City, with a few villages around. So my topic today is, how could museum play a role in rural-urban integration? The diagram shows the employees arrangement. As we can see, our museum has employees from both rural and urban areas. This diagram shows their duty. Since 23% of employees are from local villages, the museum contributes a lot to the local job market and also provides a platform for rural and urban dwellers to get along and influence each other. Secondly, the huge park is free of charge with different sceneries in different seasons. For example, the cherry blossom in spring, the rose garden in summer, the ginkgo forest in autumn, and the snow scenery in winter, which attract lots of frequent visitors from both rural and urban areas, especially those lived in near villages. They came to the museum almost every day after supper to walk the dog, to fly the kite, or to just have a fun. In this sense, the museum also provides a public amusement area for the rural and urban dwellers. Thirdly, Chinese government pays more and more attention to the museum role in the school education. Several documents has been issued to guide the practice. So our museum established sister relations with more than 10 schools within 10 km radius of the museum and designed several museum-themed subjects. For example, by combination of endangered sports game with school PE lesson and implemented the dual teacher class. Dual teacher referred to the school teacher and the museum educator to let students know more about traditional sports culture. As far as art lesson is concerned, we designed such workshops as tail end rubbing, paper hand costume making, statue painting, to name just a few, and bring them to school. We also invited students to the museum to dress up in hand costume and learn traditional etiquette, to practice excavation in the simulated excavation site, to learn to make a piece of traditional paper after visiting the museum. In this sense, rural students can enjoy the same museum resources with the urban students. Last but not least, in some festivals or special occasions, our museum designs some special activities. For example, the lion dance in the Chinese Lunar New Year, the traditional drum show in the Lantern Festival, the tree planting activities in March, the traditional brick tea making festival, and tea art show in the International Museum Day. Some activities like traditional brick tea making and the drum show are Chinese intangible cultural heritage, originated in the locals, and most of the skills are mastered by the locals as well. In this sense, our museum promotes the sustainable development of the intangible cultural heritage and provide a platform for the locals to show their culture. Their activities also gave the local economy a big push. In ancient times, Hanyangling is a large complex with an emperor and empress graveyard, 10,000 of burial pits with valuable artifacts, thousands of tombs of high officials, lots of ritual constructions, and Yangling town. The town was built to safeguard the emperor's graveyard. In ancient times, rich merchants and the nobles were migrated to the town to boost the local economy. Today, we try to retrieve the bustling town to establish a cultural image for the locals to strike and to build a center for rural and urban culture to integrate. As we all know, rural and urban relations is one of the top international issues. China faces the same challenges in the social development. Museums, especially those situated in the conjunction part, can provide a platform and organize some cultural activities to deepen the understanding of the rural and urban dwellers. Thanks for your attention.
So we have a few minutes left. It looks like we've got till 4:30, so we've got 10 minutes, I think. So 10 minutes of questions that you all hopefully have, or some of you will have at least, to our 8 presenters. So let me throw it open to the floor. See if anyone has any questions. Our host. Yes, yeah, in the chat. I don't have access to the chat, no. Good.
Yeah, should I just ask a, or yeah, no, I don't know what he's doing.
Been chatting, but not question. So we don't have any questions from the floor. Anne Marie, yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot from all these presentations from all over the world. It seems that most of you are working for local communities, your own city. And I wonder to what extent are foreign visitors a part of your audience, and how do you deal with that, the people that are not so knowledgeable with the local situation?
Yeah, if you couldn't hear me up here, the question was, to what extent are foreign visitors? Anne-Marie, are they pushing you to ask questions within your museum? Yeah.
Bueno, para responder un poco desde nuestra situación local, nosotros, Córdoba es una ciudad turística, es un centro turístico importante, desde donde teníamos arribos y partidas para diferentes países del mundo, así que es una ciudad de paso además importante. Obviamente que la situación dada por la pandemia ha provocado un quiebre con respecto. En este momento solamente estamos recibiendo la mayoría turismo de países limítrofes, ya que la mayoría de los vuelos llegan hasta Buenos Aires, que está a 700 kilómetros de nuestra ciudad. Pero más allá de eso, nuestra situación con respecto al visitante extranjero siempre fue tratar de hacerlo vivenciar el territorio, como lo hablamos en nuestras visitas guiadas, para que pueda entender desde dónde, en nuestro caso, nuestros museos, y más el Museo de la Ciudad de Córdoba, desde dónde está posicionado el museo con respecto a la identidad local y con respecto también al impacto en las comunidades con las actividades culturales que ofrece. Siempre posicionándonos desde el lugar de invitarlo a recorrer el territorio. Generalmente se le ofrecen caminatas por el centro histórico de la ciudad, que es uno de los centros históricos también importantes, que tiene todo el legado jesuítico colindante, lo que hace que comprenda un poco de qué se trata el proceso histórico, social y cultural por el cual la ciudad llega al día de hoy en los términos en los que se encuentra. Espero haber respondido un poco desde lo local.
Any of the others of you want to answer? Manar?
Thank you for your question. I'm going to speak about the case of my country, Egypt. My country is known with the antiquities and the tourism. So international visitors, they are crucial for us. And they really come to the heart of Cairo. They visit the Egyptian Museum just for antiquities and talking about civilization. And I was thinking that adding a new museum and a new type of museum in Egypt, which is the City Museum of Cairo, would give a new insight for the city, because visitors, international, and experience about the city, not only the old and ancient civilization, but also the near history and the contemporary era. So I hope I understand.
Thank you. Ian, go ahead.
Why do we always talk about cities and not about small towns? My friend from Chicago mentioned this to me lunchtime. I agree so much. We're all about cities, not about small towns where most people live. I agree so much with my friend from Chicago, and our colleague from China mentioned it in her talk. I agree so much. always about the big, big cities, not about the little towns where most people live, in towns and in small places.
Good question. Do any of you want to respond to that?
Me gustaría agregar justamente un poco mi reflexión acerca de las ciudades que existen en mi provincia, que son más de 427 municipios. Esas ciudades, por supuesto que hacen referencia a lo que nosotros llamamos también pedanías o comunas, que son sitios más pequeños, en donde existen museos de ciudades, generalmente son museos regionales o llamamos museos históricos municipales. Y en relación a eso, el vínculo con respecto a mi país, en donde se hace referencia a través del último censo realizado, que las ciudades que existen en su totalidad son más de 20.563 ciudades, es un poco para reflexionar y dejar abierto esta cuestión de que ahí hay mucho no solamente de ciudad, sino obviamente que de lo rural incluido. Entonces, creo que todos nos debemos hacer una lectura también sobre esos museos y esos poblados, pedanías o municipios que también conforman el patrimonio material e inmaterial de cada una de las ciudades.
Yes. Well, I think it would be interesting to stress what we understand by rural and urban. Because, for example, in Barcelona, you have that around 100 municipalities are a single metropolis. And 1/3 of them, it's really a consolidated city. But we should talk, I think, many times about rural and urban, rururban, as the French say. Because, for example, in the Chinese example, I was really interested, and perhaps you can put it into clear. You are in the middle of a huge metropolitan area. You are not in a rural area at all. And that's very interesting, because what I interpreted from your paper, which interested me very much, is that, look, the fringe zones inside the metropolitan area are deprived from cultural centers, are deprived from symbols, are deprived from interesting meeting points. And as a rural-urban meeting point, which is the middle of a big metropolitan area, you said, look, we have the possibility to have a rooted space for people all around, whether they live in a more urbanized or less urbanized area. So in my opinion, what you did, and I think it's very important, is how to create peri-urban or suburban cultural meeting points, which is really valuable. I don't know if I interpreted it correctly, because Google Maps many times, well.
Sí, es correcto, es correcto. Cada una de esas ciudades y de esos espacios culturales, museos o centros culturales, tienen vida propia, o sea, son puntos de encuentro importantísimos. Y que son relevantes a la hora de movimientos, festividades, a la hora de las actividades culturales en las escuelas, o sea, son centros de encuentro, plenamente.
Chang, go ahead. Go ahead, yes.
Excuse me, can I have something to share? Is that okay? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I really like the idea of the idea of the museum as a meeting point. And it's recall my memory about the first time we invite the Katu community to the Da Nang City Museum. You know, the Katu live far from the city center. So as the first time of our public program, the Katu community, when they came to the museum, they feel not really confident about themselves, and they feel worried about if people care about or respect about their culture. And after the performance of the traditional instrument in the museum, museum visitors really respect and enjoy their culture. So after that first time, and the next program, the Katu community, they feel more confident. They feel that really proud of their culture. And I think that also raised in my mind the point that museums contribute to the social inclusion between the minority group, most of them living in rural area, and the tournament group in the city center. It's the simple point. Thank you.
A good question. Why don't we hold that for another session? And you can develop a paper for that. Okay, so I think in order to keep us on track, we need to stop this session and have a coffee break. Is that right? Okay. And it will be down half an hour downstairs, and then we stay downstairs for the next program, which begins at 5 o'clock or 17, right? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
L'exposició Alimentar Barcelona tracta d'explicar al visitant a la ciutat de Barcelona des de la creació del municipi, l'any 1249, fins a l'actualitat. Aquesta història de 772 anys s'articula en diferents parts. Comencem a la Capella Reial, espai històric de reflexió ètica i moral, amb una instal·lació que tracta d'incitar a la reflexió del visitant pel que fa als límits del model alimentari de la Barcelona actual. Un conjunt de tòtems que tenen a la cara anterior un seguit de conceptes, sostenibilitat, proveïment, innovació, presenten aquests conceptes al públic i a la part posterior de cadascun d'aquests tòtems una sèrie de dades i de preguntes escollides molt particularment per el membre de l'equip comissarial que més ha estudiat la qüestió de la sostenibilitat del model alimentari actual, que és l'Enric Tello, inciten al públic a fer aquesta reflexió sobre els límits del model alimentari actual, que comença a presentar gravíssims problemes de sostenibilitat. El planeta ja no suporta la petjada ecològica, la pressió que la demanda d'aliments d'una població que no para de créixer genera sobre un planeta que, evidentment, té uns recursos limitats. El públic no obtindrà, però, en aquesta instal·lació respostes. Per què? Perquè per generar-se les respostes, perquè cadascú pugui contestar adequadament aquestes preguntes, el primer que cal és conèixer bé en quin punt ens trobem. En sortir de l'espai de reflexió generat a la Capella Reial i abans de continuar amb la resta de l'exposició, el públic travessa l'avantcambra. És una elecció estratègica de l'equip comissarial perquè a l'avantcambra hi ha l'explicació permanent que té el Museu d'Història de Barcelona sobre l'aspecte de la condició portuària de la ciutat de Barcelona. I aquest caràcter portuari és fonamental per entendre la història que explicarem a l'interior del Tinell sobre l'alimentació i el proveïment, perquè en època històrica, quan el transport terrestre és molt més ineficient que no pas ara, i és fonamental aquesta condició portuària que facilita enormement el proveïment de la ciutat. En entrar al Tinell, la gran sala gòtica del Palau Major de Barcelona, el visitant trobarà el recorregut històric que li permetrà entendre com ha anat evolucionant el tema de l'alimentació i del proveïment i la salubritat alimentaris a la ciutat de Barcelona al llarg de tots aquests anys que analitza l'exposició. S'hi destil·la al màxim el coneixement novedós generat per la recerca que va impulsar el museu ara fa una dècada sota la coordinació de l'altra comissària de l'exposició, Mercè Renom, amb unes jornades que van reunir el bo i millor dels investigadors de la ciutat per estudiar les mancances de coneixement que teníem en tota aquesta qüestió del proveïment i l'evolució de l'alimentació a la ciutat. El públic, d'aquesta manera, podrà entendre a la fi del recorregut en quin punt ens trobem, amb quines llums i amb quines ombres, com anunciava abans. Per iniciar aquest recorregut, hem volgut començar amb una metàfora, una imatge metafòrica que és la que trobeu aquí. Podien titular-la 772 anys fent bullir l'olla a Barcelona. És una manera de transmetre-li al visitant que, malgrat que les coses han canviat molt al llarg de tots aquests segles, en essència el problema de base sempre ha estat el mateix. El gran repte de com alimentar amb les capacitats tècniques pròpies de cada època una gran quantitat de població concentrada en l'espai urbà d'una ciutat, en aquest cas la ciutat de Barcelona, i com fer-ho sense destruir les possibilitats de continuar fent-ho en el futur. L'exposició s'articula en dos discursos paral·lels que dialoguen, que s'interrelacionen. El primer, la història de l'alimentació a la ciutat de Barcelona, està col·locada en aquesta immensa taula central. Aquí el visitant trobarà l'explicació de quins productes alimentaris es consumeixen, on es compren, com es transformen en aliments digeribles i agradables al paladar a través d'unes determinades tècniques culinàries. Al perímetre, per contra, en tot aquell sector que envolta l'exposició, el que trobarà el públic és l'altre discurs, el del proveïment alimentari i la història de la salubritat alimentària a la ciutat de Barcelona, en concret des de la perspectiva municipal, perquè des de molt poc després de la creació del municipi de Barcelona, el municipi de Barcelona anirà adquirint unes competències fonamentals en aquestes matèries de proveïment, salubritat i salut a la ciutat de Barcelona, que d'una manera o d'una altra, malgrat els canvis legislatius, els canvis històrics, el municipi ha mantingut fins a l'actualitat. El recorregut històric de més de 7 segles que presentem s'articula en 4 grans blocs que corresponen a les 4 grans etapes de l'evolució del municipi de Barcelona i de les seves competències en matèria d'alimentació, proveïment i salubritat alimentaris. La primera etapa, aquesta que tenim caracteritzada amb el color groc, és l'etapa inicial, l'etapa del Consell de Cent, que és el primer règim municipal de la ciutat de Barcelona, que dura fins l'any 1714. És l'etapa en la qual el municipi de Barcelona adquirirà un seguit de competències cada vegada més importants en matèria de proveïment i de control de la salubritat i la salut a la ciutat de Barcelona, pactant amb la monarquia per afrontar, a partir de 1322 endavant, la successió de crisis produïdes per els canvis climàtics del que s'anomena la petita edat del gel, que generaran al municipi la problemàtica d'abastir una gran població concentrada a la ciutat de Barcelona quan les collites de les zones immediates estan fallant, no donen la quantitat de cereal necessari. Penseu que el blat, el pa, és el 70% de l'alimentació dels pobres en època medieval. Per tant, el municipi haurà d'afrontar la importació d'aquest cereal per subvencionar-lo quan calgui i evitar que els preus resultin inassequibles per a la majoria de la població, amb el consegüent trencament de la pau social que d'això se'n deriva quan ocorre. Per fer-ho, el municipi el que farà és, bàsicament, controlar les rutes de proveïment, generarà a la Mediterrània tota una àrea d'espais de proveïment des dels quals pot importar amb vaixell a baix cost gran quantitats de cereal i generarà també tot un sistema d'infraestructures municipals de proveïment, com el porxo del Forment o el mateix port de la ciutat de Barcelona. La ciutat de Barcelona ja tenia una gran tradició portuària, però construirà el primer moll artificial a partir de 1477 i l'anirà ampliant en els anys successius, sempre sota la iniciativa municipal. El municipi també adquirirà les competències en matèria de salubritat i control del mercat a través d'una institució d'origen islàmic que s'importarà a través del model de València, que és la del Mostasaf, que li permetrà controlar tot el tema dels pesos i les mesures, el frau en el mercat, la qüestió de la neteja dels espais de proveïment i de la gestió dels residus orgànics que són reaprofitats per adobar les hortes urbanes, que en són moltes, i tot l'espai periurbà de proveïment de la ciutat. I també, finalment, les competències en matèria d'assistència social i de salut i protecció i alimentació dels orfes a través de la creació de l'Hospital General. Per descomptat, l'accés a aquests aliments és molt diferent en quantitat i qualitat segons el nivell de la posició social que s'ocupa dins del sistema social que impera a l'època. Les diferències socials són molt grans i això queda molt reflectit tant en les tècniques culinàries de transformació del producte alimentari en un aliment digerible i agradable al paladar, com en la presentació a la taula d'aquests aliments que serveix per proclamar l'estatus de cada sector social. La desfeta de 1714 va implicar que la monarquia borbònica suprimís el Consell de Cent i s'incautés de totes les rendes i totes les propietats municipals. Tanmateix, la ciutat, que va adoptar un nou sistema de regiment a través del sistema castellà dels regidors perpetus i la supervisió per part de la monarquia amb la figura del corregidor, va continuar havent-se d'enfrontar el problema del proveïment alimentari de la ciutat, però amb una mà lligada a l'esquena, amb molt menys recursos i moltes menys capacitats que havia tingut abans. A més, el nou model polític impulsat per l'absolutisme borbònic va voler anar generant un mercat nacional del cereal i va acabar imposant el sistema del proveïment a costes i del que s'anomenava el libre panadeo, és a dir, la supressió de la subvenció pública de l'aliment bàsic que era el pa. El sistema va fracassar estrepitosament, la fam per la pujada dels preus i per la mala qualitat del pa es va disparar i es van generar els rebomboris de 1789, de manera que el municipi va haver de tornar a recuperar a correcuita, sense recursos, aquesta activitat de facilitar el proveïment, arribant a la fallida a finals del segle XVIII. De la mateixa manera, hagué de recuperar corregents les competències en matèria de salubritat arran de la pesta de Marsella de l'any 1720. Per tant, el municipi va continuar fent-se càrrec, com va poder, del proveïment alimentari i del control de la salubritat a la ciutat de Barcelona en un context molt difícil. La iniciativa privada també se les va haver d'anar ingeniant per a poder anar generant recursos econòmics amb què superar aquella crisi, i el que va fer és posar-se a comerciar amb l'alcohol destil·lat per obtenir un capital amb el qual generaria la nova indústria de l'estampat de les indianes que transformarien a Barcelona en la primera gran capital industrial de l'estat espanyol. Al mateix temps, la comercialització d'aquests productes va ser possible perquè es va liberalitzar el comerç amb Amèrica, que fins a aquell moment havia estat sota el control de la Casa de Contractació, i això permet l'arribada massiva d'una sèrie de productes nous que s'incorporen a la dieta, com el cafè o la xocolata, que inicialment comencen sent productes molt elitistes, però que es van difonent i amb ells, o després d'ells, millor dit, a poc aniran entrant com a conseqüència d'aquest encariment del preu del cereal i de la carn, que havien estat els productes més importants en l'etapa anterior, una sèrie de productes nous, com el tomàquet, el pebrot, la patata o el blat de moro, que inicialment no havien tingut èxit, però que la fam farà usar com a fonts alimentàries alternatives. A inicis del segle XIX, comença a Espanya, com a la resta d'Europa, el procés de construcció de l'estat nacional i d'instauració definitiva del sistema econòmic capitalista. L'estat espanyol intentarà crear un mercat agrícola nacional i per fer-ho, per afavorir-lo, el que farà és prohibir la importació de cereal des de l'estranger per via marítima, deixant a la metròpoli barcelonina amb el problema de la dependència d'un sistema terrestre de proveïment que és enormement ineficient i que no se solucionarà fins que al llarg de la segona meitat del segle XIX es vagin expandint les línies de ferrocarril que connectaran la ciutat amb les planes bladeres de l'interior. El resultat és que es disparen els preus del pa, s'encareixen també els altres aliments, en un context en què la introducció de la màquina de vapor comença a restar llocs de treball en algunes fàbriques i això generarà les cires populars que es manifestaran en els aldarulls de 1835, que, coincidint amb el decret d'esclaustració dels convents que ha generat el govern liberal per afavorir aquesta creació del mercat agrícola nacional, portaran a la crema dels convents. Aleshores, el municipi de Barcelona, que s'ha vist molt reduït en les seves competències, però que s'ha d'enfrontar a aquestes masses que tenen en perill la seva supervivència i que estan profundament enrabiades, el que farà és fomentar l'obra pública i aprofitar, entre altres coses, l'espai lliure deixat per els convents destruïts per generar els primers mercats municipals coberts a la ciutat. Els primers seran el de la Boqueria i el de Santa Caterina, el primer cobert, i amb això també se produirà una sèrie de canvis en la dieta i en la comercialització dels productes alimentaris, afavorit per aquest nou sistema de mercats municipals que va expandint-se, perquè la dona s'incorpora massivament en aquesta època al treball a les fàbriques, no té temps de poder cuinar, el carbó i la llenya, a més, són cars, i es trobarà en el llegum ja cuit, que es ven als mercats municipals, i en el peix salat, en el bacallà i les arengades, més algun tros de cansalada, etc., una alternativa al consum més gran de pa i de carn que s'havia fet a l'etapa anterior. Però, malgrat tot això, la població continua vivint en unes circumstàncies, diguem-ne, de malnutrició en general i d'insalubritat considerable, que portaran a la generació del debat higienista a la ciutat, amb l'aparició de les veus que diuen que aquestes coses han de canviar. Com a conseqüència, el municipi acabarà creant la xarxa de clavegueram, que, per exemple, el projecte de Cerdà de l'Eixample encara no contemplava, combatent les mosques o fomentant el consum de llet per a millorar la nutrició infantil i també dels adults, que portarà a l'expansió de les lleteries a la ciutat de Barcelona, alhora que els canvis econòmics i socials també permeten l'aparició de tota una xarxa de restauració que té dos vessants que s'aniran expandint en paral·lel. El de les anomenades fondes de sisos o restauració popular, on es venen menús a un preu de 6 quartos, i el dels restaurants elitistes molt influïts per la cuina francesa. Per millorar les condicions higièniques i per integrar els municipis que s'han incorporat a la ciutat de Barcelona amb les agregacions municipals del 1897, l'Ajuntament de Barcelona el que farà és crear el nou laboratori municipal i l'escorxador per centralitzar el control de la salubritat dels productes càrnics i de tipus animal a la ciutat, i davant de l'èxit de l'experiència de la centralització a l'escorxador de la distribució de la carn, el que farà és continuar després adoptant el sistema de la centralització també fruites i verdures amb la transformació del mercat del Born en el nou mercat central de la ciutat, i concentrarà també el mercat del peix a l'altra banda de la Ciutadella, a uns espais de l'antiga exposició universal, i després creant el mercat central del peix. Tot això confluirà el 1967 a Mercabarna, a partir del 1967. Però, mentre no es produeix aquesta nova etapa que comença amb la creació de Mercabarna, la fam continuarà sent una realitat que marca la història de la ciutat, especialment en els períodes de les guerres, la guerra mundial, la guerra civil i la llarguíssima postguerra. El racionament no s'acaba a la ciutat fins a l'any 1952. I això, malgrat que les noves tècniques industrials aplicades a la conservació alimentària permeten la difusió dels aliments enllaunats que es distribueixen en un altre tipus d'espais comercials que complementen els mercats, que són els colmados, que es faran omnipresents a la ciutat fins a la dècada dels anys 70. Arribats així a finals dels anys 60, amb la seva xarxa de mercats intacta i el control del proveïment alimentari centralitzat per part del municipi a Mercabarna, ja amb el trasllat a Mercabarna, la ciutat aconsegueix la gran conquesta democràtica de fer accessible una alimentació suficient i variada per a la immensa majoria de la població, coincidint amb el moment en el qual l'aparició d'una nova tècnica, que és la de la conservació en fred, amb la popularització de les neveres, facilita els canvis en la distribució i comercialització dels aliments. El resultat és aquesta imatge icònica i definitòria de la societat actual, un carretó de la compra ple, que és una realitat accessible per a la immensa majoria de la població, però que s'ha aconseguit per una via tramposa. La via tramposa de produir els aliments a través d'unes tècniques industrials profundament irrespectuoses amb el medi ambient que no resulten sostenibles en la llarga durada. I, per tant, com a conseqüència, s'ha aconseguit aquesta imatge del carretó ple amb la hipoteca de poder continuar mantenint-lo ple en el futur. La ciutat de Barcelona es troba així en el model alimentari actual en un punt de reflexió important, perquè no es pot actuar alegrement atès que la conquesta democràtica del carretó ple és una conquesta precària, com han mostrat les crisis del segle XXI. El 14% de la població de l'àrea metropolitana de Barcelona ja té seriosíssims problemes per poder continuar omplint el carretó i ha de recórrer a la beneficència, als bancs d'aliments, etc., per poder continuar fent-ho, ni que sigui en determinats moments. I alhora el medi ambient no suporta continuar fent-ho per aquesta via. Els punts forts de la ciutat de Barcelona són el fet que la ciutat ha aconseguit salvar la seva xarxa municipal de mercats, decidint als anys dels primers anys democràtics, del primer municipi democràtic, apostar per la renovació d'ells en un procés que continua viu avui. Encara s'està renovant el mercat municipal de la Basseria en aquests moments. I també té com a punt fort l'haver salvat el control municipal del sistema centralitzat de proveïment a través de Mercabarna, perquè el soci majoritari de Mercabarna continua sent el municipi de Barcelona. Això és molt important perquè la xarxa de mercats gestionada pel sistema municipal de mercats i Mercabarna són l'única alternativa del petit proveïdor, del petit productor agrícola i ramader per alliberar-se de la tirania de les grans cadenes de distribució. I en aquest sentit és fonamental també que el nou espai de proveïment i d'aquest gran rebost que és el cas de Mercabarna ha generat el biomarket en aquests moments per facilitar la comercialització del producte ecològic, del producte de proximitat. Aquí tenim els punts forts, però els reptes de futur continuen ben vius i ara el públic té tota la informació per poder anar responent totes aquelles preguntes sobre la sostenibilitat del model alimentari actual, decidint quines vies d'actuació poden ser essencialment cosmètiques perquè no afronten el ple del problema i quines vies d'actuació són essencials perquè poden incidir directament en la millora de la sostenibilitat del model alimentari.
Noia del país, entra una sopa amb bala, un pagès amb barretina, reina de los mares, una cosa amb sabata, una corrida. I per acabar, un bacallà a la llauna. I la traca final, una criatura, una bicicleta, fan uns ous amb sardana i una criatura amb bolquers.
Bienvenue, mesdames et messieurs. Començarem amb els hors d'œufs, ou le vins de Maury à la Benedictine. Continuem amb el jambon cuit con de uell i per acabar el consomé margarida xirgo. Passem a l'entrée, cannellonis rossini i seguidament salmon du rhône sauce riche. I per acabar el menú passem al dessert peix melva. Bon appétit!
Ja s'ha acabat la misèria, les classes, els privilegis. Ja el símbol s'ha fet cardolla, que és l'únic que necessita la societat que somio. I tot per l'aire comprimit anant a l'escudellòmetre, al temple del caldo, al bullit màximus, a l'alimentació popular, i d'allí a les canyeries i a passar per les aixetes i a les cases dels pobres, dels menestrals, dels rics, de tothom que mengi escudella.
So good afternoon again. Thank you so much, Ramon Puchades, for such a wonderful tour. And congratulations to Juan Roca and all the MUBA team for such a wonderful exhibition, really interesting and innovative. So we will follow the program, and first it will be Jan Gerschau speaking about 3 exhibitions, not 1, but 3. About a larger project regarding the sustainability in Frankfurt. For those who may not remember, Jan Gerschau is the director of the Historisches Museum of Frankfurt. Thank you.
So I'm going to talk about a series of exhibitions, but which took place at one time, 3 exhibitions at one time about urban green, which we showed from March to October this year. 3 exhibitions because we have 3 temporary exhibition formats, and I shall explain a bit later. I just start with explaining how we found this topic, why we chose the city and the green as an exhibition topic to deal with all our facilities, not just one normal temporary exhibition, but a really decisive and important project for the whole house. Because Frankfurt has become a very hot city, as many cities in the world, climate change, because urban gardening has become a really popular movement, and because the green in the city, parks, gardens, etc., have in Frankfurt, but I suppose also in other cities, a very long history. Frankfurt is situated in, say, the hottest part of Germany, the southwest, and also if one looks at this climate plan of the city, one sees that there are really hotspots. The old city center is which is about here, is sort of the hotspot of today's city. And Frankfurt is very much a growing city. In 2000, it had about 600,000 inhabitants, and in 2020, it were more than 750,000. And especially in the last 10 years, every year, 15 to 20,000 people came into the city. So every year, a new city quarter had to be erected, 3 or 4 schools, etc. Gardening. The gardening in Frankfurt is a really popular movement. There are now 230 allotment garden sites scattered all over the city, and there are 30 acknowledged urban gardening projects. There are also another 30 not acknowledged urban gardening, guerrilla gardening projects, but the officially acknowledged urban gardening projects are about 30. And the green, as in, I suppose, every European city, has a long-standing history as opposed to the early city. The early city was sort of defined by stone as opposed to the green outside. In Frankfurt, the first city park, the first green place, which was defined as a place of leisure and of nature in the city, was defined shortly after 1800. The city walls were taken down, as in many other cities, and this typically shaped corona around the old town was formed into a park, the first public park. But of course, this has a prehistory. Here you can see a map of the city before 1800. You see the walled and the defended city, but with orchards and fields and all the necessary supply of the city directly surrounding it. That's also what we have seen today for Barcelona, but for a city for, say, at that period, 40,000 inhabitants, this was possible, but not for a city of 400,000 people 150 years later. But gardens, private gardens, not public parks, private gardens in the city have a long-standing history. That is a Renaissance garden of the 16th century of a Frankfurt senator. It was directly in the midst of the most ancient part of the city. So there were already, although the city defined itself by the material stone and by a lack of space, there were spaces which were already green and designed as parks earlier. The reason why we did this exhibition series this year is 2 anniversaries, 150 years of the Palmen Garden, that's the botanic garden of Frankfurt, and 30 years of the green belt. The Palmen Garden was founded typically in Frankfurt by a civic society. It had the form of a limited society, so people could actually invest their money in this society, and by the investment of more than 200 citizens, this public park was then founded, and it also offered space and housing for important societal events. It was a huge showcase and show place for the civic society in the 19th century. And what I said, 30 years of the green belt, this is 1991. The city decided to protect the green belt around the city. It has 8,000 hectares. That's about 20,000 acres. And if you count, that's 1/3 of the entire city space. And if you count every bit of green in the entire city, is 53% of the city is green land, green space, which is astonishing because a city like Frankfurt is regarded as one of the most densely populated places in Germany, but still more than half of it is actually covered by green space. Well, 3 exhibitions. Urban Green, Frankfurt Garden Lust, that's a more or less classical historical exhibition with objects and paintings and a lot of graphics, sort of with showcases, etc. 900 square meters big. And then we have the format City Lab, City Laboratory, with roughly 600 square meters space, where we create exhibitions together with the people of the city. We are only coordinating it, but the authors, the curators are people from the city. And we have a young museum, the oldest children's museum in Germany, in 1972 it was founded, and there another exhibition, Umwelt, Klima und Du, Environment, Climate and You, was shown. That was the central, and we have also produced a catalog, and we produced also a documentation of the City Lab exhibition. I brought a couple of documentations of the City Lab exhibition. It's mainly in German, but some English summary in it, so it's not enough for all of you, but if you're interested, just grab one and take it home. That was the visual communication of the 3 exhibitions. We had this common slogan, Die Stadt und das Grün, the city and the green, or urban green, and then the individual titles. And the Frankfurt Garden Lust, I just show you a couple of images how it worked. you came in through this sound and light installation, like through a park, and then the exhibition argumented chronologically. It started sort of in the phase before the first public park, before 1800, the history of private gardens in and around the city, private collectors of plants, spectacular plants in private gardens who became touristic attractions, even in the first tourist guides before 1800. And here the section on the first public park, this on the walls of the city, 5 kilometers long, sort of now the central park of Frankfurt, where all the skyscrapers stand around, but in fact the oldest public park. And then the next section was on the first botanical gardens, the Palmen Garden and the University Botanical Garden, founded 1871, and the zoo, which also was founded by the citizens themselves, and both were very important places for the civic society to meet. They had society houses, and were big events took place. It was a place for sports and recreation, for leisure. And we are telling the story of the 1920s and 30s, where feeding the city was a very important topic. The allotment movement came up, and the question of how to feed a vastly growing population was in the center. And the next section, which we see here, is the public debate on how to deal with parks and green space in the 1960s to 90s, the origins of the green political movement, very strongly linked to urban projects in Frankfurt, especially the Frankfurt Airport, which was enlarged in the 1980s and 90s, the big protests against it and so on. That was the origin of the German Green Party. Well, and it ends with an installation on the Green City. Today, you can choose as a visitor what sort of park type you are. You can choose among more than 30 parks and tell the others what you're doing in these parks, how you use these parks. And in the end, we have also about 10 activity stations for family visits, for young visitors in the entire exhibition, and this discussion room, a discussion section where the groups who visit the exhibition can actually meet and discuss about it. The second exhibition, Gardening Now, which maybe is more interesting than this rather classical cultural history exhibition I've just shown, the format City Lab, we have developed since 2011, when we were building our museum, when we were rebuilding our museum, got a completely new construction, and we moved out of our house and we went out into the city. And the first 7 years, to 11 to 17, we actually made the museum in places of the city and left shops and in not used office buildings, etc. And we found a format which was quite strictly designed to integrate participation from citizens, from organized citizens in societies or initiatives, but also from individual citizens. And it's a project run which goes about 3/4 of a year, with 4 to 5 common workshops and a lot of individual work. And here's just one of these workshops which we had for the Gardening Now exhibition. In this case, it's the designers. We are, as museum staff, we are sort of coordinating the whole process. which is going sometimes with only 10 people, sometimes with 200 people. So it's very different, differing in the size of participation. But we as museum, we bring in the design people, we sort of bring all these people together. We find solutions for every singular part of the exhibition, but the authors, the curators are the people themselves, are the citizens themselves who actually create individually one part of the exhibition. And in this case, we had a summer tour, which is obvious, where if you make an exhibition about gardens in the city, you want to see, you want to explore them. And we had a whole summer of tours to different places in the city. We were documenting that. And in the end, we decided to have 4 thematic areas in the exhibition. The first one is on nourishment, nourishing the city, food supply, which is in the current urban gardening scene a very important issue. To produce food for the people living in the city. It sounds a bit ridiculous because it's impossible to feed 700,000 people by urban gardening projects, but it is, as sort of model projects, very important. The second subject is experience. I show also this image because it's about work, work which you need to create gardens in the city. Paid work and leisure time, experience, professional experience and private experience, so to say. The third topic is care. Here's an image of an initiative, the vegetable heroes or heroines, who actually are involved in a nourishing project and who are caring also for certain areas in the city which are sort of derelict, which nobody cares for. And the fourth topic is engagement, is political commitment. This is an image of the Fridays for Future demonstrations in Frankfurt of last year. And I also brought some of the plans of the exhibition in English. This is just the exhibition plan with these 4 topics: nourishment, experience, care, engagement, which is spread out here in the exhibition hall. Yeah, thank you, Joanna. And of course, it also has a city map where the different, it was 25 projects presented in the exhibition in these 4 topics, and these projects are all linked to individual sites in the city, which one can see here. And we also had an event program which was playing partly in the museum, partly in the city, and the beginning of the exhibition actually is a city map with the location of all these 25 projects, which then can be seen in the exhibition. This was the design of the exhibition, and the first 2 topics, nourishing and experience, nourishment and experience. And it's actually a sequence typical for our City Lab exhibition. It's a sequence of individual projects which are bound together by the design and by linking these individual projects together in the most speaking or intelligent way. Art projects play a role. They're not dominant, but there are always a couple of artistic projects like this sculpture, so to say, of plastic waste from which artificial flowers have been produced. There are always discussion rooms in the exhibition where groups can meet, where we can discuss with visitors, but we can all we invite also the makers of the exhibition, the societies and initiatives of the city to present their topics here. This is the second half of the exhibition, caring and in the end engaging. We also, as a museum, we added a couple of chapters on historical issues, also back to colonial origins of certain plants which were used to feed the city or to adorn the city. This is just one example of how such an exhibition, a contribution can look like. This is a group called Chamisso Garden. Adalbert von Chamisso was a German poet in the 19th century. Doesn't play a role here actually, but the project is inclusive. It's an inclusive gardening project. It's a mixed group of people with and without inhibitations, disabled people, plus people who just like gardening. So it's a social project working with a green space. Or this contribution in the last chapter on engagement. This is the green lung, a field which is heavily disputed in the city, where housing is meant to be built, and the people actually having developed over 30 years this wasteland, they don't want to go, and they have set up this project, permaculture garden in this green lung, and so far they are successful. The Green Party is now in power in Frankfurt, and the urban development project has been skipped. So, and at the end, a couple of images from the Young Museums exhibition, Climate, Environment, Climate and You. That's the about 200 square meters room plan, and it's also 4 topics. It's climate, it's biodiversity, it's sustainability, biodiversity here, sustainability, and the green city, and it's a kind of agora here where the school groups, which we usually have in this museum, then meet and discuss on it. And here come some impressions of this exhibition, which is constructed as a traveling exhibition. It can be set up in every sort of hall, about 130 square meters you need definitely. And we have now so far 2 more museums who are overtaking this exhibition now, and they can add their local stories sort of to this rather general information we are giving, like green architecture, making houses green, green city topic, or here the carbon can be weighed according to what you eat or what you do. You have sort of a carbon footprint. They can try this out here. And in the end, it's a weather report, which can be produced by the kids themselves. Yeah, that's the 3 projects which we showed for something like 7 months. And we were, of course, it was difficult during Corona to measure it properly. We had about 35,000 visitors during these almost 7 months. But part of this whole time, the museum was closed. And of course, we have only 1/3 of our visitors as we have normally. So it's difficult to say whether it was a popular exhibition or not. We did a lot of events outside the museum, in the gardens, in the museum square, and so on. We tried to handle this in this manner. We went out. What we can say is that we did it at the right time. It's not only because the Green Party is now forming the government in Frankfurt, but because the growing city and the knowledge that green spaces are so important for the growing city, and that's really in the heads of the people now, and as also a political notion about it, which was also a bit sort of fostered or reflected by the exhibition, is that the public green spaces are also a kind of almond, we call in Germany Allmende. Don't know the English word actually. It's a place which belongs to all people. It's the only place which belongs to all people and which is not eaten up by cars also, but which actually the people of the city own these places. It's their space, and they want to decide on how it looks like, and they also more and more caring for these places. So it's a new attitude towards the green in the city, and with the exhibition we were able to reflect this and perhaps also to enhance this a little. Yeah, and we had a new communication set up for the whole museum. It was the first, we invented this museum magazine, the Snow Globe. Don't ask me now why, it's a long story why we call it the Snow Globe, but it's the name of our new museum magazine. And since the City and the Green was the first project we made to combine all our temporary exhibition formats on one topic, we decided to change our museum communication. We are not trying to advertise the museum. We're not writing Historisches Museum Frankfurt and look what we are doing. We are actually trying to attract the attention of the people by topics like a magazine, and in the second hand it's museum, which is explained in this magazine. It's twice a year, 40,000 copies, and we are distributing it all over the city. So it's, and the second try we're doing with this type of exhibition is Frankfurt and National Socialism. We have 3 exhibitions starting next Monday, and which will be in the museum for 9 months. And so the second volume of the Snow Globe is on this topic, and we will try to go on. Our next of these special exhibitions will be in 2025 on mobility in the city, and 2027 will be on music and the city. So, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Lovely. Great news, Jan Gerschau. Thank you. So now I think it's our turn, my turn. Can I ask you, Margarita and your team, to put on the first video, which is a traveling exhibition? I'm not going there because I won't have to change it. It's without sound while I make this introduction. I would like to, thank you, that's perfect. I would like to first say that this project is, sorry? Okay. This project started more than 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago. And the curator, the main curator of the exhibition is Daniela Araújo, who will join us for the debate. Please stand up, at least stand up, since you don't want to be here on the stage. Okay, thank you. And also Mario Nascimento, who is an historian. Some of you already know him. And we worked with more than 20 partners for this project. It's about, it started, we decided, the two of us, to go ahead with this, to try and tackle two issues on the same time in different ways. First, the increasing social diversity of the residents in Lisbon, and second, issues about sustainability. One first perspective on sustainability in Lisbon. Lisbon's vegetable gardens has been, as everywhere else, vital to the subsistence of urban populations scattered over backyards, irrigated valleys, monastic grounds in the Middle Ages, and after that, suburban farms, bourgeois homes, and more recently in horticultural parks, not to mention allotments and vacant plots. Today, vegetable gardens are essential to food sovereignty, to food security, and also to sustainability in cities in general. They can also be places of enjoyment and enchantment, while reflecting diversity within the urban mesh and the city's demographic composition. The exhibition presents the fascinating world, at least to us and to hundreds and, well, thousands actually. I don't know. I don't remember by heart the number of visitors, but we're having many, very good numbers for the pandemic context. The fascinating world of Lisbon's vegetable gardens from the Middle Ages to the present day, and I would add until the near future, as far as we can see it. With a fresh perspective, both on history and the present times, the exhibition is showing vegetable gardens of a city in the Middle Ages up to the 18th century, the horticulturists, the people that planting in vegetable gardens were in the 19th century and early 20th century, a Lisbon, or a city of many types of vegetable gardens, the tools for a vegetable garden in the city, including permaculture vegetable gardens, My Vegetable Garden, My World, with direct testimonies from 8 people, very different, with very different motivations, driven by different reasons to plant what they do. And finally, the gift and the transformation of seeds. We finished this exhibition with a sentence that's very important for us. It's like an underlying the whole purpose of this project. It is a lot more than just an exhibition. Germinating a seed, cultivating a mission. We also have published, as usual, a catalog, which is very large. It's a book rather than a catalog, bilingual, Portuguese and English. If you're interested, we can mail you because it's very heavy. It's with lots and lots of food for thought about the past, about the present, and some ideas for the future. We had a very happy coincidence that this project went on first before we discovered that Lisbon was elected as Green Capital of Europe for 2020. And of course, with the pandemic, it went on in 2021. So we had the privilege of working together with the Council's Department for Green Spaces and with the coordinators of the horticultural municipal communitarian parks. And we have learned a lot from each other. Now, our presentation was recorded on a video, not professional video, made by our colleagues at the museum, and it will not show in detail how the exhibition looked like. You have just had a glimpse of it now, but it will be focused on the main outcomes, the main partnerships outcomes that came out of this project before the exhibition. So during the research-based project, during the exhibition, after the opening of the exhibition, Then we opened, we closed because of the lockdown. We opened again, we closed again, we opened again. So it was like that. We were ourselves surprised, even in preparing this presentation, I must confess, with the amount of new projects that came out of this exhibition, not only for us museum, but for some people that work with the museum, but also for some associations, some neighborhoods, groups, some companies that work in this field. So let's watch the second film video, please. And then, of course, we will be very happy to discuss ideas, thoughts, whatever. That should have a sound, yeah.
Of the city population nowadays. The founder document of the project, called Hands on Earth, goes back to the end of 2016, outlining a conceptual framework to guide us throughout the research work. It also mentioned theme-related exhibitions that had already took place in other European countries, pointed out the different types of vegetable gardens in Lisbon, and listed a set of initiatives to be developed in parallel with the exhibition. This presentation is focused on the partnerships that were created by the project before and during the exhibition. One of the first partnerships was with Lots of Fruit, a project launched by Moraria Neighborhood Kitchen. This project aims to harvest fruit from trees in public spaces and private backyards, fighting food waste and distributing fresh and processed fruits, like jams, among different communities. At the museum's garden, we have over 20 lemon and bitter orange trees. And since then, we've included this asset in cultural mediation activities by preparing jams with children and elders and giving the surplus to Lots of Fruit project. In 2018, the museum organized a pruning workshop aimed at our citrus trees in partnership with Organic Gardens, a family business that develops ecological projects in schools, companies, and counties. The harvested fruit was again given away to Lots of Fruit for the preparation of delicious jams. Also in 2018, we became aware of the non-native invasive plants in our garden that cause negative environment and economic impact. We promoted an invasive plants workshop to create awareness of this problem, not only among the museum team, but also amid the public. We worked with an academic organization, Food, Farming and Forestry, a transdisciplinary platform that gathers 12 faculties from Lisbon University. This organization has been developing studies in food, agriculture and forest with a great impact on public policies. Some of the 10 exhibition scientific consultants are their members. A startup of the Faculty of Sciences of the University of Lisbon, providing climate adaptation services since 2017, has been a key partner from the beginning. They manage the community and laboratorial vegetable garden in the faculty campus, Horta School. They developed the contents for one of the exhibition rooms called Tools for a City Vegetable Garden, which included the design for a model of permaculture vegetable gardens in a balcony and in a backyard. Our project benefited from a happy coincidence between the exhibition year and the Lisbon Green Capital 2020. The collaboration with Lisbon Municipal Council's Department for the Environment, Green Structure, Climate and Energy that manages the city's 21 horticultural parks was key for the success of our project. On the other hand, the Portuguese Seed Variety Association lent us a collection of 75 seeds, Portuguese but also from other countries, gathered at the municipal horticultural parks that are exhibited in a modular display. This project was a unique opportunity to establish partnerships with Portuguese companies that have been developing sustainable solutions for urban horticulture. The Sea Garden is a modular structure accessible to disabled and elderly people based on nature's cycles that integrates water collection and storage, an automatic irrigation system using solar energy, and a composting compartment. The company was invited to install a Sea Garden unit at the museum lawn, and they created a peacock-proof structure using parachute cords. Another Portuguese company, Growho Hydroponics, sells, among other products, a smart indoor vegetable garden. 2 of their devices were lent to the exhibition. Parto, a Lisbon-based architecture studio founded in 2016, has been developing community projects focused on ecology, horticulture, and sustainability in urban context. The team created a model for the exhibition called Edible Lisbon, presenting 8 proposals to set up vertical gardens in the city like prisons, hospitals, schools, parking spaces, etc., rethinking the food chain in Lisbon. The goal is to grow food at a walking distance of where it will be consumed, reducing transport and packaging, limiting carbon footprint, and promoting short food supply chains. The company To Adapt, the museum and Parto Architecture Studio, also developed a composting platform at the museum. The composting system allows a more efficient and sustainable management of organic waste. Residues from the garden, trees, and lawn are placed in the composter, and the food residues are placed in the vermicomposter. Part of the museum team has received training to use the system, and they are now teaching other members about the perks of composting. As far as we know, it's the first composting system installed in a Portuguese museum. The Moraria Neighborhood Kitchen opened in 2011 in a very socially diverse Lisbon quarter. The project Grassroots is based on promoting social cohesion, employment, cultural diversity, and enhancing innovative farming methods. They manage a vegetable garden in Lisbon that supplies the communitarian kitchen and is used to share seeds, plants, and knowledge among neighborhoods, students, and tourists. During the exhibition, we organized a tour to the vegetable garden and had a lunch in their restaurant, eating vegetables from their garden. In partnership with the Portuguese Seed Variety Association, the museum organized a workshop to teach seed preservation techniques applied to different horticultural varieties. The Agroecological Caravan is a participatory project facilitated by a research group from the Faculty of Sciences at the University of Lisbon. Its main goal is to strengthen the relationships between farmers, consumers, and researchers through agroecology. They organized a special tour in partnership with the Museum of Lisbon, which included a visit to a school vegetable garden, an horticultural park, the up farming located at the museum, and a lunch at the Faculty of Sciences vegetable garden. On the last day of the exhibition, we will host a Producers Open Day to promote the connection between producers and consumers. The farmer will sell their products, and a well-known Portuguese chef will prepare a meal with their vegetables. This is the Outcomes and Partnerships overview from before the exhibition opening until now. Thank you for your attention.
Ramon Pujades, what would you add after the tour?
I think I spoke a lot. So, do you have any question on the presentations or on my tour on the exhibition?
So you are opening the debate now?
I think so.
I thought you were adding something up to the tour. Okay, if not.
The only thing I would add is the general reflection of we must, I think we must facilitate or initiate changes in the mentality of people in order to convince them that it is necessary to act in changing our current model, because it is not sustainable in a planet with finite resources and constant increase of population. The problem is enormous. But the most important thing for me is that when we act, we must think always how to avoid to lose the poorer part of all societies. This is very important, because acquiring a garden to put in your balcony is very easy when you have more than you need to sustain strictly your everyday life. But for a third part of population of our cities, this is not accessible nowadays. So we have to avoid to lose this third part of less fortunate people who live with us. I think this is very, very important, because every time that we introduce one change, we have to be very, very attent or very conscious that the costs of food can change. And this is very dangerous. We can't play with this. So when acting, we need to keep always this in mind, I think.
Okay, so was Chetrolo? Wait, yeah, thank you.
Question. All right, can you hear me? My question relates to all three of your museums, and it is when we've done exhibits in the past, they've often focused on one particular topic that has an audience that's perhaps most interested in that topic. Food obviously is something that everyone is interested in. So my question is, have you found that your audiences have increased or differed at all as a result of these exhibits?
In our case, I can say that just in the first weekend, we passed the 2,000 visitors in a couple of days. So probably the head of our department has more information on the amount of visitors nowadays, but is probably on the higher level of visitors, this exhibition. It's also stimulated the presence of visitors because of the fact that this year Barcelona has been declared the capital, Mundial Capital of sustainable food. So all the media are very attentive to this this kind of this matter. So it helps, of course, but it's a matter that is in the mind of everybody in the moment, because everybody's conscious that climate is changing, that we are arriving to the very border or end border of the sustainability in the planet. And people is worried about. So when you invite people to reflect on this problem, there's a very important part of the society that that answers to your call. This is my impression, but it's very personal.
As a presentation is that we don't really know how popular this exhibition was due to Corona, at sort of 35,000 visitors, which is okay, but maybe for 3 exhibitions altogether. But it's but what we saw is that we had different visitors than in other exhibitions. We had a lot of political activists. And we had a lot of rather petit bourgeois, allotment gardening members, society members, sort of very diverse public, which we haven't maybe seen in this quantity before. So it wasn't, maybe it wasn't an omnibus exhibition, which sort of everyone was looking for. But maybe as in every other case, we reached a different audience. We reached different people than we usually reach with exhibitions with classical museum topics. So I think it was a success, but it's really difficult to measure it in these days. Yeah.
Same with us. We don't know if we actually increased, because with the pandemic context, it's difficult to compare what's not comparable, but we had different people coming. Daniela is going to give you some examples.
Hello, please forgive me, my English is excruciating, but I will try to do my best. We had different visitors in the museum with this exhibition. We had activists, biologists, and especially we had gardeners who have plots in horticultural municipal parks that usually don't go to the museums. And we noticed that when they were in the exhibition, they were touching the objects because they are not accustomed to go to the museums. And for us, it was very rewarding.
Thank you, Daniela. Tim, you have a question? Tim Marshall.
Thank you. Yes, I don't think it's more a comment than a question, because I found these three presentations fascinating, and how different they are in a way. There's although they're all in the very same broad area, one of sort of food provision, one of urban green, and one of gardens, if you like. They've, in a way, the Lisbon and Frankfurt ones are slightly more similar. They sort of reflect what they found as they went around, as well as some research, obviously, in the more fundamental sense. In other words, their collaboration was from the bottom upwards, whereas the Barcelona exhibition was obviously far more based on a long-term research project and is about systems, not about, if you like, spotting parts of current and recent experience. So it's just on a sort of outsider's view, but every museum professional knows that you can approach this roughly the same subjects in utterly different ways. And in a way that would be nice to sort of bring together some of those, you know, in a way that the Barcelona one stops where it's just getting to now, and the current sort of experience of the, I don't know, I'm sure Barcelona has its own urban gardening experiences, its own green struggles, if you like, as well as the big systemic questions, which I think is very important to question. You know, those questions at the beginning of the exhibition are the ones that, to me, are absolutely critical. I'm not saying the Frankfurt and Lisbon ones aren't critical, but the Barcelona ones are right at the middle of how we feed ourselves and how we deal with land, which are two big questions. So it's just observations, really. I think are very, very interesting, different ways of approaching this sort of area.
Thank you, Tim, so much. Did you want to? No, not you, Anne-Marie? No? Okay. Joan Roca, go ahead.
Well, I think it's interesting to try to stress why these three exhibitions are so successful, why they seem successful to the people who have seen them. I have seen two of them, ours in Barcelona and Hortas de Lisboa. I didn't see in Frankfurt. But why are they so successful? And I think this is a methodological question, very important. First, all three exhibitions took the whole city as the fundamental scale of thought, with maps, with different approaches. Second, the three exhibitions went into urban history, longer or shorter, but the three went to urban history for the whole of the city. Second, they went then from the global questions, the topic developed in the global questions, to the local communities, so that they could place the different communities and the different interests of communities in the past and even in the future. But they went from the scale of the city to the global and to the community. And third, the real question was local governance, city public regulation. All three talking about many things. The question is city public regulation. What to do with food, what to do with hortas, which are half food, half gardens, what to do with gardens, which are also food. So food in different forms. After all, it's a topic which needs to talk about city regulation. So I think that the conclusion is that city museums, their topic is city regulation, the municipal regulation. That means that you can take the whole of the city in a historical perspective of urban history, and that allows you to have a very wide point of view to go to the different communities and to cope with different global topics. And I think that, of course, first of all, the basement was in all three exhibitions there has been own research. Research, city, historical perspective, going to the community from the global questions, and with the rule of the regulation, the city regulation, as the main underlying question. So I think it's really incredibly good methodologically. And to finish with, I think that there is a process in which city museums begin to go in different places to the same goal. Jan, we have also our exhibition on moving the city in 2033. Well, it was just to say that I think that it's really incredible how these three exhibitions are at the same time a set theme, very different, but at the same time so complementary, that what a pity that we don't have all three together.
Thank you for your comment, Juan. We have a question. Oh, are there any other questions now? Yeah, okay, Yvonne first, then one online.
Yes, good evening. I'd like to know more about the behind the stage. Who were the actors? Who were the researchers? What was their professional training? What kind of interdisciplinary team allowed these shows to be so successful and so wide-reaching?
I suppose it depends on each case is different, of course. In our case, Mercer Renom was able some years ago to organize a couple of seminaries in which she was able to put together researchers from the university and other institutional institutions that have worked on very different topics, but related with food. So the interest of, in my opinion, the important thing in this case was the initiative of the museum of putting together all these different points of view of people who do not work normally on the city as a subject, but works on the history of food, on the history of trade, on the history of economy, on the history of law. And putting them together and forcing them, asking them to think in the corset, in the structure perimetral of the global city, we could collect an amount of very valuable new information that we didn't have in the first moment. So when you have this collection of pieces of information is when you can decide in an easy way which is the most important essence, which are the main force ideas you are going to use to prepare the frame of the narrative of your exhibition. And after that, you try to find the testimonies of truth that are the pieces which can illustrate this. So at the end, you can, it's quite a long process, but at the end, you can offer a narrative which is brief, which is clear, but which is plenty of important ideas to help people to reflect on the enormous problem that, in the case of feeding, we are affronting at the moment.
voldria afegir una cosa de fons, i és que una narrativa sobre una ciutat i el seu proveïment no la pot fer un investigador sol, ni un departament d'universitat, ni tan sols potser doncs, un grup que es proposa tenir un projecte europeu. És necessari recórrer a especialitats molt distintes, des de l'economia, des de l'antropologia, des de la història social, la història dels transports. Hem hagut de recórrer a especialistes, la història de la ciència, de la tècnica. És a dir, això, una universitat no té per finalitat fer això. Això ho pot fer un museu, poden fer algunes altres institucions, però aquesta és una cosa remarcable que val la pena de també posar sobre la taula, que és que un museu té la capacitat de reunir diferents components científics en funció de l'objectiu. Evidentment, cada un d'aquests investigadors que vam reunir tenia un corpus que potser s'allunyava del que nosaltres li demanàvem, però al demanar-los des del nostre discurs es van ajustar, van fer l'esport, potser van fer més recerca. És a dir, que és aquesta funció de coordinació, però la coordinació de cara a un objectiu que en aquests anys, i sobretot des del principi, el museu va tenir clar i va proposar-se dur a terme.
For instance, an example, we have in Barcelona a very important specialist in history of railroad, but of railroads, of trains. So, but his perspective of working is global on this way. We ask him, please, we need the history of the construction of the lines that permitted the supply of wheat from the inland areas to Barcelona. So he could offer us this part of his knowledge, extracting this very, very important thing for our narrative from his general activity of research on the matter. So the museum has this capacity of asking people who is working with a sectorial or thematic point of view on a specific matter to offer the part of the knowledge you need for the general narrative of a problem in the city, as the city, with the city as a protagonist of this story.
As the classical intermittent institution between different specialists and the citizens, and of course the curatorial competence of our museum staff is not only coordinating, it is also digesting and formatting it in terms of an exhibition. So that's the same in every project we are doing. And in the case of the Garden Lust of this historical exhibition, there was already a network of garden historians with various specializations. We could draw on that, and there is another big museum, the Senckenberg Natural History Museum. We were in touch with them, and we could actually draw on their expertise. The special thing about the City Lab is that we really take seriously the expertise of usually non-academic, ordinary citizens, but who are, of course, specialists for something, and they have their thing. They are following. They are trying to produce or to communicate or whatever. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands of specialists. We see the civic community as a community of specialists, of experts for their city. And of course, there are also gardening experts and all sorts of experts, mobility, music, whatsoever. And we try to find them. And then meanwhile, it's more than 1,000 people connected with the museum for all sorts of expertise. And actually they are they are creating the exhibition, they are proposing the topics, and of course we are the museum specialists, experts, and we are sort of formatting texts, and we are helping with the design and so on. But the content in this case is really comes from this citizenship. But then, of course, it is not something or with a sort of singular point of view. It's always multi-perspective. It's can have loose ends, and it doesn't really. It's not one story you are telling in this thing. It's a multi-perspectivity that counts, and that's what we try. And that's also an opposing format. It's completely different from the classical historical exhibition with the curator and a couple of people behind, but with a curatorial view and a narrative and so on. And the other thing is a multi-perspectivity formatted into a room, but with maybe 30 or 40 or 20 different perspectives on a topic. And the Children's Museum exhibition, that's a learning exhibition, of course, where we also drew on the expertise of several institutions, but there we have a known history of the Young Museum. We have made exhibitions on the city and the river, the city and the food, on insects, on all sorts of topics, and this environment, climate at Dew exhibition was more a kind of synthesis of former projects we have been doing.
Thank you so much. We on the catalog, just a comment for just about what you have said. We have even contradictory theories, even coming from academics and experts out of the academia on the catalog text of delivering opinions of people that are not, they don't agree with each other, which is very good. I think the museum should do that. So trying to answer Yvonne. Yvonne has just been at the Museum of Lisbon and studying the museum as a whole and the green vegetables, the vegetable garden exhibition. But as you know the answer, but not the audience. So Daniela will explain with whom are we working with.
Well, we started this project doing ethnographic research. I'm an anthropologist, and we defined a list of topics and items for these qualitative interviews. And we tried to select gardeners in order to get a diversity of people, men, women, young people, older people born in Lisbon, in other places of Portugal and abroad. Some with a more conventional way of doing horticulture, and others following agroecological strategies. We tried to build a strong relationship with them, and they were only filmed at the end of this process. We have made dozens of interviews, and we have dozens of hours of audio recorded conversations previous to the videos, and all of those videos that are in the exhibition, they were validated by these specialists that are our gardeners. And because this contemporary perspective was not enough, we had the historical perspective. And we can say that this exhibition is also a product of the collaboration with several specialists in different fields: historians, archaeologists, architects, landscape architects, engineers, biologists, and rural sociologists. They were all important to have this broad picture of the vegetable gardens in Lisbon. I don't know if I answered.
And contemporary artists too. Perfect, thank you. We have a question on the chat coming from Alessia Cominato, someone who did not see the Barcelona Alimentar Barcelona exhibition. So watching this session, the audience have an idea about the exhibition in Lisbon and the Frankfurt? They have seen on the YouTube. Okay. Oh, good. So Alessia, Ramon, or Joan, I don't know, is asking if the exhibition in Barcelona has some information about local initiatives about sustainable restaurants, tiny markets, Mercat de la Terra, for example, sustainable food providers in the city, or grassroots initiatives that try to promote this perspective on food. I don't think that it's not in an exhibition, but maybe in the project.
In that case, there is a small difference. Since we are still in the Barcelona World Capital of the Sustainable Food. And since there is even a strong, municipal ruler in charge of that, and they have a strong structure organizing this information and working with that, we are in contact and we adhere to the general program. So this exists, but in that case, this information is provided by the other Commission of Sustainable Food. Since I am talking, I just want to add one thing. The small difference with the way in which you organize the exhibition, and we work like that, is that trying to have different points of view, we put in the same pot the specialists, the manager, the designing, the architect. So the meetings, the meetings, Zoom are everybody. And that means that everybody says, why for? So we put together the specialists and the museum staff, never separated. And that's a thing which proved to be very good in the question of going from specialized knowledge to general knowledge, which is our specialty as demonstrated.
I would like to add that we also have tried to integrate other kind of expertise, which is not the academic or the university expertise. For instance, if we could show you such a nice collection of package the products of the first years of the 20th century and of publicity, it is because there is a family of printers of printers of publicity in Barcelona, which is Martí collection, that had the sensibility and the criteria to collect and this incredible collection of things that nobody worries on collecting from the museums or university areas. So to integrate this all kind of expertise, not only academic expertise, is very important. And on the second question, I would like to add that my visit was very fast, but you must think that the most, if I insisted so much on the system of public markets of Barcelona and on the public control on the central market, which is Mercabarna, is because it is the only safety exit that greengrocers, that chefs, that small producers can find to escape to the tyranny of the big chains of distribution. This is very important. It's a very important thing for this, for instance.
Yeah, Daniela wants to, Yvonne asked her to show where we started with
the working papers, the first working papers. And I think one of the main challenges that we had in this process was to create a museography, a scenography that could be interesting to all people. We were trying to, we have a room in the exhibition dedicated to the 20th and 21st century. And we wanted to discuss the possibilities for the city in terms of horticultural production. And we tried to find images and devices online that could communicate this in the best possible way.
Yeah,
No.
perfect.
And we started with this is this one.
Yeah.
This. And
this is the near future.
That's why
already happening in the museum lawn and one neighborhood.
And that's why partnerships are so important, because we launched this challenge to the architectural studio that Joanna told about, Parto Studio, and they presented us 3 proposals. We rejected the first 2, and they came up with this, and we are very happy with this solution.
Yeah. Yes, please, your question now.
En castellano. Parece que los museos se han nutrido del nivel aumentado de la cultura europea, pero ¿cuál contributo han dado los museos al desarrollo de la cultura europea y al desarrollo de la ciudad? Estas 3 muestras parece que se la han preguntado esta cuestión, pero me interesa cómo es el proceso ideativo de esta muestra y la narración para envolver los objetos políticos y económicos para realizar estas muestras tan importantes y tan carga de futuro. Gracias.
I'm sorry, I didn't exactly understood your question. Is it a comment
Es un
or
comentario.
I think you want answers from us, but I didn't get it. I don't know if you did.
Sí, claro,
Sí.
me gustaría que me conteste su.
Ah, thank you, Juan. Okay. See, okay, thank you. Yeah, so we showed 20? No, 10, 20. We showed 20 partnerships outcomes. Some of them are, do you prefer for me to answer in Spanish, or is it okay? Well, okay. So some of these outcomes that we showed are projects that started recently and are growing without the museum, which is very good. So we acted as a showcase and added up to the communication strength of some of those projects that now have more clients, so to speak. Sometimes real clients and some other times more knowledgeable people about some of the concept and idea projects. As for the council, working together with the museum because of the green capital and the horticultural parks, there was a raising of awareness together more now than before into thinking along so different minds for a common purpose to add more municipal vegetable gardens, parks for very low prices for people or even without any cost. And this awareness of increasing the green spaces inside the city for sustainability reasons and increasing the cultivating of actual food also as an important feature, not only for activist groups, but for the council, for the politics objectives. And of course, also underlining, without showing off too much, the increasing awareness of how recent immigrants, we didn't go in depth about that, but including coming from Iran, India, Bangladesh, and other parts that have nothing to do, at least it's very different cultural backgrounds with the Mediterranean culture. And we are getting new seeds, new cultivating techniques, and new food. And so the message is to open up to new knowledge and to new cultures, learn with it, and try to, as we say, germinating the seed and cultivating a mission. We don't have lots of real outcomes up to now, except for that up farming project that is already being implemented in one neighborhood very close to the museum. But we do hope that we will not give up on, keep on insisting, if even after the closing of the exhibition, because this, as Ramon has been insisting so much, is too serious and too important to be just one project and that's it. Thank you.
I understood your question also rather generally. What do museums do for the cities? And I think since, I mean, it's quite basic or sort of common sense what I'm saying now, that museums, city museums especially, come into being in the mid-19th century when change is coming to cities, when cities or countries are changing rapidly, and museums are sort of monitoring this and commenting on this, and maybe helping with compensating to rapid change and so on. And this is, I think, this applies also today. It's city museums are observatories, more or less, and we need to have more perspectives maybe than the 19th century, when the author, the single person telling a good story maybe was more important, but now it's different voices which we want to hear and to see. But I think we mustn't be, and we are still not very close to the city government or the city regulation in that sense. We are sort of observing it, but we are not, we wouldn't, a museum, I don't know whether a museum would be successful if it would do something for the city government, if it would realize a project of the city government also, or if it would become an activist in a certain field. Of course, then it comes to how political are museums, do they need to be political or not, and so on. So it's, I think it's a big issue where museums stand now. In some cases, maybe they need to be political. In other cases, they shouldn't. So it has become a much more open question than maybe in the last 100 years it was. So yeah, this is a very broad answer to a big question, sorry.
I thought you were going to speak. Sorry. ¿No querías acrescentar algo? Sí, no. Okay.
I would like just to add that to your question, if museum, in my opinion, it's my personal point of view, if a museum must be politic, is the city museum, because it's the museum of the polis, by the own etymology of the term. So this is not being political is not exactly taking part by one side or other side in the discussion, but means in our case, I think, offering to people the necessary information to take part with a good base of knowledge to decide what they want to do or where they want to go. Without appropriate information, people can be conducted easily to an extreme or to another, generating doubts, suggesting questions, and offering the base of information to answer these questions. I think is the better contribution that a history museum can offer to the citizens. This is why in our exhibition, for instance, we have questions that have no answers. We present questions, we offer information. Everybody at the end can, with the good knowledge of the point we have reached and how we have arrived to this point, decide where they think we must go. Thank you.
As long as we museums keep our independence in programs and narratives, that's the issue. We do not completely up to now, and hopefully we will. So if there's no questions more, Elena? No? No. Okay, we are exactly on schedule. We have 2 minutes to the next and final moment of the day, which will be the so-called evening experience number 1. Typical Joan Roca's title. Medieval, sorry?
What's the number 2?
The number 2 is tomorrow, I don't know. Today is the Medieval Heritage for Museum Innovation, Vipiment, which is a spiced wine tasting experiment organized in cooperation with Fundación Alicia, the institution associated with MUBA in food historical research and innovation. Right? Okay.
And the outputs of the videos you can see in the exhibition.
Okay, good. Good to know. Now, Elena, you're my boss. What do we need to do? Go downstairs? Okay. See you in a minute. Thank you.